Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from in the world. Also like and subscribe if you are enjoying the episodes. Right, let's get comfy and relax and let's begin. I was heading home late that night. I had taken the train, like always, and walked the same route from the station back to my apartment. It was usually a quick 10-minute walk along mostly empty streets. By then, the neighborhood was quiet, barely any people around, and the only sound was the distant hum of cars on the main road. About halfway home, I noticed someone standing under a street lamp a block up. A guy, tall, wearing a jacket that hung loose around his frame. I didn't think much of it. There were people out sometimes, just wandering or waiting for a bus. But when I got closer, he turned to face me, and I noticed he had a camera up, aimed right in my direction. He took a picture. The flash blinked and then disappeared. It was strange enough to make me pause, and I stared back at him. But he didn't say anything, just lowered the camera a bit, then took another shot. I felt exposed, like he was watching me more closely than anyone ever had. I kept walking, trying not to show that I was uncomfortable. I thought maybe he was some kind of amateur photographer, just taking random photos for practice or something. I didn't really want to be rude, so I kept moving, ignoring him. As I went further, I kept glancing back. Each time, I expected him to be gone, but he wasn't. He was still there, still aiming the camera at me, taking pictures as I walked. I picked up my pace, but he just took another picture. And then another. The sound of the camera's shutter carried through the night, soft but too close. It made my skin crawl. The next night, it happened again. I took the same route, hoping I wouldn't see him. But halfway home, there he was, standing a little closer than he'd been the night before. He aimed his camera and took a picture before I'd even noticed him. The flash was so bright it stunned me for a second. When I blinked, I could see him clearly, just staring at me, lowering the camera slowly, his eyes cold and hard like he was studying me. This time I didn't stop. I just kept going, my heart pounding a little faster with each step. I tried to ignore the feeling in my gut that he was getting closer each time I walked by. When I glanced back that night, he was still there, watching me, like he knew I'd look back. By the third night, I was dreading that walk. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call? It felt strange to think of calling the police over some guy taking pictures on a public street. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Something that made my skin crawl just thinking about it. That night, he was even closer. This time, he wasn't standing under a streetlight but just outside its reach, in the shadows, so all I could see was his outline. As I passed him, I heard the click of his camera again. I didn't want to turn around, but I felt like he was watching my every move. I walked faster, trying to keep calm, but I could feel the weight of his stare, like he was following me with his eyes. Then, just when I thought I was out of his sight, I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate. I told myself it was just someone else walking home, but when I looked back, it was him. He was closer than ever, following me. The camera was in his hand, pointed directly at me. My heart was pounding, and I could feel the fear rising in my throat. I forced myself to keep walking, trying to act like I hadn't noticed, but I was practically running by the time I reached my building. When I got inside, I locked the door, heart racing, hands shaking. I checked through the peephole, but there was no sign of him. I told myself it was fine, that he'd probably moved on, that he couldn't get into the building. But I barely slept that night, kept awake by the sound of that shutter clicking in my head, over and over. The next morning, I decided to take a different route home. I didn't want to see him again, didn't want to know what he would do next. But when I stepped off the train that night, I saw him waiting, standing by the exit with his camera, as if he knew I'd be there. As if he'd been waiting all day just to see me. My heart dropped, and I almost turned back, but something in me said to just keep going, act like I didn't see him. But he didn't let me ignore him. This time, he stepped out in front of me, blocking my path. I tried to go around him, but he moved to block me again, his face twisted into a strange, cold smirk. He lifted his camera, pointed it right at me, and took another picture, the flash blinding me. I couldn't help it. I spoke up, my voice trembling. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to sound braver than I felt. He didn't answer right away. He just lowered the camera, looked me up and down, and smirked again, like he was enjoying this. Then he leaned in, his voice low and calm. "I'm just capturing the moment. You'll want to remember this." The way he said it, like he knew something I didn't, made my blood run cold. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to get away from him, so I stepped back, turned, and walked as fast as I could. I didn't dare look back, didn't want to see if he was following me. I was almost home when I heard it, the sound of his footsteps behind me, quickening to match my pace. I could hear his breathing, close and steady, like he was right behind me. I broke into a run, my heart racing, my mind screaming at me to get inside, to get away from him. I ran up to my building, fumbled with my keys, and slipped inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I looked through the peephole, and there he was, standing just outside, his camera aimed right at my door. He took another picture, then lowered the camera and stared at the door, like he could see me through it. He stayed there for what felt like forever, just standing and watching, like he was waiting for me to come back out. Finally, he turned and walked away, but I didn't feel any relief. I knew he'd be back, knew that he wasn't done. I spent the next few days constantly looking over my shoulder, barely sleeping, waiting for him to show up again. Then, one night, as I was leaving for work, I saw something on the floor just outside my door. It was an envelope, and inside were photos, pictures of me, taken from a distance, taken while I was walking, while I was at my door, even one through my window. My hands shook as I looked through them, my stomach twisting with fear. I don't know who he was, don't know what he wanted, but I couldn't stay there after that. I moved the next week, got a new job, a new apartment far from that place. But I still can't shake the feeling that he's out there, somewhere, waiting, camera in hand, just waiting for me to slip up and let him back into my life. One night, around 11, I headed down to do my laundry in the basement of my apartment complex. I knew it was late, but I work odd hours, and this was the only time I could squeeze it in. The laundry room was always dead quiet, especially at that hour, which suited me just fine. I usually had the whole place to myself, and I could get through it quickly without anyone hovering over the machines. That night, I took my hamper and detergent, went down, and started loading up one of the washers. I noticed right away that the room felt colder than usual. It was a poorly lit space, with only one flickering light bulb overhead. The walls were bare concrete, and it had that musty, almost damp smell that never went away, no matter how much they cleaned it. I tossed in my clothes, filled the machine with detergent, and started it up. I went back upstairs to wait, planning to return in about 40 minutes, just like always. I puttered around my apartment for a bit, tidying up, keeping one eye on the time. When the timer hit 40, I headed back down, expecting to toss my clothes into the dryer and be done with it. But when I got to the laundry room, the washer was empty. I stopped in my tracks, confused, then checked the machine again, wondering if I'd somehow forgotten to put my clothes in. But no, It was the right washer, and I knew I'd started it. My clothes were gone. I thought maybe someone had come down, taken my things out, and left them in the dryer, maybe figuring I'd be back late. Annoyed, I checked all the dryers, but they were all empty too. The room was dead silent. There was no one there. I started to feel uneasy, like maybe I wasn't alone after all. I looked around, listening for any sound that would tell me someone had been there recently, but it was just silent. That cold, empty kind of silence that starts to make your skin prickle. I went back up to my apartment, convinced maybe someone had taken my things by mistake. I waited a while, then went back down, hoping my clothes might have somehow been returned. When I walked into the laundry room, there they were. All my clothes, folded neatly in my basket, right on top of the washing machine. At first, I just felt relief, like, oh good, they're back. But then I realized something was off. Every piece was folded perfectly. I don't mean a sloppy kind of folding. I mean, they were folded like they were in a store display. My shirts were stacked, sleeves aligned perfectly. My jeans were rolled neatly, side by side. Even my socks were matched up and placed in pairs. I don't fold my clothes like that. Not even close. Then the smell hit me. There was this strong scent coming off them, like a man's cologne. Not mine. Not anyone I knew. It was this weird, musky smell that filled the whole room, almost like it had been sprayed on every piece. The scent was overpowering, and it felt wrong, like it didn't belong there, clinging to my things. I felt a weird chill go down my spine, and I didn't want to touch my clothes, but I couldn't just leave them. So, I grabbed the basket and practically ran back up to my apartment, that smell following me all the way. I shut and locked my door and just stood there, trying to shake off the feeling that something was very wrong. I couldn't understand how my clothes had ended up back there, or why someone would fold them like that, much less put cologne on them. I didn't want to think about it too much. I took them out, shook them out a little, and put them in my closet, just trying to forget about it. But every time I walked past that closet, that smell was there. It didn't fade. My whole apartment started to smell like it. I couldn't escape it. A week passed, and I convinced myself it had just been some weirdo in the building with nothing better to do. I even tried to laugh it off, thinking maybe someone was playing a prank, even though it didn't feel like that at all. Then, one night, I went down to do laundry again. I was nervous, but I figured it would be fine if I just kept an eye on my things this time. I loaded up the washer, started it, and decided to sit in the laundry room while it ran. I brought my phone and a book, figuring I'd wait it out. About halfway through the cycle, I heard something. It was faint, but it sounded like footsteps in the hallway just outside the laundry room. I froze, listening. The steps stopped right outside the door, and I felt my heart start pounding in my chest. I waited, but no one came in. I tried to convince myself it was just someone walking past, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they'd stopped on purpose, like they knew I was in there. The washer finished, and I threw my clothes into the dryer as fast as I could, all while keeping one eye on the door. I sat back down, waiting, the hum of the dryer the only sound. But the smell started to fill the room again. That same musky cologne, faint at first, but then getting stronger, like someone had sprayed it all over the place. I didn't know what to do. I kept glancing at the door, waiting for it to open, waiting for someone to come in, but no one did. My clothes finished drying, and I grabbed them as fast as I could, stuffing them into my basket without even checking if they were all there. I just wanted to get out of that room. When I got back to my apartment, I went through the clothes one by one, looking for anything strange. Everything was there, but that smell was all over them again. I had no idea how, but it was like it had soaked into the fabric, clinging to each piece, that same strange, musky scent. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing sounds outside my door, footsteps down the hallway. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like someone was watching me, waiting just outside. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, that it was just paranoia, but the feeling didn't go away. For days, I was on edge. I kept my door locked at all times, and I avoided going to the laundry room unless I absolutely had to. But that smell never faded, no matter how many times I washed my clothes. It was like a reminder, something I couldn't escape, that followed me everywhere I went. Finally, I went down to the building manager, told him everything, how I thought someone was messing with me, leaving my clothes folded, spraying cologne on them. He looked at me like I was crazy, but he said he'd checked the security cameras. I felt a small bit of relief, hoping it would prove I wasn't just imagining it. The next day, he called me into his office. I sat down, nervous, waiting for him to tell me who it was, maybe show me the footage. But he looked at me, almost apologetic, and said there was nothing. The cameras hadn't picked up anyone going in or out of the laundry room that night, or any night I'd mentioned. I couldn't believe it. He said the cameras must have been malfunctioning or maybe pointed in the wrong direction, but that he'd look into it. I could tell he didn't really believe me, but there was nothing more he could do. That was the last time I did laundry in that building. I started going to a laundromat a few blocks away, somewhere crowded, somewhere I felt safe. I'd see people folding their clothes, going through their normal routine, and I'd feel this weird ache, like I'd lost something normal that I'd never get back. The smell faded from my clothes eventually, but every once in a while, I swear I still catch a whiff of it, that same musky cologne, and every time, it brings me right back to that night. I worked security at a big hospital, mostly overnight shifts. It was quiet, for the most part, just a few people on staff who I'd see here and there, and patients who'd sometimes wander the halls. But my main assignment was the wing they were renovating. It was the older part of the building, mostly abandoned, with peeling paint and dust everywhere. The lights flickered half the time, and some of the doors creaked like no one's business. My job was to walk that wing every hour, just to make sure no one was trying to get in there and mess around. It was a strange, hollow kind of quiet up there. One night, I started my usual rounds at about 1 a.m. The rest of the hospital was mostly quiet, just a few murmurs from the nurses down the hall. I didn't think much of anything until I was halfway down the corridor, and I heard something that made me stop in my tracks, a faint whisper. At first, I figured it was the pipes. That place was old, and sometimes it made sounds like that. But then, the whisper got louder, like it was moving closer. I shined my flashlight down the hall, expecting to see someone, but there was no one there. I thought maybe I was hearing things. It had been a long shift, and I was tired, so I brushed it off. I kept walking, but as I passed by one of the empty rooms, I heard it again. This time, it was clearer, like someone was just a few feet behind me. I whipped around, shining my flashlight back down the hall, and again, nothing. Just the empty corridor. I tried to shake it off, but that feeling didn't go away. It was like someone was right there, following me, close enough that I could feel it. I picked up my pace, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I was almost done with that wing when I heard it again, but this time, it came from one of the rooms off to my left. It was clearer now, a man's voice, murmuring something low, too soft for me to make out the words. I should have called for backup. I know that now. But at the time, I was irritated, thinking maybe some patient had somehow wandered into the wrong wing. So I called out, "Hello? You're not supposed to be in here." My voice echoed down the empty hallway, but there was no response. I took a few steps into the room, sweeping my flashlight around. There, crouched in the corner, was a man, his clothes dirty, his hair matted. He was huddled there, almost like he was hiding, but not exactly. His eyes were wide, staring right at me, but he didn't say a word. I felt my skin crawl just from the way he looked at me. "Sir, you're not allowed in this area," I said, keeping my voice as calm as I could. I tried not to let him see that I was rattled. He didn't move, didn't blink, just kept staring. I had to be here," he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. It was strange, the way he said it, like he believed it. "Okay, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave," I said, stepping back, trying to lead him out. But he didn't move. Instead, he leaned forward a little, still staring at me with those wide eyes. "You don't understand," he whispered. "I've been waiting for you. Following you." I felt a chill run through me. "Following me?" "I don't think so, sir," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. But something in his face changed, his expression softened, and a twisted little smile appeared on his lips. He nodded slowly. "Yes. I see you every night. I know when you're here. I came here for you." I didn't know what to say. There was something in his voice, something calm but wrong. Like he wasn't even talking to me, but to himself, as if he was explaining something he'd thought about for a long time. I pulled out my radio to call for backup, but he moved suddenly, lunging forward just enough to make me step back, holding my hand up like I was going to defend myself. He didn't try to attack me, though. He just stopped and looked at me with that same intense stare. "They don't know what you've done," he muttered, like it was some kind of warning. "They think you're safe. But I know who you really are." I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Sir, I'm calling security. If you don't leave right now." He laughed, a low, strange laugh that sounded more like he was joking. "Security? I know all about them. I know all about this place. You don't get it, do you? I'm here because of you." He moved toward me again, and I backed out of the room, keeping my eyes on him. My heart was pounding so hard I thought he might hear it. I reached for my radio again and called it in, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need assistance in the West Wing. Possible trespasser." He just stood there in the doorway, staring at me, that twisted smile still on his face. He tilted his head, watching me like he was amused. "They won't come in time. They don't know what you've done. But I do." I had no idea what he was talking about. The words didn't make sense, but the way he said them, it felt like he was accusing me of something, like he knew some secret about me. And the worst part was, I felt like he believed every word. A few seconds later, I heard footsteps down the hall. Two of my coworkers rounded the corner, and as soon as they saw the man, they rushed over. But the strange thing was, he didn't try to fight them. He just smiled that same creepy smile, letting them take him by the arms without a struggle. As they led him away, he turned his head back to look at me. "I'll see you soon," he whispered. After that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that he meant what he said. I didn't sleep well for days, kept looking over my shoulder, wondering if he'd somehow find a way to come back. I told my supervisor about it, but they brushed it off, said he was probably just some homeless guy who wandered in. They didn't think he was a real threat. But every time I thought back to the way he looked at me, the way he spoke, I couldn't shake the feeling that he meant it, that he'd come back. And one night, he did. It was about a week later, and I'd started to convince myself that maybe I'd imagined some of it, that he wasn't as dangerous as he'd seemed. But then, as I was finishing up my rounds, I saw something that stopped me cold. There, on one of the hallway walls, written in what looked like marker, were the words, "I see you." My stomach dropped. It had to be him. I didn't know how he'd gotten back in, but I was sure of it. I checked the security footage, but it showed nothing, no sign of anyone coming in or out of that part of the hospital. The cameras didn't catch a thing. I tried to report it, but my supervisor said there wasn't enough evidence to take it seriously. They said it was probably just some kid playing a prank. But I knew it wasn't. I knew it was him. I spent the next few weeks on edge, jumping at every sound, checking the corners of every room before I walked in. And every once in a while, I'd find another message, sometimes in the hallway, sometimes on a door or a wall. "I know you. I'm here." Just short messages, but they were enough to keep me looking over my shoulder, wondering if he was somewhere close by, watching. I don't work there anymore. I couldn't do it, not with that feeling hanging over me every night, that feeling that he was somewhere in the shadows, waiting. I don't know if he ever found someone else to follow, or if he's still out there, looking for me. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I still feel that prickling on the back of my neck, like I'm not really alone, like he's there somewhere, just watching, waiting. I'd been working as the night DJ at this small radio station for a few years, the kind of place barely anyone knows about unless they're up late, driving alone, or trying to drown out silence. My shift started around midnight and went until dawn, and most nights, I could count on maybe 2 or 3 people actually calling in. It was mostly just me, the equipment, and the quiet hum of the studio lights. It was about a month ago when I first got the call. The voice on the other end was low and calm, and he didn't start with a name or a song request or even the usual hello. Instead, he said, "You look tired tonight." I paused, a little thrown off. I didn't remember saying anything about being tired on air, but I had been yawning a lot, feeling the weight of the long night ahead. Maybe he just picked up on that from my voice, so I shrugged it off and responded, "Yeah, it's a long shift." "Who's calling in?" The line went silent for a second, then he replied, "I'm just a fan. I'll let you get back to it." And he hung up. I sat there for a moment, unsettled, but tried to brush it off. I figured maybe he was just a regular listener, someone who'd picked up on my tired tone. It wasn't like I was in the best shape those days. Working nights can do that to you. But as the night wore on, the memory of that call kept creeping back, and I couldn't shake this strange feeling, like maybe I'd missed something. The next night, he called again, right around the same time. It was the same calm voice, and this time, he started with, "You should really cut back on those energy drinks." I froze. I'd cracked open my third can about half an hour earlier, the empty one sitting in a line on my desk. I hadn't mentioned it on air, and no one else was in the building. It was just me in the booth, and the idea that someone was watching me made my skin crawl. But I tried to play it cool. "Who is this?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. He laughed softly, like he was amused, and said, "Just someone who knows you. I'll be listening." And then he was gone, just like that. The rest of the night, I couldn't shake that creeping feeling, like there were eyes on me from some hidden corner. I checked the building's doors, even looked out the window into the empty parking lot, but there was nothing out there but my own nerves and shadows cast by the streetlights. For the next week, the calls kept coming, always around the same time, always the same voice. Every night, he'd point out something he shouldn't know, little things, like the book I'd been reading on break or what color shirt I had on. One night, he mentioned that I'd left the lights on in the bathroom. I was getting rattled, my nerves fraying, but every time I asked who he was or how he knew these things, he'd just laugh, say something cryptic, and hang up. I talked to my boss about it, told him the calls were getting weird, but he just brushed it off, said it was probably some prank. "It's radio, man," he'd said. "You get all kinds of folks out there. Don't let it get to you." But it was hard not to let it get to me. I started feeling like I couldn't go 5 minutes without looking over my shoulder or glancing out the windows. Every time I heard the phone ring, my stomach twisted, expecting that voice. Then one night, he took it further. I just put a song on and was stretching, trying to keep myself awake, when the phone rang. I picked it up, and before I could say anything, he said, "Your mother was beautiful." I nearly dropped the phone. My mother had passed away years ago, and I'd never mentioned her on air, not once. I don't even know why he said it, but it was like he knew exactly what to say to unnerve me. My voice was shaking as I asked, "How do you know that?" There was a pause, then he whispered, "I told you, I know things." I hung up, my heart racing, my hands clammy. I felt sick. I kept thinking about all the things he'd said, how he seemed to know things no one should know. That night, I barely slept, and when I did, I kept hearing his voice, the way he'd said beautiful like he was savoring the word. Over the next few nights, I started noticing little things around the studio. I'd leave my notebook on one side of the desk and come back to find it on the other. A drawer I hadn't touched would be slightly open, or the pen I'd left on the counter would be gone, only to turn up hours later in a different spot. I told myself I was imagining it, but it was hard to ignore the feeling that someone else had been in the room. Then came the night it all came to a head. It was a quiet shift. I hadn't gotten any calls, and I was starting to think maybe he'd finally given up, moved on to bother someone else. But just as I was beginning to relax, the phone rang. I picked it up, but I didn't say anything. I just listened, waiting for him to make the first move. There was a long silence on the other end, then a low chuckle. "Are you alone tonight?" he asked. My throat was tight, my voice barely more than a whisper as I said, "Where are you?" "Closer than you think," he replied, and then the line went dead. I stood there, frozen, every hair on my body standing on end. I set the phone down, trying to pull myself together, when I noticed something in the reflection of the studio window. It was faint, just a shadow, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. There was someone standing in the doorway behind me. I whipped around, but the door was empty, the hallway beyond stretching into darkness. I grabbed a flashlight from the desk and shined it down the hall, my hand shaking. There was no one there, just the silence of the empty building. I went back to my desk, heart hammering, and decided to check the security cameras. I pulled up the feed, going back over the past hour, watching every corner of the building. It all looked normal, just the empty halls and the glow of my studio lights. But then, on one of the older recordings, I saw something that made my skin crawl. For just a few seconds, there was a figure standing outside my studio door, staring in through the small window. I couldn't make out his face, but he was tall, with a dark jacket, his face turned toward the camera as if he knew I'd be watching this later. And then, just as quickly, he was gone. I felt like I was losing my mind. I grabbed my things, ready to leave, but then I remembered the call, his voice, that calm certainty. "Closer than you think." It echoed in my head, making my hands shake as I turned off the equipment. Just as I was about to leave, the phone rang one last time. I didn't want to answer, but something made me pick it up. "Leaving already?" he said, his voice smooth, almost amused. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely steady. There was a pause, and then he said, "You'll find out soon." I hung up, ran out of that building, and never looked back. I quit the job the next day, didn't even bother going back to get my last paycheck. Whatever that was, whoever he was, he knew too much. I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been in that building with me, watching me from the shadows, waiting. I just knew that if I ever went back, he'd be there. So, yeah, I went camping alone in Shenandoah National Park. I'd been there a couple of times with friends, but this time, I just wanted to get away by myself. Work had been rough, and I thought a few days with just my tent, the woods, and the quiet might help me clear my head. I got there just before sundown, found a spot off the main trails, away from other campers, and set everything up. The first night went smoothly. There were no strange sounds, no animals poking around, nothing but the usual rustling and chirping of the forest. By the time I woke up the next morning, I was feeling more relaxed than I had in weeks. I decided to hike around a bit, take some photos, and just let myself get lost in the scenery. When I got back to my camp that evening, though, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. Everything was exactly where I'd left it, my gear, the tent, everything. But when I looked down at the ground near the entrance to my tent, I saw marks. They looked like strange little symbols, drawn in ash or something dark and powdery. I couldn't make out what they were supposed to mean. They were just shapes, rough and smudged, like they'd been drawn with a finger or stick. I figured maybe it was just from the fire pit, maybe ash had blown around while I was gone. I tried not to think about it too much, just brushed it off and went about starting my fire for the evening. But as I sat there, cooking my food and watching the flames, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I'd never felt anything like it before. It was like this constant pressure on the back of my neck, telling me to turn around, even though I knew there was nothing but trees and darkness behind me. Later that night, after putting out the fire and getting into my tent, I started hearing noises. Nothing loud, just light rustling, like someone was moving through the underbrush. I told myself it was just an animal, probably a deer or a raccoon, something like that. But the sound kept coming, closer and closer, until it seemed like it was right outside my tent. I barely slept that night. Every time I close my eyes, I hear another shuffle, another crack of a twig. When the sun finally came up, I crawled out of my tent, exhausted, only to find that the ash symbols were back. This time, they were all around my tent, more of them, drawn in that same smudged, messy way. They were on every side, like someone had been circling my camp during the night, leaving marks in the dirt. I was starting to get scared. I didn't think anyone even knew I was out there, and I hadn't seen anyone else when I'd hiked in. But I told myself maybe it was just some prank, maybe there were other campers nearby who thought it'd be funny to mess with me. I was about to start packing up when I heard a voice call out from the trees. I turned, and there was a man standing a little ways off, leaning against a tree. He looked like he'd been out there for a while. His clothes were rough, his beard was scruffy, and he had this strange look on his face, like he knew something I didn't. "You all right?" he asked. I nodded, trying to play it off like nothing was wrong. "Just packing up," I said, trying not to sound as freaked out as I felt. The man took a couple steps closer, eyeing the ash marks around my tent. He tilted his head, like he was studying them, then looked back at me. "Someone was here last night," he said. "I saw him. Thought it was you at first, actually, looked a lot like you, come to think of it." That set my nerves off. The way he said it, casual, like it wasn't anything strange that someone would be out here, making weird marks around a stranger's tent, and that they looked just like me. My skin was crawling, but I tried to stay calm, asked him if he knew who it was or where they'd gone. He shrugged, glancing around, then pointed off into the trees. Saw him heading that way when the sun started coming up. Don't know where they went after that. Figured they were just part of your group. I told him I was out here alone, hoping that would be enough for him to understand I didn't want company, but he didn't seem to get the hint. He just nodded, glancing at the ash symbols one more time, like he was committing them to memory. You might want to be careful, he said, voice low. Not everyone out here is friendly. Not everyone's got good intentions, you know? I just nodded again, feeling the weight of his words settle in the pit of my stomach. The way he said it, it was like he knew something he wasn't telling me, like he knew who had made those marks and why. After he left, I packed up as fast as I could, not even bothering to eat. I kept glancing around, feeling like any second I'd see someone lurking in the trees, watching me. By the time I got back to my car, I felt like I was barely holding it together. I tossed my stuff in the back, ready to get out of there as fast as possible. But as I started the car, something caught my eye in the rearview mirror. There, on the back window, smeared in what looked like ash, was another symbol, the same one that had been around my tent. The road was dead empty. It was nearly midnight, and I was somewhere on a stretch of highway between towns, just trees and darkness on either side. I'd been driving for hours, and I was starting to feel it, the weight in my eyes, the ache in my shoulders. When I saw the dim glow of a diner sign up ahead, it felt like a small miracle. The parking lot was empty, but I pulled in anyway, deciding I could use a coffee or something to stay alert. The diner looked like it had been there forever, faded paint and a cracked open sign in the window. I stepped inside, and the bell over the door gave a tired little jingle. There was a woman behind the counter, maybe in her late 40s, with her hair pulled back and a warm smile that reached her eyes. She looked like the kind of person who'd been working nights here for years. The place was empty except for her. Long drive? She asked as I sat down at the counter. Yeah, just trying to keep going, but I needed a break, I replied, glancing around. The whole place felt old, like a relic from a different time, but it was clean. Cozy, even, in that quiet kind of way. She poured me a cup of coffee without asking, setting it in front of me along with a small plate of toast. On the house, she said with a smile. Thanks, I appreciate it. I took a sip, grateful for the warmth. Not a lot of places open this late. Not a lot of folks on the road this late, she said, her smile fading just a little. There was something in her eyes, a hint of worry, maybe, but she didn't say anything else, just went back to wiping down the counter. I finished the coffee and toast, feeling more awake and ready to get moving. I stood up, reaching for my wallet, but she shook her head. Don't worry about it, she said, her tone friendly but firm. You just take care out there. I thanked her, a little taken aback, and made my way to the door. But just as I reached for the handle, she called out. Wait a second, could you, help me with something in the back? I hesitated, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but she was looking at me with this hopeful expression, and I didn't want to be rude. Sure, I guess, I said, following her behind the counter and through a door that led into a small, dimly lit storage area. She pointed to a stack of boxes on a high shelf. Could you just bring one of those down for me? I've been meaning to get to it all night, she said, smiling again, though her eyes didn't seem as friendly now. I grabbed one of the boxes and handed it to her, and she held it for a second before setting it down, still looking at me in that strange way. Thank you, she said softly, almost like she was sad. No problem, I replied, edging back towards the door. I should probably hit the road now. She nodded but looked at me with that same sad expression. You sure you don't want to stay a little longer? Maybe get another coffee? I felt a twinge of unease. No, I've got a lot of driving ahead of me." She didn't say anything to that, just gave me a small nod. I went back to the door and reached for the handle, but as I turned to leave, she cleared her throat. "You know, there's a storm coming," she said, her voice soft but firm. "It might be safer to stay here a while longer." I glanced out the window, confused. The sky was clear, no hint of clouds or rain. "I think I'll be okay," I said, trying to keep my tone light, but there was a nervous edge to my voice. Something felt off. She just nodded, watching me with that same expression, like she knew something I didn't. "Well, just be careful. Sometimes, you don't see what's coming until it's too late." I forced a smile, feeling a strange chill. "Thanks, I will." As I stepped outside, I looked back, expecting her to still be standing there, but she'd disappeared behind the counter. I felt a wave of relief as I walked to my car, more eager than ever to get back on the road. I started the engine, putting the diner behind me, but as I pulled onto the highway, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Her words kept echoing in my head, that strange look in her eyes. I kept driving, telling myself I was being paranoid. Maybe she was just lonely, looking for someone to talk to. Or maybe she was trying to be friendly, to give some advice. I brushed it off, focusing on the road. About 20 minutes later, the sky darkened fast. There hadn't been a cloud in sight when I'd left, but now there was a thick, heavy fog creeping over the road. The headlights barely cut through it, and I had to slow down to almost a crawl just to see where I was going. I thought about turning around, going back to the diner, but something about that place made me uneasy now. I didn't want to go back. I kept driving, gripping the wheel tightly, my eyes straining to see through the fog. The road felt different, winding and unfamiliar. I didn't remember it being so narrow, and every turn seemed sharper, every hill steeper. My hands were starting to sweat, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights behind me, but the road was empty. After what felt like forever, I saw a sign up ahead, its letters barely visible in the fog. I slowed down, squinting to read it, and my heart skipped a beat. It was the same diner sign, the same faded letters, glowing softly in the distance. I stopped the car, staring in disbelief. There was no way I'd circled back. I'd been driving straight the whole time. But there it was, the same empty parking lot, the same old diner. I told myself it was a coincidence, maybe another diner with the same name, but something inside me knew better. I pulled into the lot, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. I didn't want to go back inside, but I couldn't stay out here, not with the fog closing in around me. I stepped out of the car and walked back to the diner, feeling like I was in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The bell over the door jingled as I stepped inside, and there she was, standing behind the counter, smiling at me like she'd been waiting. "Welcome back," she said, her voice calm, like she'd known I'd return. I opened my mouth to ask how this was possible, but the words wouldn't come. She just looked at me, that sad, knowing look in her eyes. "Sometimes," she said softly, "it's best to stay put when the road isn't safe. Some things out there, they don't want you to leave." I didn't know what to say, didn't know how to respond. I just stood there, feeling trapped, like I was stuck in some strange loop. The fog outside pressed against the windows, thick and heavy, and I realized I didn't want to go back out there. Not tonight. She poured me another cup of coffee and set it in front of me. "Stay a while," she said, almost like it was an order. And I did, sitting there in that empty diner, with the fog outside and the strange, silent comfort of the woman watching over me. I don't know how long I stayed. Maybe just a few hours, maybe all night. But when the fog finally lifted, when the first hint of dawn broke through the windows, I felt like I'd escaped something. Something I was never meant to see. And as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been saved, or spared, somehow, by staying just a little longer. I had been driving all day, making my way through the back roads of some small town I'd never heard of. I was trying to avoid the highways, taking the scenic route, hoping for some quiet time to clear my head. By the time I rolled into the town, the sun was already down, and I was starving. The place looked like the kind of town where everyone knew each other, small, quiet, with a single main street. A bar caught my eye, its neon sign flickering faintly in the night. I figured I could stop in, grab a drink, maybe something to eat, then be on my way. I parked the car a little ways down the street, got out, and stretched. The air was cooler than I expected, but it felt good after the long drive. As I walked toward the bar, I noticed how dead the town seemed. No cars passed by, no one walking on the streets. But I shrugged it off. It was late, after all. When I stepped inside, the place was pretty much what you'd expect. A few tables scattered around, some booths against the walls, a jukebox in the corner playing an old country song. A couple of guys sat at the bar, talking quietly, and the bartender was wiping down the counter, looking bored. It wasn't exactly busy, but it was warm, and it smelled like fried food and beer. Just what I needed. I took a seat at the bar, nodded at the bartender, and ordered a beer. He gave me a once-over, probably sizing me up as an out-of-towner, but didn't say much, just slid the drink over to me. I sipped it, letting the cool liquid calm me down after a long day of driving. Not long after, one of the guys sitting a few stools down struck up a conversation. He was older, maybe in his 50s, wearing a worn-out cap and flannel shirt. "You passing through?" he asked, his voice friendly enough. "Yeah," I replied. "Just on a road trip, taking my time. Thought I'd stop in for a bit before getting back on the road." The man nodded, looking interested. "You don't see many folks coming through here. What brings you this way?" I shrugged. "Just trying to clear my head, I guess. Needed some space, you know?" He nodded again, like he understood exactly what I meant. His friend, sitting next to him, chimed in then. "Where are you from?" I hesitated for a second but figured it was harmless. "A few hours south. Got a place out there, nothing special." "Ah, city life," the first guy said, chuckling. "Bet it's a whole lot different than out here." The conversation started off normal, just small talk, the kind of stuff you expect when you're the outsider in a small town. But after a while, more people in the bar started paying attention. A couple more locals had come in, and I noticed them glancing over at me, listening in on the conversation. I wasn't too bothered at first. Small towns are like that. I figured everyone's curious when someone new shows up. But the questions started getting weird. "So, you married?" one of the guys asked, leaning in a little closer. I hadn't even seen him sit down. He looked like he'd just walked over from a table in the corner. "No," I said, taking a sip of my beer. "Not anymore." He nodded like he already knew that. "Divorced, huh?" I hadn't mentioned anything about being divorced, but I figured maybe he was just guessing. "Yeah, something like that." Another guy, sitting a few stools down, laughed quietly. "Tough break. Heard she took the house, too." My stomach twisted a little when he said that. There was no way he could know that. I hadn't told them anything about my ex, let alone the details of the divorce. I tried to keep my face neutral, but I could feel myself getting tense. "Small world," the bartender said, coming back over. "People talk, you know?" I forced a smile, but something didn't feel right. Yeah, I guess so. I was ready to finish my drink and get out of there, but they weren't done yet. The first guy leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "You still driving that old Chevy, huh?" Surprised that thing's still running after all those miles. My blood went cold. My car was parked outside, out of sight from the windows. There was no way he could have seen it. I hadn't mentioned what kind of car I drove either. My mind raced, trying to figure out how they knew so much. I set my beer down, trying to keep calm. Yeah, I've had it for a while. Another man, sitting at the table near the jukebox, joined in. "Heard you got it fixed up last year, after that little accident on the highway. That must have cost you a pretty penny." I froze. I hadn't told anyone about the accident, and it hadn't been anything serious. Just a small fender bender on the highway, barely worth mentioning. But this guy knew, and he knew details. The repair, the cost, all of it. I looked around the bar, suddenly feeling trapped. The locals were all watching me now, their eyes cold, their smiles too wide. It was like they knew everything about me, things I hadn't shared with anyone, and they were enjoying watching me squirm. I cleared my throat, trying to play it off. "Yeah, I got it fixed. No big deal." The guy next to me chuckled, like he knew I was lying. "No big deal, huh? Didn't seem like that when you were fighting with the insurance company." That was it. I stood up, trying to keep my movements calm, but my heart was racing. "I think I'm gonna head out," I said, reaching for my wallet. The bartender shook his head. "No need. It's on the house tonight." I hesitated. The last thing I wanted was to owe these people anything, but I didn't feel like I had a choice. I nodded, shoved my wallet back in my pocket, and headed for the door, my heart pounding in my chest. As I pushed the door open, I could feel their eyes on my back. The air outside was colder now, and I hurried to my car, my footsteps echoing in the empty street. When I reached the car, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking as I unlocked the door. I glanced around, half expecting to see one of them standing behind me, but the street was empty. I climbed in, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My hands were still trembling as I started the engine. The headlights lit up the street in front of me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching from the shadows. As I pulled away from the curb, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The bar door was still open, and I could see the locals standing there, watching me drive away, their faces shadowed under the flickering neon sign. I didn't stop driving until I was miles out of town, back on the empty highway. I kept checking my mirrors, convinced that one of them would be following me, but there was nothing. Just the dark road stretching out ahead of me. Even now, I can't figure out how they knew so much. I didn't tell them anything, but somehow, they knew everything. They knew things I hadn't even told my closest friends. It was like they had been watching me for years, waiting for the moment I'd walk into that bar. I've tried not to think about it since then, but every time I pass through a small town, I get that same uneasy feeling. I check the rearview mirror more often, and I never stop at places I don't know. I don't think I ever will again. I was on a long-distance train, heading through the countryside late at night. It was one of those overnight rides where you get a private compartment. I figured it would be a good way to get some rest while still making my way to the next city. The train wasn't crowded, there couldn't have been more than a dozen people scattered in different cars. I remember thinking how quiet it was when I boarded. I could barely hear a thing, except the faint hum of the engine and the rattling of the tracks beneath. I had settled into my compartment sometime after dinner. The door had a lock, which made me feel safe enough to drift off for a bit. I remember looking out the window at the dark fields passing by, the way the moonlight glinted off the tops of the trees. After a while, the motion of the train started to lull me to sleep, so I turned off the light, pulled a blanket over myself, and closed my eyes. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but when I opened my eyes, I knew something wasn't right. The first thing I noticed was that it was colder in the room than it had been earlier. I sat up, still groggy, rubbing my eyes, and that's when I saw it. The door to my compartment was open. Not just unlocked, but cracked open about 6 inches. I had locked it before lying down. I was sure of that. I always double-check things like that. The hallway outside was dark, and there was no sign of anyone. It was just this thin strip of blackness showing through the crack in the door. I reached over and turned on the light. The compartment looked the same as before, except for one thing: my bag was missing. It had been on the seat across from me when I went to sleep, and now it was gone. I got up, opened the door fully, and leaned out into the hallway. It was empty, nobody was walking around, and all the other compartment doors were shut. I listened for any sounds, footsteps, talking, anything, but the only thing I could hear was the low rumble of the train. I thought maybe the bag had slid off the seat or something, so I checked the whole compartment, even underneath the bed. Nothing. It was gone. My heart was racing, and I kept telling myself that I must have misplaced it, that there had to be some explanation. But I knew deep down that someone had been in there. Someone had come in while I was asleep and taken it. I left the compartment and started walking down the corridor. I tried knocking on a few doors, but no one answered. I wasn't sure if anyone else was even awake. The whole car felt deserted, like I was the only person there. Eventually, I made my way to the staff car and found one of the attendants. He was an older guy, probably in his late 50s, and he looked like he'd been dozing off in a chair. I told him what happened, that my compartment door had been open and my bag was missing. He didn't seem too concerned at first, just kept blinking like he was trying to wake up. "Are you sure you locked it?" he asked me, as if I wouldn't have checked. I told him I was positive. I explained again that someone must have come in, that there was no way the bag just disappeared on its own. He stood up and followed me back to my compartment, checking the door and the lock. It was still working fine, no signs of damage. He looked around inside for a minute, then glanced at me with this sort of doubtful expression. "There's no one else in this car besides the staff," he said. And no one reported seeing anyone wandering around. I didn't know how to respond to that. I mean, the bag was gone. There wasn't really any other way to explain it, but he kept insisting it couldn't have been a passenger. He said maybe the bag got misplaced somehow, or that I could have moved it and didn't remember, which was ridiculous because I hadn't touched it since lying down. I started to wonder if someone on the staff had taken it. There weren't many other options that made sense. But when I asked if there were cameras on the train, the attendant shook his head and said there weren't any in the compartments. He assured me that he would notify the rest of the staff and see if anyone had noticed anything, but his tone made it clear he didn't believe me. After that, I went back to my compartment, closed the door, and locked it again. I didn't bother trying to sleep. I just sat there, staring at the door, listening to every sound outside. Every creak of the train, every rattle felt like it could be someone sneaking around out there. I kept imagining someone standing on the other side of the door, just waiting. I checked the time, still hours until the train would reach the next stop. I didn't know what else to do, so I started going through my head, trying to remember everything that had been in the bag: my wallet, my phone charger, a few clothes, some snacks, and my ID. My mind kept spinning back to my ID. It had my address on it, all my personal information. Whoever took it now knew exactly who I was. Eventually, I started hearing voices coming from the hallway. It was a couple of the staff talking in low tones. I opened the door to see what was going on. They saw me and came over, telling me that they'd searched the entire train and hadn't found my bag, and no one else had seen anyone strange or out of place. I tried asking if they could search the other compartments, but they said they couldn't do that without permission. They offered to fill out a report for lost property once we got to the next station, but that was all they could do. I was on my own. The rest of the ride felt like a nightmare. I kept expecting the door to creak open again, kept waiting for some stranger's face to appear in the window, staring in at me. I sat there with my back against the wall, eyes on the door, too scared to even blink. When we finally reached the station in the morning, I was the first one off the train. I reported the theft to the station authorities, but they didn't seem optimistic about finding anything. They said if my bag turned up, they'd contact me, but I could tell from the look in their eyes that they'd heard this kind of thing before, and it rarely ended well. I haven't gotten any calls, haven't heard a word about the bag since. I ended up replacing my ID and credit cards, but I still think about it every time I travel now. The worst part wasn't losing the stuff. It was knowing that someone had been in my space while I was completely unaware, just a few feet away from me, and I had no idea who they were or what they wanted. It's been months, and I still can't shake the feeling that someone was watching me that night, that they were closer than I realized. Sometimes I wonder if they followed me off the train, if they're out there somewhere with my ID, my address. I've even started locking my bedroom door at night, as if that will make a difference. But I still wake up sometimes with that same cold feeling, and I find myself listening for the sound of footsteps outside the door. I had been living in the small town for a few months when I noticed something unsettling. It began with strange noises in the middle of the night, distant scratching sounds outside my window, the creaking of the old boards in my house. I brushed it off as the sounds of an old place settling, but it was when I found the scratch marks on my door that my unease turned to fear. I decided I needed to take action. The next morning, I drove to the local hardware store. It was a modest place, a single-story building with a faded sign hanging above the door that read Joe's Hardware. As I entered, the bell above the door jingled, and a wave of warmth enveloped me. The smell of wood and metal filled the air. I scanned the aisles, searching for a lock that could secure my door. An older man stood behind the counter. He had thinning gray hair and a thick mustache that twitched when he spoke. "Can I help you?" he asked, looking me up and down. "I need a lock for my door," I said, trying to sound as calm as possible. "I think someone has been trying to break in." He frowned, his brow furrowing as he studied me. "You want a lock, huh? For your door?" "Yes," I replied, a bit taken aback by his strange tone. I needed to feel safe. He shook his head, crossing his arms. "You don't understand. We don't sell locks to outsiders." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean, outsiders?" "I live here." The man leaned closer, lowering his voice as if someone might overhear. "This town has its rules. You should know that. You can't just lock your door." Confusion washed over me. "Why not?" "I don't understand. I need to feel secure. I have to protect myself." He leaned back against the counter, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. "You see, the town does not allow outsiders to lock their doors. It's not safe for us if you do that." I felt my heart race. "What does that mean? Are you serious?" He nodded slowly, as if this was common knowledge. "We look out for each other here. Locking your door is a sign that you do not trust the community." It makes things complicated. I could feel my anger rising. I came here for help. If I cannot secure my home, I am at risk. How is that fair? He shrugged, his indifference chilling. It's just how things are. You can buy other things, but not a lock. I felt a mix of frustration and fear. I had no idea what I was dealing with. What do you suggest I do then? Just leave my door open? He shrugged again, not offering any solutions. You will have to figure it out. That is your choice. Panic began to set in. I turned to leave, but my mind was racing. I felt trapped in this strange town, surrounded by people who refused to help. I stepped outside, feeling the cool air hit my face. I had to find a way to protect myself. I decided I would drive to the next town over and find a hardware store there. As I got back into my car, I could still see the store owner watching me through the window. I quickly drove away, my mind filled with the unsettling thoughts of what had happened. I could not shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. After a short drive, I reached the next town. The hardware store was larger, with a bright sign and a more welcoming atmosphere. I stepped inside and immediately felt a wave of relief. The store was busy, filled with customers and a friendly atmosphere. I approached a woman behind the counter, her smile warm and inviting. I need a lock for my door, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Of course, she replied enthusiastically. We have plenty of options. What kind do you need? I quickly explained my situation, and she nodded in understanding. That is awful. You deserve to feel safe in your own home. Let's find you a lock that will work well for you. As she showed me different options, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. After making my choice, I purchased a lock and some tools to install it. I thanked her profusely, feeling grateful to have found someone willing to help. On the way back to my cabin, I could not shake the feeling of unease that lingered from my encounter at Joe's Hardware. I knew I needed to install the lock as soon as I got home. Once I arrived, I gathered my tools and set to work. My hands were shaky, but I focused on the task, hoping the new lock would bring me some sense of safety. After some time, I finally finished. The lock clicked into place with a satisfying sound, and I took a deep breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. That night, I felt a sense of security that had been absent for so long. I locked the door and settled in for the evening, determined to enjoy the peace and quiet of my cabin. However, as I lay in bed, I still felt a nagging anxiety in the back of my mind. The incident at the hardware store replayed in my head. The way the owner spoke about the town and its rules haunted me. I could not shake the feeling that I was not safe, that I was somehow being watched. The hours passed slowly, and as midnight approached, I heard a noise outside. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, a low rustling sound, like footsteps moving through the underbrush. My heart raced, and I lay still, straining to listen. The sound stopped, but my nerves were on edge. I waited, hoping it was just my imagination. Then, I heard a loud thud against my door. My heart dropped, and I sat up in bed, my breath caught in my throat. The noise echoed in the quiet of the night, and I could feel the adrenaline coursing through me. I reached for my phone, ready to call for help, but my hands were trembling. Who's there? I called out, my voice shaky. No answer came, just the quiet of the woods. Another thud, louder this time, made me jump. I grabbed a flashlight from the table and crept toward the door. I pressed my ear against the wood, trying to listen. I felt my pulse pounding in my ears. I could hear faint whispers, but I could not make out the words. It felt as if someone was outside, just waiting. I took a deep breath and turned the flashlight on, shining it through the peephole. The beam of light illuminated the porch, but there was no one there. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. I wanted to call for help, but I remembered that there was no one nearby. I was alone. After what felt like an eternity, the noises stopped. I backed away from the door, feeling a mixture of fear and anger. I had a lock now. I had taken steps to protect myself. But what if it was not enough? Hours passed in silence, and eventually, I fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, I awoke with the sun streaming through the window. I felt exhausted but relieved to have made it through the night. I decided to drive back to the hardware store in the small town to confront the owner. I needed answers. I gathered my things and left the cabin, determination fueling my steps. The drive back felt longer than it should have, and my heart raced as I approached Joe's Hardware. When I walked through the door, the bell jingled, and the familiar smell of wood hit me again. The owner was behind the counter, his face unreadable. "Back for more?" he asked, his tone dripping with disdain. "I need to talk to you," I said firmly. "What you said yesterday was unacceptable." He looked me up and down, his expression unimpressed. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "I did, but that does not change the fact that you refused to sell me a lock. You put me in danger." His demeanor shifted slightly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Danger? In this town? You are safe as long as you play by the rules." "What rules?" I pressed. "You expect me to just leave my door unlocked?" He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "You should understand that locking your door changes things. It invites trouble." I felt the anger boiling within me. I have a right to feel safe. You cannot just dictate how I live. He shrugged, dismissing my words. "You are not one of us. You do not belong here." In that moment, I realized that he was not going to give me the answers I needed. This town was not going to accept me, and there was nothing I could do about it. I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. I turned to leave, feeling defeated. As I stepped outside, I glanced back at the store, the feeling of being trapped settling heavily in my chest. I would not allow them to control me any longer. Back at my car, I took a deep breath, reminding myself of my choice to lock my door. I had a lock, and I was going to use it. I had to look out for myself, regardless of what anyone else thought. I drove away from that town, feeling a mixture of fear and relief. I would find another place, a town that accepted me. As I left, I looked in the rearview mirror one last time. The town faded into the distance, but I could still feel the weight of their gaze on my back. That lock was a small symbol of my determination to keep myself safe, and I would never let anyone take that away from me again. I was just passing through this small town on a weekend trip. I had some time to kill and spotted a little bookshop tucked between two old buildings. It had one of those withered signs swinging over the door, Townsend's Books, and the front window was crowded with dusty stacks of books and faded posters. It looked like the kind of place where you might find something interesting, a hidden gem or an old classic you've forgotten about. So, I went in, figuring I'd browse for a bit and maybe pick something up to read. Inside, it was dim, and it smelled like old paper and damp wood. The shelves were crammed close together, and there didn't seem to be much order to how things were arranged. There were books stacked sideways, some leaning against each other, and a couple that looked like they'd been shoved back in a hurry. It was quiet too, so quiet that I could hear my own footsteps on the creaky floorboards. I didn't see anyone behind the counter when I walked in, but a little bell over the door had jingled, so I figured someone must have noticed I'd come in. I started wandering through the aisles, looking at the spines of the books. Most of them didn't have any kind of organization, and some didn't even have titles on them, just blank covers. It was a bit strange, but I was curious, so I kept browsing. I must have been walking around for a good 10 minutes or so before I spotted a section in the very back, tucked away behind a tall shelf that seemed like it was almost meant to hide it. There was a handwritten sign over it that said "Private Collection." It wasn't big, just a small area with a few shelves and a narrow table. The books here were different. Some looked really old, with cracked leather covers and yellowed pages, but what caught my eye were these thin little booklets, almost like journals. They didn't have any titles on them, just scrawled writing on the front. I picked one up and flipped it open. The pages inside weren't printed, they were handwritten. The writing was messy and shaky, and it wasn't really stories or poems. It was more like thoughts or ramblings. A few sentences on one page would be about someone following the writer, then the next page would be about seeing strange shadows in the woods outside town. The more I read, the more it felt like the person who wrote it wasn't right in the head. I put it back and picked up another one. This one had more notes like that, except these talked about people in the town, describing them in weird ways, saying they were watchers or keepers. I didn't know what any of it meant, but it made my skin crawl, like I'd stumbled on something I wasn't supposed to see. Just then, I heard a floorboard creak behind me, and I turned around to see the shopkeeper standing there. He was an older guy, maybe in his late 60s, with white hair and a mustache that hung down past his lip. He had this thin frame, and his clothes looked old-fashioned, like he hadn't updated his wardrobe in decades. But the way he was looking at me, it was the way his eyes didn't blink, didn't move away. They were fixed on me in a way that made me feel pinned in place. "Find something interesting?" he asked. His voice was calm, too calm. I fumbled to put the little booklet back on the shelf and shook my head. "No, just browsing," I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out shakier than I meant it to. He took a step closer, and his eyes flicked to the booklets, then back to me. "Not many people go back there," he said. "That section's meant for the locals." "I didn't know," I said, starting to back away. "I was just curious." "Curiosity brought you here," he replied, taking another step. "Now you're part of it." I didn't like the way he said that, like there was some kind of hidden meaning behind the words. I took another step back, but he moved quicker than I thought an old man could, stepping right in front of me and blocking the way out of the little section. His thin frame didn't look like much, but there was something in his stance, the way he squared his shoulders, that told me I wasn't going to just push past him. "I should be going," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I didn't mean to." "You don't leave, not now," he interrupted, his voice dropping lower. "You've read what's in there. You're part of the community now." I didn't know what he was talking about, and I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. I took a step back and tried to move to the side, but he reached out and grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in harder than I thought he'd be able to. "Let go," I said, trying to pull away, but his grip tightened. I felt a surge of panic then, like cold water pouring over me. The way he was holding onto me, it wasn't just a grip to keep me from moving, it felt like he was trying to drag me somewhere. "I'll call the police," I said, louder this time, hoping to scare him off. "Just let me go." He didn't let go, but I saw a flicker in his eyes, like something had shifted in him. His lips curled into a smile, and he said, "No need for that. You won't be needing a phone where you're going." That was it. I yanked my arm back as hard as I could and managed to break free from his grip. I didn't look back, I just ran straight for the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and every step I took felt like it took a year to get me closer to the exit. I expected him to come after me, to grab me from behind and pull me back into that dark corner, but when I reached the door and shoved it open, he was still standing there, just watching me with that same smile. I sprinted to my car, fumbling for the keys in my pocket. My hands were shaking so much it took me 3 tries to get the key into the ignition, and the whole time I kept looking back at the shop. He was still standing there, just inside the door, watching me with that same blank stare. I finally got the car started and pulled out of the lot so fast I nearly ran off the road. I didn't stop driving until I was at least a few towns over. I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd somehow followed me, or that he'd put something on my car, but when I finally pulled over at a rest stop and got out to check, there was nothing. Just me, my car, and the empty road behind me. I don't know what that place was, or what he meant by community. I don't know if the things in those booklets were real or just the ramblings of someone unwell. But the way he looked at me, the way he said I was part of it now, it was like he was convinced that I'd crossed some kind of line, and there was no going back. I haven't been able to get the image of his face out of my head, or the feeling of his hand gripping my arm like he'd never let go. I don't know what he was planning to do, but I'm sure of one thing: I'm never setting foot in that town again. If you ever find yourself passing through, don't stop. Just keep driving. I had always liked small-town fairs. There's something about the smell of fried food, the bright lights, and the noise of the crowds that makes you feel like a kid again. This year, I was traveling for work, and I found myself in one of those towns that barely shows up on a map. It just so happened they were having their annual fair, and since I didn't have much else to do, I decided to check it out. The fairgrounds were on the edge of town, a big open field with a few rides, game booths, and a stage where a local band was playing. It wasn't as flashy as the big city fairs, but it had its own charm. There were families with kids running around, couples holding hands, and groups of teenagers laughing and shoving each other near the bumper cars. I bought a ticket at the gate and wandered in, figuring I'd grab something to eat and maybe try a few games. As I walked past a booth where a man was calling out for people to win a stuffed bear, I noticed him. A man standing off to the side, just outside the main crowd. He wasn't doing anything, just watching. His face was pale, almost sickly, and he wore a long coat that seemed too heavy for the warm night. His eyes were fixed on me. It was the kind of stare that makes you uncomfortable, like he knew something about me that I didn't. I shrugged it off, telling myself he was probably just some guy zoning out, and went to get a corn dog. I spent the next hour or so wandering around the fair, trying out some of the games and watching the rides. I even went on the Ferris wheel, which gave me a good view of the whole place. It was nice, peaceful even. But every now and then, I caught sight of that man again. He wasn't close, but he was there. Always just far enough away that I couldn't really make out his face, but I knew it was him. The coat, the way he stood, arms hanging at his sides. Watching. It started to get to me after a while. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was following me. I told myself it was just paranoia, that it was a small fair and it made sense to see the same people more than once. But as the night went on, it got harder to ignore. Every time I turned around, he was there. Not saying anything, not getting closer. Just standing still, staring. I tried to lose myself in the crowd, moving between rides and booths, but no matter where I went, he was there. I tried going into the funhouse, figuring the mirrors and dark corners would throw him off, but when I came out, he was waiting near the exit, standing next to a group of teenagers who seemed completely unaware of him. I started to get this tight feeling in my chest, like the walls were closing in. It wasn't crowded anymore. Families were heading home, and the groups of teenagers had thinned out. The fair was winding down, and most people were near the stage, watching the band, The farther I got from the main area, the quieter it got, until it was just me and the hum of the rides in the distance. That's when I saw him again, only this time, he wasn't just watching. He was moving toward me. I stopped walking, my heart pounding. He was coming straight for me, his hands shoved into the pockets of his coat. His face was still hard to make out in the dim light, but I could see enough. His eyes were locked on me, his mouth set in a grim line. I turned and walked quickly in the opposite direction, trying to keep my pace steady. I didn't want to run, not yet, not until I was sure. But I could hear him behind me, his footsteps crunching in the dirt, getting faster. I glanced over my shoulder, and that's when I knew. He was running. I broke into a sprint, dodging between the booths and trying to head back toward the entrance. But the lights from the fair seemed farther away now, like the whole place had shifted while I wasn't looking. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were moving through water. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away. I turned a corner and found myself in a part of the fairground that hadn't been set up with booths or rides. It was just empty space, dark and quiet. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, and I slowed down, trying to listen. I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore, but I knew he was close. I looked around, trying to find a way out, but there was nothing. Just shadows and silence. Then I heard it, soft at first, like the wind moving through the grass. But it wasn't the wind. It was his voice. "You shouldn't have come here." The words were low, almost a whisper, but they sent a chill down my spine. I didn't know where he was, but he was close. Too close. I started backing up, my eyes scanning the darkness, trying to find him. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. He was standing just a few feet away, half hidden in the shadows. His face was twisted in a sneer, and his eyes were wild. "I just want to go," I said, my voice shaking. "I don't want any trouble." He didn't answer, just took a step toward me. I stumbled back, my hand shaking, and nearly fell. I had to get out of there, but every direction I looked seemed like a dead end. The fair was just a distant blur of lights now, too far away. He took another step, then another. His hands came out of his pockets, and I saw the glint of something metal in the dim light. A knife. I didn't think. I just ran. I don't know how long I ran for, but it felt like hours. My legs were burning, my lungs felt like they were going to burst, but I kept going. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps pounding the ground, getting closer. I rounded a corner and saw the lights of the fair again, the sound of the band echoing in the distance. I wasn't far now, but my legs felt like lead. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain, ignoring the fear. I had to make it. I burst out of the dark, back into the main area of the fair. There were still people around, still enough light and noise to make me feel like I had a chance. I kept running, not stopping until I reached the entrance. The ticket booth was empty now, and the gates were wide open. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he was still behind me. I got to my car, my hand shaking so badly I could barely get the keys out of my pocket. I fumbled with the lock, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, half expecting him to appear out of the darkness. But he didn't. I got in, started the engine, and drove. I didn't stop until I was miles away, the lights of the fair lawn behind me. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. Maybe he was just some local who didn't like outsiders, or maybe he was something worse. But I didn't care. I was safe now, and that was all that mattered. But I'll never forget the look in his eyes, or the way he whispered those words, like he was daring me to run. Like he knew I wouldn't make it out. I've lived in the same small town for years. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other's names and nothing much happens. There's only one post office, an old brick building on the edge of town. I've used it for years, never thought twice about it. It's just one of those places that fades into the background until it didn't. About 6 months ago, I started noticing something strange. The post office would be closed during regular hours, sometimes for a whole day. I'd show up to mail a package or pick something up, and the doors would be locked, lights off. No sign, no explanation, just closed. The first couple of times, I shrugged it off. Everyone needs a break, right? Maybe the postmaster was out sick or something. But it started happening more often. I checked the hours posted on the door, and I knew I wasn't going crazy. They were supposed to be open, but the place was locked up tight. People in town began to notice too. I'd hear them mention it at the grocery store or at the diner, asking each other, "What's going on with the post office?" No one seemed to have any answers. The postmaster, this guy named Don, wasn't exactly the chatty type. He'd been working there as long as I could remember. He was always polite, always did his job, but something about him was a little off. He didn't smile much, and he rarely made eye contact. Still, it never struck me as anything more than a guy who didn't like his job. One day, I needed to send some important documents out. I had to get them in the mail that day, no exceptions. I drove to the post office at around 10 a.m., well within the open hours. But again, the doors were locked. This time, though, it wasn't dark inside. I could see lights on, and there was movement. Someone was in there. I knocked, but no one came to the door. I knocked again, harder, and then I heard muffled voices. It sounded like at least 2 people, maybe more, talking inside. I pressed my ear against the door, trying to hear, but the voices were too low to make out what they were saying. I knocked one more time, and finally, the door creaked open just a crack. Don was standing there, blocking the entrance. He didn't look surprised to see me, but there was something off in his eyes. He stared at me for a moment before speaking, his voice flat. "We're closed." "Closed?" I said, pointing at the sign. "It says you're open." He didn't even glance at the sign. "We're closed." I was starting to get frustrated. "I just need to send a package. It'll take 2 minutes." He didn't move. "Come back tomorrow." I tried to look past him, but he stepped in front of me, blocking my view of the inside. The voices I heard earlier were gone now, like they'd stopped the second I knocked. That's when I noticed something strange. There was a streak of what looked like dried mud on Don's shirt, smeared across his chest like he'd been in a hurry. His hands were shaking slightly, too. "What's going on in there?" I asked, my voice more firm this time. "Nothing," he said, but there was a tension in his voice that hadn't been there before. He glanced behind him, just for a second, but it was enough. "You should go." At that point, something clicked in my gut, and I knew something wasn't right. But before I could say anything else, Don stepped forward, pushing the door shut in my face. I heard the lock click into place, and then there was silence again. I stood there for a moment, just staring at the door. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Why was the place locked? Who was inside with Don, and why were they trying so hard to keep it hidden? I walked back to my car, my heart beating faster than it should have been. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Don standing at the window, watching me. It sent a chill down my spine. Something was wrong, and I wasn't about to let it go. The next day, I went back. This time, I didn't go during normal hours. I waited until after the post office was supposed to be closed. If Don was up to something, I figured it might be easier to catch him off guard. I parked a little way down the street and watched the building for a while. There were no cars, no signs of life. It looked completely deserted, but I didn't believe that for a second. After about an hour, I saw movement. The door opened, and Don stepped out, looking around like he was checking if anyone was watching. He didn't see me, tucked away in my car, and I watched as he locked the door behind him and walked off down the street. Once he was out of sight, I got out of my car and hurried toward the post office. I didn't have a key, but the door wasn't as secure as I thought it would be. It only took a few minutes of fiddling with the lock before I managed to get it open. The moment I stepped inside, the smell hit me. It was thick, heavy, like mildew and something rotten. The air was stale, like no one had been inside for days. But I knew that wasn't true. I'd seen Don here just hours earlier. I walked through the lobby, past the empty counters, and toward the back of the building where the mail was usually sorted. The lights were on, casting long shadows across the floor. As I moved deeper into the building, I heard something muffled sounds, almost like whispers. It was coming from a room down the hall. I crept closer, trying to stay quiet. The door to the room was cracked open, and I could see a dim light inside. I pushed the door open just enough to see what was inside. What I saw made my stomach turn. There was a man tied to a chair in the middle of the room, his head slumped forward. He was covered in dirt and blood, his clothes torn and filthy. He wasn't moving, but I could hear faint breaths coming from him. Next to him, on the floor, was a shovel covered in fresh dirt. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to get out of there, had to call the police. But as I turned to leave, I heard the door to the post office creak open. My blood ran cold. Don was back. I froze, my mind racing. I couldn't let him find me here. I glanced around the room, looking for a place to hide, but there was nowhere to go. The only thing I could do was stay quiet and hope he didn't come this way. I heard his footsteps getting closer, slow and deliberate. He was humming to himself, a low, tuneless sound that made my skin crawl. I pressed myself against the wall, barely daring to breathe. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I could see his shadow in the hallway, long and dark. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he'd hear it. But after what felt like an eternity, he moved on, his footsteps fading as he walked down the hall. I didn't waste any more time. As soon as I was sure he was far enough away, I slipped out of the room and made a run for the front door. I didn't look back. I just ran, my heart racing, my mind spinning with what I'd just seen. I didn't stop running until I was back in my car, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I called the police, told them everything I'd seen. They came, asked me questions, searched the post office. But by the time they got there, the man in the chair was gone. The room was empty, clean like nothing had ever happened. They found Don later that night, trying to leave town. He didn't put up a fight when they arrested him. Turns out, he'd been involved in some kind of smuggling operation, using the post office as a cover. The man I'd seen tied up was one of his partners who tried to back out of the deal. They never found the guy, though. I have always found some comfort in doing my laundry late at night. There is something about the quiet hum of the machines and the flickering fluorescent lights that felt oddly soothing. I usually went to the same 24-hour laundromat near my apartment. It was a small place, but it never seemed crowded at night, which was perfect for me. One Saturday night, I arrived around midnight. As I walked in, the familiar smell of detergent and fabric softener filled the air. The place was mostly empty. Just me and a few machines softly whirring in the background. I started loading my clothes into the washer when I noticed a man sitting in the corner. He was not doing laundry, he was just sitting there, staring at me. At first, I thought he might be waiting for a friend or something. I tried to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. As I moved from one machine to another, I caught a glimpse of him in the reflection of the glass on the machines. He had a scruffy beard and wore a dark hoodie. His eyes never left me, and that made my stomach churn. I put my clothes in the dryer, trying to focus on my phone to ignore him. I could still feel his gaze, heavy and intense. It was as if he were studying me, memorizing my movements. I glanced up a few times, but he remained still, just watching. After about 20 minutes, I felt I had enough. The uneasy feeling settled deeper in my chest. I started to gather my things, but I couldn't shake the sensation that he was still watching. I waited for the dryer to finish, trying to act normal. When it finally stopped, I pulled out my clothes and stuffed them into my bag as quickly as I could. I could feel the man's eyes on me as I hurriedly moved toward the door. The bell jingled as I pushed it open, and the cool air hit me. I sighed in relief, thinking I had finally escaped the strange situation. But when I stepped into the parking lot, I heard footsteps behind me. I glanced over my shoulder and saw that the man was following me. He was not walking fast, but he was definitely moving in my direction. Panic surged through me. I could not believe this was happening. I quickened my pace, trying to keep my cool. I walked toward my car, my heart racing. The parking lot was dimly lit, and I could feel the shadows closing in around me. I fumbled with my keys, trying to get them out of my bag without dropping anything. I could hear his footsteps getting closer. "Hey," I heard him call out. My blood ran cold. I did not turn around. I kept walking, but I could feel him gaining on me. "Wait," he said, sounding almost casual. I finally reached my car and turned to face him, hoping to see some sign of reason. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. "You dropped something inside," he said, gesturing toward the laundromat. "I just wanted to let you know." I felt a flicker of confusion. "I didn't drop anything," I replied, keeping my voice firm. I scanned the parking lot, hoping for someone else to be around. "Really? I could have sworn I saw you drop something when you were folding," he said, still taking slow steps toward me. His demeanor was unsettling. There was no friendly tone in his voice, it was cold and calculated. "I'm fine, thank you," I said, my grip tightening around my keys. He took another step forward, and I felt the adrenaline rush through me. I opened my car door, and my hand instinctively reached for the lock. "You shouldn't be here," I said, forcing myself to sound calm. "Why not?" "I am just trying to help," he replied, his voice slightly higher, almost mocking. I slammed the car door shut and locked it, my heart racing. "I am calling the police," I said, not even sure if I had the strength to pull my phone out. "Go ahead," he sneered, his eyes narrowing even further. "I am just being friendly." I felt a surge of anger mixed with fear. This was not friendly. This was threatening. I turned my head slightly to scan the area again, hoping for any sign of other people. But the parking lot was empty and quiet. "I really don't want to talk to you," I said, my voice rising slightly. I glanced at my phone in my bag and decided it was better to call than to let him get any closer. "Why are you afraid?" he asked, still inching toward me. "I just want to chat." "Leave me alone," I shouted, and he froze for a moment, surprised by my outburst. That gave me the opening I needed. I pulled my phone out and dialed 911, keeping my eyes locked on him. As soon as he realized what I was doing, he turned on his heel and walked back toward the laundromat. "Call the cops if you want. They can't protect you," he shouted back, but he was retreating. I stayed by my car, keeping my phone pressed to my ear, waiting for the operator to pick up. My hands trembled as I kept my eyes on him, ready to drive away if he turned back. Once I was connected, I explained everything to the operator, my voice shaking as I described the man and the situation. I stayed on the line until the police arrived, keeping my eyes on the laundromat entrance. When the officers arrived, they quickly spotted the man, who had turned back to watch us. They approached him, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I got out of my car and stepped closer, still keeping a safe distance. I could hear snippets of the conversation. "What are you doing here?" one officer asked. The man's face twisted into a defiant grin as he replied. I could not make out the words, but I felt a chill run down my spine. After a few tense moments, the officers pulled him aside. They spoke quietly, but I could see their serious expressions. The man glanced back at me once, and I felt my stomach drop. He was dangerous. Eventually, the officers turned back to me. "We are going to check his ID and run a background check," one of them said. "You did the right thing by calling us." I nodded, feeling the adrenaline finally start to fade. "Do you want to press charges?" the other officer asked. I hesitated, thinking back to how close he had gotten. "Yes," I replied. "I want to make sure he does not do this again." The officers took my statement, and I felt a sense of safety returning as they handled the situation. After they finished, they assured me that they would keep an eye on the laundromat and make sure the man would not return. As I finally drove away from the laundromat, I felt relief wash over me. I was shaken but safe. I promised myself that I would never go back there alone again, and I hoped that no one else would have to deal with someone like him. I lived in a shared apartment with 3 other people. We were all friends at first, but things changed once we settled in. Over time, I started to notice things missing from my room. At first, it was small stuff: my favorite mug, a pair of headphones, a book I had been reading. I brushed it off, thinking maybe I misplaced them. But then it became more noticeable. One evening, I searched my room thoroughly, moving things around and checking every nook and cranny. I was certain I had not lost them. I started to suspect one of my roommates. Emily seemed to have an odd way of borrowing things without asking, often forgetting to return them. The others, Mike and Josh, were more laid back. They respected boundaries, but Emily was different. I mentioned it casually to the others, but they just laughed it off, saying I was being paranoid. The feeling of unease gnawed at me. I decided I had to do something. I had an old security camera lying around from when I lived with my parents, so I set it up in my room, hoping to catch Emily in the act. I pointed it at my door, thinking if she came in, I would know for sure. The first night, I fell asleep feeling anxious, half expecting to wake up to the sound of my door creaking open. I had to remind myself that I might be overreacting. The next morning, I woke up early and rushed to check the footage. I felt both excitement and dread, but when I scrolled through the video, I was surprised to find nothing. No sign of anyone entering my room. I convinced myself it was a waste of time. I continued with my routine, but the feeling of things disappearing did not let up. A week later, I decided to give it another try. I set the camera up again, adjusting it to ensure I could capture more of the room. I went to bed that night feeling a mix of hope and anxiety. The next morning, I woke up, heart racing, and checked the footage again. I scrolled through the hours, my anticipation building, but I felt a chill as I saw something I did not expect. Around 3 a.m., my door creaked open. It was not Emily, though. A figure slipped in, barely making a sound. I could not see their face clearly. They moved quietly, almost like a shadow. I felt sick. Who was this? Why were they in my room? My heart pounded as I continued watching. The intruder moved to my desk, rifling through my things. They picked up my laptop, glancing around as if they were worried someone would catch them. I wanted to scream, but I was frozen, my hands shaking as I kept watching. After a minute, they dropped my laptop back onto the desk and turned toward my bed. I gasped as I realized I was still asleep, completely unaware. The intruder leaned over me, and I could barely see their face. I could only make out a hood pulled tightly over their head. I felt panic rising in my chest. What were they planning to do? Suddenly, they stepped back and hurried out of the room, the door closing softly behind them. I scrambled to the video controls, my heart racing. I replayed the moment again and again, trying to comprehend what I had just seen. This was not just someone borrowing my things. This was an invasion. After the shock wore off, I grabbed my phone and called Mike. I felt like I had to tell someone. I could not deal with this alone. He answered, groggy from sleep, but I rushed through my words. You need to come over. I think someone has been in my room. I could hear him sit up, concern creeping into his voice. What do you mean? Like, what happened? I explained everything, and his tone shifted from confusion to alarm. You need to call the police, he said firmly. I agreed. I needed help, but I felt a mix of dread and relief at the thought of getting someone involved. Mike arrived within minutes. I had not even realized how tense I had been until I saw him walk through the door. I hurried to show him the footage, my hands trembling as I clicked on the right file. Watch this, I said, and I could see the color drain from his face as the video played. Who the hell is that? He whispered, his voice barely audible. I don't know, I replied, my throat tight. But they have been coming in while I sleep. What should we do? Mike paced the room, his mind racing. First, we call the police. They need to know someone has been in here. I nodded, feeling a weight lift slightly. I called the police, explaining everything I had seen. They assured me they would send someone right away. In the meantime, Mike suggested I stay at his place until they arrived. I didn't argue. While we waited, I locked my bedroom door and made sure the camera was still running. I felt a mix of fear and determination. I would not let this person take control of my life. When the police arrived, they listened carefully to my story. I showed them the footage, and their expressions changed as they saw the intruder. This is serious, one officer said. We will need to take a copy of this. Can you tell us if you recognize the person? I have no idea who it is, I said, feeling defeated. I've never seen them before. The officers discussed among themselves, and I felt the tension in the room. They took my information, assured me they would investigate, and advised me to stay vigilant. They told me to contact them if anything else happened or if I saw the person again. Once they left, I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear. I spent the night at Mike's place, grateful for the company. I told him about all the little things I had noticed missing. It felt good to share that burden. The next few days were filled with anxiety. I stayed at Mike's, unable to sleep at home. I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. The police kept me updated, but they had not found anything significant. After a week, I decided I needed to confront the situation. I could not let fear control my life. I went back to the apartment, taking a deep breath before stepping inside. The familiar space felt strange and unsettling. I walked into my room, checking that everything was in place. My laptop was still there, my books still lined up on the shelf. I noticed nothing had been disturbed since the police had left. Maybe the intruder had moved on. As I settled in, I decided to keep the camera running, hoping for peace of mind. That night, I locked the door, feeling a little safer. I fell asleep, exhausted from the stress. A few nights later, I woke up suddenly, feeling a chill in the air. I opened my eyes and stared at the dark room, heart racing. I glanced at the clock. It was around 3 a.m. again. Just like before. I could hear something, a soft sound outside my door. My heart thudded loudly in my chest. I sat up and strained to listen. The noise grew louder. Someone was trying to open my door. Adrenaline coursed through me as I reached for my phone. I fumbled with it, pressing the home button to turn on the screen. The light illuminated my room, and I felt a sense of panic rising. The door handle turned slowly, and I knew I had to act fast. I hit the button to alert the police, my fingers trembling. I glanced toward the door as it creaked open slightly. I turned my camera on, catching the moment just as a figure slipped into my room. It was the same intruder. They were back. This time, I was ready. I didn't scream, but I felt fury rising within me. I wanted to confront this person. As they stepped closer, I shouted, "Who are you? Get out." The intruder froze, eyes wide with surprise. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the tension thick in the air. Then, without a word, they turned and ran. I was right behind them, bolting out of my room and down the hall. I sprinted after them, adrenaline pushing me forward. I saw them rush toward the exit, and I shouted for help. I could hear my roommates waking up, confused shouts echoing in the background. As the intruder reached the front door, I saw Mike step out of his room. "What is going on?" he yelled, and the figure turned to run in the opposite direction. I reached for my phone to call the police again, but Mike grabbed my arm. "Let's go after them," he said, and I nodded, heart racing. We dashed outside, looking for any sign of the intruder. We searched the parking lot but found nothing. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as we checked around the building. After what felt like an eternity, we saw a figure slipping around the corner, darting away into the shadows. "Hey!" I shouted, but they vanished into the darkness. The moment felt surreal, as if we had just witnessed a ghost slipping away. We called the police again, but this time I felt different. I had stood up to them. I had not let fear control me. The police arrived soon after, taking statements and investigating the area. Later that night, we sat down together, still shaken but relieved. I had faced the intruder, and I felt stronger. They may have gotten away, but I was not going to let this define me. I would be vigilant, and I would take back my space. I would not let fear linger in my life any longer. I decided to take a solo hiking trip to the Grand Canyon. I'd always wanted to do it on my own, just me and the trail, nothing to bother me. I thought the quiet would be good for clearing my head, just walking at my own pace, feeling like I was the only person for miles. The day I chose was perfect, clear skies, a slight breeze, and only a few people around at the start. The narrow paths didn't bother me much, I was used to them. They cut along the cliffs, sharp turns, steep edges, and sometimes you could barely fit one person. If someone came from the other direction, you'd have to step back and let them by. A couple of hours in, I was deep enough that I stopped seeing anyone. Just me, the dry dirt under my boots, and the endless stretch of cliffs and the canyon below. I was moving along a narrow path, barely wide enough for one person, with a cliff drop on one side and a steep rock wall on the other. That's when I first noticed him. I was at a turn in the path when I saw him a ways behind me, another hiker, just standing still. It's common enough to see others on these trails, but this guy gave me a strange feeling right off. He was standing too still, and even from a distance, I could see him staring. The path was too narrow for him to have passed without me noticing, so he must have come from the same direction as me, but I didn't remember hearing or seeing him. I brushed it off, figuring he'd keep his distance or maybe stop for a break, and kept walking. But then, maybe 5 minutes later, I heard footsteps behind me. They were steady, a bit too close. I picked up my pace, hoping he'd get the hint, but the steps just matched mine. When I slowed, he slowed too. I could feel his eyes on my back. I finally turned around, and there he was, only a few feet away, staring. He was a man in his 30s, plain looking, with dark hair and a worn-out hiking jacket, but it was his eyes that got me. There was something unsettling about the way he looked at me, too intense, like he was sizing me up. I expected him to say something, maybe ask for directions or make small talk, but he just stared. It felt like he was waiting for me to do something. I mumbled a quick hey, nodding slightly, hoping it would break the weirdness, but he didn't respond. Just looked at me, eyes locked on like he didn't even hear me. I turned and kept walking, faster this time, telling myself he'd back off or maybe take a break. The footsteps kept following, steady and close, like he wasn't trying to keep his distance anymore. Every few minutes, I'd glance back, and he'd be there, always the same distance behind, eyes fixed on me, unblinking. The path was so narrow I couldn't just step aside, and there was no room for him to pass without brushing against me. But he never tried to pass, never made a move to overtake me, just followed, his footsteps syncing with mine. After about 20 minutes of this, I was starting to panic. There was no one else around, and I had no signal. The canyon was so quiet that every sound seemed louder, and his footsteps were the only thing I could hear besides my own. I thought about just stopping and confronting him, but something about the way he stared made me nervous. I didn't want to turn my back on him for too long. At one point, I slowed down so much that he had to stop too, and I turned around again. This time, he was close, maybe 3 feet away, staring straight at me with those same cold eyes. I could feel my heart pounding. I tried to keep my voice steady and said, "Are you trying to pass?" He didn't answer. Just kept looking at me like he was studying every move I made. It felt like he was waiting for something specific, and it made my skin crawl. After a moment, he took a single step forward, close enough now that I could see the dirt caked under his fingernails, the frayed edges of his jacket. That was it for me. I turned and started walking as fast as I could without running, hoping to put some distance between us. The path twisted and turned, and I hoped one of the bends would give me enough cover to lose him, but he kept up, his footsteps right behind me, always at the same distance, never closer, but never farther away. I could feel my breath getting shaky. The narrowness of the path felt suffocating. The cliff edge was only a few steps to my left, and the sheer drop was a constant reminder that I couldn't afford any wrong moves. At one point, I thought I could hear him breathing, slow and steady, matching my own. When the trail finally opened up a bit, I stopped again, thinking he'd have to pass me now. But instead, he stopped too, just far enough back to stay in the shadows, barely visible. He didn't say a word. Didn't even look like he was breathing heavy, just staring. I was on edge, my hands shaking. I didn't want to keep going with him behind me, so I tried something desperate. I pretended to take a break, setting down my backpack, and waited to see what he'd do. He just stood there, watching. When I didn't move, he didn't either. It felt like he was testing my patience, seeing how long I'd sit there before getting back up. After what felt like forever, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my bag and started moving again, faster than before, almost at a jog. I didn't care about the path or the view anymore. I just wanted to get to a spot with people around or any place that didn't feel so isolated. Finally, I saw a wider area up ahead, where the path opened up near a small ledge overlooking the canyon. I figured it was my best chance, somewhere I could keep my distance from him, maybe get a good enough view to see if anyone else was nearby. I sped up, practically sprinting, and reached the ledge, dropping my bag again to catch my breath. For a moment, it was quiet. I couldn't hear his footsteps. I dared to hope he'd finally stopped, maybe given up or gone another way. Then I looked back. He was still there, just at the edge of the narrow path, watching me, his face still blank, like he had no expression, no reaction to anything. He stepped forward, stopping just before the ledge, looking down at the canyon, then back at me. I don't know what possessed me, but I finally yelled, "What do you want?" He didn't say a thing. Just stared, eyes never moving off me. The silence stretched on, his gaze drilling into me, making my skin crawl. I felt trapped, nowhere to go but back down the same narrow path with him behind me. At last, after what felt like forever, he turned. He walked back down the trail, disappearing around the first bend, just like that. I didn't move for a while, just stood there, waiting, expecting him to come back around the corner any second, but he never did. Eventually, I made my way back down, my eyes darting around every turn, my heart pounding until I finally reached the busier trailheads. I've never gone back to the Grand Canyon since. The worst part is, I'll never know what he wanted, but I can still feel his eyes on me, watching, just out of reach. Went out to Canyonlands National Park to get away for a few days. No work, no phone calls, just me and the canyon. I was doing a solo backpacking trip, camping out each night along a pretty rugged trail that weaved through deep canyons and dry riverbeds. I planned the route carefully, mapped out a few sites where I'd set up camp each night. The solitude out there was perfect, just me and the open desert. The first night, everything went as planned. I made camp just as the sun was going down, cooked up some instant food over my little stove, and watched the stars come out. You don't see stars like that in the city. It's just you and the whole sky, stretching out forever. The quiet was almost heavy out there, like I was the last person on Earth. I slept soundly, without a single worry. It was the next day, mid-afternoon, when things started to feel off. I had just reached my second campsite, a small area by a dry riverbed under a large rock overhang. I set down my pack, went to clear a spot for my tent, and noticed something lying on the ground. It was a small piece of paper, folded in half and tucked under a rock. My first thought was that someone had left a trail note or directions, which sometimes happens on popular trails, but this area wasn't exactly popular. I was supposed to be miles from anyone. I unfolded it, expecting maybe a list of places to visit or warnings about wildlife, but instead, it just had 3 words written on it in thin, blocky handwriting: "Nice blue pack." I had a blue backpack. I looked around, feeling a strange prickle run down my neck. No one was supposed to be out here. I even double-checked the registration before I left. There hadn't been another permit for this trail in days. But still, I figured someone might have been here earlier, left a note as a joke, and moved on. Trying to shrug it off, I crumpled up the note and tossed it aside. It wasn't enough to spook me, not yet. That night, I was lying in my tent, listening to the wind whistle through the canyon. I felt a little restless, like I was listening for something without knowing what it was. Around midnight, I thought I heard faint footsteps, the soft crunch of rocks shifting. But when I unzipped the tent and looked outside, there was nothing there. Just shadows stretching out under the moon. The next day, I moved on. I told myself it was all in my head, probably just the emptiness out there messing with me. The wind, maybe, or some animal passing by. I set out early, determined to put it out of my mind and just enjoy the trip. But halfway through the day, as I rounded a sharp bend in the canyon, I saw it again, another folded piece of paper, held down by a stone. I picked it up with this sinking feeling, like my stomach dropped. I didn't want to read it, but I did. Did you sleep well? My hands went cold. I stood there, looking around, waiting for some kind of explanation to just appear in front of me, but it was all just rock and sky. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was left for someone else. Maybe I was reading too much into it. But there was no mistaking it now. Someone was following me, and they knew where I was staying each night. I stuffed the note in my pocket, feeling exposed out there in the open. My next campsite was still a few miles away, but I kept moving, kept checking over my shoulder every few minutes. Each time, it was just me, the empty trail, and the sun beating down. When I finally got to my next stop, I set up my tent in a narrow alcove, hoping it'd keep me out of sight. I checked the ground around the area, moving rocks and looking under shrubs, searching for anything that might have been left behind. For the first time since I started the trip, I felt like I couldn't relax. I kept hearing things, small rustling noises, like someone was nearby. That night, I barely slept. I lay awake, every small sound making my heart pound. By morning, I felt like a wreck. I packed up quickly and decided to cut my trip short. I didn't care about the rest of the trail, I just wanted out. I followed the path back, pushing through miles as fast as I could. By the time I reached what was supposed to be my first campsite again, the sun was sinking low, casting deep shadows through the canyon. And that's when I saw it, another note, placed right where I had planned to set up camp again. This one wasn't hidden, it was right in the open, waiting for me. I stared at it, feeling my hands shake as I reached down and unfolded it. Running won't help. My throat went dry. I scanned the cliffs above, looking for any sign of movement, any shape against the rock. But there was nothing, just silence stretching out around me, pressing down on me like a weight. I had this awful, creeping feeling that someone was nearby, close enough to watch me read that note, but far enough to stay hidden. I didn't stay. I grabbed my pack and pushed forward, not caring if the sun was almost gone. I figured I could make it back to my car by midnight if I kept going. Every few steps, I glanced back, expecting to see someone on my trail, but it was always empty. The wind picked up, howling through the canyon, and every now and then I thought I heard footsteps echoing behind me, faint and distant. I finally reached the end of the trail just past midnight. My car was the only one in the parking lot, and the sight of it felt like the biggest relief I'd ever felt in my life. I practically ran to it, threw my gear in, and locked the doors, heart pounding. As I sat there, catching my breath, I realized there was one last note tucked under my windshield wiper. I stared at it, too scared to reach out and take it. I almost drove away without reading it, but something made me roll down the window and pull it out. In the same thin handwriting, it said, "See you next time." I tore out of that lot and didn't look back. I don't know who was out there, how they were tracking me, or why they left those notes. But I haven't been back to Canyonland since, and I don't plan to go back alone ever again. I worked the night shift at a 24-hour diner, a place called Mel's. It wasn't fancy, mostly truckers and late-night regulars who came in after the bars closed. We got a few regulars who would sit around for hours, nursing a coffee or two. I didn't mind them. It was nice to have some company in the quiet, empty hours between midnight and sunrise. There was this one guy, though. He'd started showing up around 1 a.m. about 2 months ago, always sitting in the same booth by the back wall. At first, he'd order coffee, maybe a slice of pie. He was quiet, kept to himself, didn't bother anyone. I figured he was just lonely. He was a bit older, maybe in his 40s, with short hair that was already starting to go gray, and this intense look in his eyes that made me uncomfortable if I looked at him too long. After a couple of weeks, I noticed he'd stopped ordering. He'd just come in, sit in his booth, and stare. He never asked for coffee anymore, didn't even touch a menu. He'd just sit there, watching me. Every time I passed by, I'd feel his eyes follow me all the way across the diner. I started to dread his visits. I'd try to keep busy, give him a smile as I walked past, but he never smiled back. Just sat there, watching. One night, around 2 a.m., I walked over and asked if he wanted anything. He didn't say a word, just kept staring, his eyes locked on me like he was waiting for something. I gave him a little nod and backed off, feeling this cold prickle at the base of my neck. After that, I tried to ignore him. I'd sweep the floors, wipe down the counters, go back into the kitchen whenever I could to avoid looking at him. I didn't tell anyone about him, though I thought about asking my manager, Frank, to come down and talk to the guy. But Frank didn't usually show up until morning, and he'd probably just tell me to suck it up, that he was just another customer. I started clocking the time whenever the guy came in, hoping he'd leave soon. But he didn't. One night, around 4 a.m., I realized he hadn't left at all. I was wiping down the tables when I glanced over at his booth and saw him, still sitting there. His hands were folded on the table, his eyes following me with that same unblinking stare. I was pretty sure he hadn't moved all night. I tried to act normal, pretend like he wasn't bothering me. I'd cleaned every table twice, even scrubbed the counters, just to keep myself busy. Around 5 a.m., I went back to the kitchen to grab some more sugar packets for the counter. When I came out, he was gone. Relief washed over me, and I felt stupid for letting him get to me. Maybe he'd finally taken the hint. But then, a few minutes later, I heard a sound by the back door. It was a soft shuffling, like someone was moving around just outside. I told myself it was just the wind or maybe a stray animal. But the noise didn't stop. It was this slow, scraping sound, and then the handle of the back door jiggled. I stood there, heart pounding, as the doorknob twisted back and forth. I was about to yell out when the sound stopped. Everything went quiet again, so quiet I could hear my own breathing. I stepped closer to the door, trying to listen, and then I heard a voice. Low, almost a whisper, coming from the other side. "Are you alone in there?" I froze, trying to keep my breathing steady, hoping he couldn't hear how scared I was. I didn't answer. He spoke again, voice softer this time. "I see you're all alone." That was when I lost it. I ran up to the front of the diner and locked the door, just in case he tried to come around the front. I could see through the windows into the parking lot, but there was no sign of him. Just the empty lot and the glow of the streetlight casting long shadows across the asphalt. For the next hour, I stayed up front, trying to keep myself busy, watching the clock until it was time for my shift to end. I was jumpy, feeling like I was being watched even when I was alone in the room. When my shift finally ended, I grabbed my stuff and darted out the front door, barely stopping to lock up. I didn't see him anywhere, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still around, lurking somewhere in the shadows. I told myself I'd just call in sick the next night, let someone else cover my shift. But then I thought about the money, about the bills piling up, and I talked myself out of it. It was just one creepy guy. I could handle it, right? But when I showed up the next night, he was there again, sitting in his booth like nothing had happened. I swallowed hard, keeping my eyes on the floor as I walked past him. He didn't say anything, but his eyes followed me, his gaze heavy and unblinking. I could feel it every time I turned my back. Around 3 a.m., I was refilling the napkin dispensers when I looked up and saw him standing in the doorway to the kitchen. He didn't move, just stood there, blocking the way, staring at me. "Can I help you?" I managed to say, my voice shaky. He tilted his head, that same blank look in his eyes. "Are you alone tonight?" I felt a wave of cold fear wash over me. I didn't answer, just turned and walked back to the front, hoping he'd get the hint and leave. But he didn't. He just stood there, watching me, his face expressionless. After what felt like hours, he finally turned and walked back to his booth. I kept working, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds to make sure he was still there. Around 5 a.m., I heard the same shuffling noise coming from the back door. This time, it was louder, like someone was dragging something heavy. My heart pounded as I listened, straining to hear over the hum of the appliances. The shuffling stopped, and then, in the silence, I heard his voice again, low and calm. "I know you're alone." That was it. I grabbed my stuff, ran out the front, and didn't look back. I didn't care about locking up, didn't care if I got in trouble with Frank. I just wanted to get out of there. I never went back after that. Frank called me a few times, leaving voicemails asking if I was okay, saying I needed to pick up my last check. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't face the thought of seeing that man again, of feeling his eyes on me, knowing he'd be there, waiting. I still think about him sometimes, wonder if he still goes to Mel's, still sits in that same booth, watching, waiting. Maybe he found someone else to watch. But every now and then, late at night, I hear that shuffling noise outside my apartment, that soft voice whispering, asking if I'm alone. I worked the night shift at a parking garage downtown. Not the most exciting job, but it was decent money, and I didn't have to deal with too many people, which suited me just fine. It was mostly business types coming in and out during the day, but by night, it got pretty empty. Just a few late-night stragglers who'd forgotten where they parked, or people on their way out after a long shift. My job was to keep an eye on things, check the cameras, make sure no one was breaking into the cars. There was a small booth I worked out of on the ground floor near the entrance. Just me, a chair, a tiny desk with a monitor hooked up to the security cameras, and a vending machine that only took exact change. The garage itself had 5 floors, with dim lighting, so shadows seemed to stretch everywhere. Sound carried strangely in there, echoing down the ramps and bouncing off the concrete walls. A few months into the job, I started noticing something weird. Every now and then, I'd hear footsteps. At first, I'd think it was just a late-night driver heading to their car, but then I'd look at the monitor, and there'd be no one on any of the cameras. It wasn't constant, just every so often, usually in the dead quiet of the early hours when the place was completely empty. Sometimes it'd sound like they were just a floor above me, sometimes closer, like they were right around the corner. I'd hear them, pause, wait for the person to appear on one of the cameras, but no one ever did. One night, I got curious and decided to go up and check it out. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way up to the second floor. The echo of my own footsteps bounced off the walls, making the place feel twice as big and twice as empty. I walked up the ramps, my light cutting through the shadows, but I didn't see anything. It was just quiet, with the low hum of the lights buzzing overhead. Then, as I turned to head back down, I heard footsteps, soft but steady, coming from the third floor above me. I froze, trying to listen, my heart pounding a little faster. They sounded slow, like someone just strolling along, not in any hurry. I took a breath and called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" My voice echoed back at me, but there was no answer. The footsteps just stopped. I waited a minute, listening, but everything was silent again. I told myself it was probably just a sound carrying from the street outside, or maybe some kind of weird echo. I shrugged it off and went back to the booth, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. After that, the footsteps became more frequent. Sometimes I'd hear them a couple of times a night, always when I was alone, always when the garage was empty. They'd start out faint, then get closer, like someone was making their way down to the ground floor. I checked the cameras, scanned the floors, but there was never anyone there. One night, around 3 a.m., it happened again. I was in the booth, half asleep, when I heard the footsteps. This time, they sounded like they were right outside the booth. I shot up, heart racing, and looked out through the glass. The garage was empty. But the footsteps were still there, moving away from me now, heading toward the back of the garage. I grabbed my flashlight, stepped outside, and shone the beam down the row of parked cars. Nothing. Is someone there? I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. There was no answer, just the echo of my own voice bouncing back at me. I stood there for a minute, feeling stupid, waiting for something to happen. But the footsteps had stopped again. The garage was silent. I decided to do a full sweep of the place, just to put my mind at ease. I walked up each level, shining my light into every corner, checking behind the pillars and parked cars. Everything was still, empty. When I got to the 5th floor, I stopped for a minute to catch my breath. The whole place was dead silent, not even a car engine humming in the distance. Then, just as I was about to head back down, I heard a voice. It was soft, like someone talking to themselves, muttering, but it echoed off the concrete, and I couldn't make out what they were saying. My stomach twisted as I slowly turned, shining my light down the rows. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. The muttering stopped. I took a few steps forward, peering around a pillar, and that's when I saw him. A man was crouched down between 2 parked cars, his back to me. He was wearing dark clothes, his head down, hands fidgeting with something I couldn't see. "Hey!" I called out, a bit louder this time. He didn't respond, didn't even turn to look at me. I took another step forward, keeping my flashlight on him. "What are you doing here?" He finally turned his head, just enough for me to see his face. His eyes were wide, staring at me with this intense, almost hungry look. He didn't smile, didn't blink, just looked right at me, like he was sizing me up. "I've been waiting for you," he said, his voice barely a whisper. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "Waiting for me? What do you mean?" He didn't answer, just kept staring at me. I took a step back, my hand gripping the flashlight so tight my knuckles hurt. "You need to leave," I said, trying to sound firm. "This is private property. You can't be here." He stood up slowly, never breaking eye contact. "I've seen you here, every night," he said. "You don't know it, but I've been watching." My mouth went dry. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone else, but it was just the 2 of us, alone on the top floor of an empty parking garage. "Look," I said, "I don't know what you're talking about, but you need to go. Now." He took a step toward me, and I felt my heart hammering against my chest. "I know things about you," he whispered. "Things you don't even know about yourself." That was enough for me. I took another step back, turning to make a run for the stairs. But before I could move, I heard him laugh, a low, chilling sound that echoed off the walls. "You can't run from me," he said, his voice following me down the stairwell as I bolted down to the lower levels. I didn't stop until I was back at the booth, slamming the door behind me and locking it tight. I grabbed my phone and called the cops, barely able to get the words out as I told them there was a man in the garage, someone who shouldn't be there, someone who'd been following me. They said they'd send someone over right away, told me to stay in the booth and keep the door locked. I sat there, heart pounding, staring at the monitor. The camera showed all the floors, but I couldn't see him anywhere. Just empty concrete, silent and still. I kept watching, my eyes darting from screen to screen, waiting for him to appear. When the cops finally arrived, they did a full sweep of the garage, checking every floor, every corner. But they didn't find anyone. No sign of a man, no footprints, nothing. They told me he was probably just some homeless guy, someone looking for a place to sleep. But I knew it was more than that. The way he looked at me, the things he said, it felt personal. After that night, I quit. I couldn't go back to that garage, couldn't stand the thought of being there alone, listening to those footsteps, waiting for him to find me again. Even now, I sometimes feel like he's still out there, somewhere, watching, waiting. And every now and then, late at night, I swear I can hear footsteps, following me, just out of sight. I worked the night shift at a small pharmacy near the edge of town. It was usually quiet, just me, the shelves lined with products, and the soft hum of the fluorescent lights above. I preferred it that way. There was a certain peace in the stillness of the night, broken only by the occasional customer. One evening, a man walked in. He was tall, with dark hair that looked unkempt. He wore a worn-out jacket and seemed to shuffle rather than walk. I greeted him with the usual smile, but he did not return it. Instead, he moved directly to the over-the-counter medication aisle. I kept an eye on him as he picked up a box of cold medicine. He approached the counter, and I rang him up, taking note of his pale skin and the bags under his eyes. "You must be sick," I said lightly, trying to lighten the mood. He shook his head, his expression unreadable. "No, I just like to keep some on hand." "Every night?" I asked, surprised. He nodded slowly. "It helps me sleep." "Ah," I replied, trying to keep the conversation going. "Good for you." I completed the transaction, and he left without another word. The next night, he returned, same time, same medication. I couldn't help but feel a bit strange about it. "You are back again," I said, raising an eyebrow. "Can't sleep," he replied, his eyes darting around the store as if checking for something. Over the next few weeks, he continued coming in each night. At first, I thought nothing of it. But as we exchanged pleasantries, he began to share more about himself. Little things at first, his job at a warehouse, his favorite television shows, and how he used to love hiking but had stopped after an accident. Each night, he revealed a bit more, always focused on me, as if I was his confidant. One night, I was busy restocking shelves when he walked in. I didn't notice him right away. He cleared his throat, and I turned to face him. "Hey," he said, his voice low and a little shaky. "Hi there," I replied, trying to sound cheerful. "Back for more medicine?" He smiled slightly but did not answer. Instead, he leaned closer over the counter, lowering his voice. "I noticed you always wear the same perfume. It's nice." I felt my stomach twist. Thanks, I guess. It's nothing special. I like it, he continued, undeterred. It reminds me of a girl I used to know. I wanted to change the subject. Do you need anything else tonight? He hesitated, his gaze boring into me. Just this, he said, holding up the box of medicine. But it's not just about the medicine, you know. It's nice to talk to you. That made me uneasy. I handed him the box, forcing a smile. I'm glad you enjoy it. Have a good night. He lingered for a moment, his eyes searching mine. I think I'll be coming here more often. You make the nights feel less lonely. I watched him leave, the door chiming softly behind him. I could not shake off the feeling that something was off about him. The next night, he arrived again, his usual routine. I was busy with a customer when he approached the counter. I could feel his eyes on me, and when I finally looked up, he was smiling, but it didn't reach his eyes. Did you miss me? Not really, I said, trying to sound joking. He chuckled, but it felt hollow. I missed you. It gets quiet in my life without you here. I forced a laugh, but I felt my heart race. You should find more things to do then. He took a step closer. I don't want to do anything else. You are all I need to feel normal. I tried to brush it off as a joke, but his intensity made me uncomfortable. You are being a bit strange, I said, hoping to lighten the mood. He frowned. I just want you to understand me. I think I should go get the manager, I said, backing away slightly. He held up his hands as if in surrender. No, don't do that. I just want to talk. About what? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. About how you are different from everyone else. You care. That comment sent chills down my spine. I care about my job. I need to do it well. I know you do, he replied, his tone now almost conspiratorial. That's what makes you special. I rang up his purchase, and as he paid, I could not help but notice how his fingers lingered on the counter, brushing against my hand. I pulled away quickly. Thank you, have a good night, I said, forcing the words out. He stepped back, a glint of something dark in his eyes. You don't have to be afraid of me. I just want to be your friend. I have enough friends, I said, my voice firm. He smiled, but it was more of a grimace. You don't know what you're missing. I felt a rush of panic as he left the store, his eyes still fixed on me until the door closed behind him. I knew I had to do something. This was not normal, and I was beginning to feel like he was stalking me. The following night, I told my manager about the man. She listened but seemed unconcerned. He is just a regular customer, she said. If he bothers you, just tell him to leave. That night, I resolved to confront him if he returned. I spent the hours leading up to his arrival pacing behind the counter, heart pounding. When the door finally opened, I felt a wave of dread wash over me. He walked in, looking exactly the same as before. Hey there, beautiful, he said, a smile plastered across his face. Listen, I need to talk to you, I said, my voice more steady than I felt. This is getting weird. You cannot keep coming here every night and acting like this. He tilted his head, confusion crossing his features. What do you mean? I just want to get to know you better. I am just a cashier, I replied firmly. You need to stop making me uncomfortable. He frowned, his expression darkening. You don't understand. I know things about you, things that can make you happy. What do you mean? You are lonely too, he said, taking a step closer. We could help each other. No, I said, shaking my head. You need to leave. I don't want to talk to you anymore. His face twisted in anger. You don't get to decide that. Get out. I shouted, pointing towards the door. For a moment, it seemed like he would lash out, but then he just turned and walked away, muttering under his breath. You will regret this. My heart raced as I watched him go. I called my manager again, asking her to come in. I didn't want to be alone. While I waited, I locked the doors and paced the aisles, feeling trapped. It wasn't long before I saw him outside, watching through the glass. I could feel my breath quickening as I realized he had no intention of leaving. When my manager arrived, I explained everything, showing her the man outside. But by the time we both went to look, he had disappeared. I think he is just playing games, she said, dismissing my fears. You're overreacting. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next few nights, I kept a close watch, but he didn't return. I was relieved but also unnerved. Then, one night, as I was closing up, I heard a knock on the glass door. I jumped and turned to see him standing there, his expression eerily calm. No more games, he said softly. I just want to help you. I shook my head, heart racing. Leave me alone. He stepped back, then smiled, but it looked more like a grimace than anything. Fine. I will give you some space. But I will be waiting. I ran to the back, locking the door behind me. I called the police, trembling as I explained everything. They assured me they would send someone to check, but I had learned that I couldn't trust their timeline. I left the store that night, taking a longer route home, looking over my shoulder every few minutes. I stopped at a friend's house and stayed there until dawn. After that night, I never returned to the pharmacy. I found a different job in a busier area, and every time I drove by that store, I felt a shiver down my spine. I did not want to think about what might have happened if I had stayed. Sometimes I still wonder if he ever returned. If he ever found someone else to fixate on. I hoped he didn't. I hoped he stayed far away. But I also knew that no matter where I went, I would always carry that night with me, the feeling of being trapped and watched, and the unsettling realization that sometimes the darkness is found not in shadows, but in the hearts of those who walk among us. Working the night shift at the airport had always been routine. It's a small place, not like the big city airports where there's always something happening. By midnight, things quiet down, the last flight is done, and there's only a handful of us here, just security, a few cleaning staff, and me, working in operations. It's mostly checking the gates, making sure everything's shut down, lights are off, nothing out of place. I'd gotten used to it, the silence, the echo of my footsteps. But it wasn't long before I noticed something strange. It started with a suitcase. A battered black suitcase, like any other you'd see at an airport, just sitting by gate 3. We don't have that many gates in this place, maybe 6, so seeing a bag just lying there was out of the ordinary. I didn't think much of it at first, thought maybe someone forgot it, and I radioed security. They came by, took a look, and after a bit of back and forth, they took it to the lost and found. But the next night, there was another one. Same place. A black suitcase, but this one looked older, like it had been through rougher times. The handle was worn, the zipper a bit frayed. I called security again, but they just shrugged it off, said maybe it was some prank. That made no sense to me, who'd go through the trouble of sneaking into a small airport just to leave an old suitcase lying around. I shook my head, told myself to forget about it. It kept happening, though. Every night, around the same time, I'd find another one at gate 3. It became part of my shift. I'd go to gate 3, check for the suitcase, and sure enough, there it would be. Different each time, but always black, always in worse shape than the last one. One night, I got curious and peeked inside. I know I shouldn't have, but I had to know. I thought maybe someone was doing it as a joke, stuffing the bag with clothes or something random. But inside, I found something else entirely. There were torn photos, dozens of them. Photos of people, some smiling, some looking caught off guard, like someone had snapped a picture of them without them noticing. I felt a chill go up my spine. The faces in the photos all looked different, strangers to me, but each one seemed off in some way. Some were worn out, their eyes smudged like someone had tried to rub them out. I didn't know what to think. I quickly zipped it back up and called security again. This time, they didn't laugh it off, but they still didn't seem that worried. They took the suitcase, said they'd keep it in evidence, but I could tell they thought it was just some sick prank. But the suitcases kept coming. Each one had something different. Some had notebooks with messy handwriting, pages filled with ramblings that didn't make sense. Others had things like old children's toys, broken and worn, the kind that looked like they'd been pulled out of an attic after years of collecting dust. And every night, the suitcase would just be there, waiting for me. I tried not to let it get to me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I'd walk through the gate area, I'd get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone's eyes were on me. I started to look around more, checking the corners, but there was never anyone there. Just me and that damned suitcase. One night, I decided I'd had enough. It was eating at me, the not knowing. I couldn't just ignore it anymore. So I stayed late, past my shift, and hid near gate 3. I kept to the shadows, barely moving, my heart pounding so hard I thought whoever was doing this might hear it. I was ready to confront whoever it was, to ask them what they were doing, why they kept leaving these bags. After what felt like hours, I saw him. A man, tall and thin, wearing a dark hoodie that covered most of his face. He walked up to the gate, looking around like he was checking to see if anyone was there. Then he put the suitcase down, just like that, with this strange carefulness, almost like he was handling something fragile. I stepped out from my hiding spot, my voice coming out louder than I expected. "Hey! What are you doing?" He froze, his head snapping up to look at me. I couldn't see his face well, but I felt his eyes on me. Cold, sharp. We stood there, staring at each other, and I suddenly felt like I'd made a mistake. He didn't say a word, just slowly backed away, his gaze never leaving mine. Then, just as quickly as he'd come, he turned and disappeared down the hallway. I didn't follow. Something in his eyes, the way he looked at me, it made me feel like I shouldn't. Like it wasn't safe. Instead, I walked over to the suitcase, my hand shaking as I reached for the zipper. This one felt heavier than the others, and as I opened it, I braced myself. Inside was something that made my stomach turn. There were more photos, but this time, they weren't of strangers. They were photos of me. Me at my desk, me walking down the halls, me at the coffee machine. Someone had been following me, watching me. There were notes too, scribbled on scraps of paper, describing things I'd done, things I'd said on the phone, details about my life that only someone who'd been watching me would know. I felt a wave of panic, realizing that this wasn't just some sick prank. This person had been following me for who knows how long, keeping track of me, studying me. I shut the suitcase and backed away, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do. Calling security felt useless, they hadn't taken me seriously before, and even if they did, what could they do? For the rest of the night, I couldn't concentrate. I felt like I was being watched from every shadow, like he was still somewhere close, just out of sight. When my shift finally ended, I went straight home, locking every door and window. But even then, I didn't feel safe. The next night, I tried to act like everything was normal, but I was on edge, jumping at every sound. I avoided gate 3 as much as I could, but eventually, I had to check it. And when I did, there it was, another suitcase. This one was smaller, worn down like the others, but somehow more sinister. I didn't want to open it, but I knew I had to. Inside, there was only one thing, a small note written in the same messy handwriting I'd seen before. It read, "You can't hide." I felt a cold sweat break out. I closed the suitcase, my hand shaking, and I radioed security again, my voice barely steady. They came, took the bag, but this time, I didn't wait around to see what they'd do with it. I clocked out early and went straight to my boss, told them everything, asked to switch shifts. I couldn't keep doing this, couldn't keep finding those suitcases every night, feeling that man's eyes on me. They agreed, though I could tell they didn't fully believe me. I didn't care. I just needed out. A few nights later, I was at home, trying to sleep, when I heard something outside my window. A soft, scraping sound, like something brushing against the glass. My heart was pounding as I sat up, my eyes glued to the window. I wanted to look, but I was terrified of what I'd see. I sat there, frozen, until the sound stopped. I didn't sleep that night, or the night after. Eventually, I moved, got a place far from that airport, somewhere I thought he wouldn't find me. It's been a few months now, and I haven't seen any suitcases, haven't heard any strange sounds outside my window. But sometimes, late at night, I still feel it, that prickle on the back of my neck, that feeling that someone's watching. And every time I do, I wonder if he's still out there, waiting for the right moment to leave another suitcase just for me. I was passing through this small town, somewhere out in the countryside, just trying to make it to my next destination before midnight. I'd been driving a long time, and my eyes were starting to feel heavy, so when I spotted the lights from an old-looking pub on the side of the road, I figured I'd stop in for a quick drink, maybe something to wake me up a bit. The place looked like it had been there for years, crumbling brick, a wooden sign that swayed with every gust of wind. The windows were fogged up, but there was a glow coming from inside. I could hear faint laughter and the hum of conversation, so it felt safe enough. Just a little, cozy spot tucked out of the way. I pushed the door open, and every sound stopped. It was like someone hit mute on a TV. Every single person in that place turned to look at me. I felt this weird jolt go through me, like I was some animal caught in headlights. But then, one by one, they all started smiling. It wasn't unfriendly, more like they knew me, or thought they did. The bartender, a tall, older guy with gray hair slicked back, waved me over like he'd been expecting me. I wanted to turn around and leave, but it felt rude somehow. So I nodded, a bit stiffly, and walked over to the bar. "Evening, stranger," he said, grinning wide, almost too wide. "We've been waiting for you." "Sorry, I think you might have me mixed up with someone else," I said, trying to laugh it off. "I'm just passing through." The bartender chuckled, shaking his head. "No mistake. You're right on time." It was unsettling, but I figured he was just being friendly, so I ordered a drink. As I waited, I noticed a few people were still looking at me from their tables. They all wore these little smiles, watching me with this strange intensity. I looked down at my glass and took a sip, trying to ignore them, but their eyes never left me. I felt trapped under all that attention. When I nearly finished my drink, I nodded to the bartender and tried to stand, but before I could, a hand landed on my shoulder. I glanced up, and there was this woman, older, maybe in her 50s, with this dark red lipstick that was just a little smudged. "Don't be in such a hurry, dear," she said, her voice soft but firm. "Stay a while." "Yeah," another voice chimed in. I looked over and saw a man a few stools down, smiling at me with these eyes that looked far too excited. "You just got here. No need to leave so soon." Something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. I shrugged our hands off, forcing a smile. I really should get going. I have a long drive ahead. The bartender set another drink in front of me, though I hadn't ordered it. "On the house," he said, giving me that same grin. "Just stay a bit longer. No harm in that, is there?" I looked around the room. Every person was staring at me now. I tried to stand again, but the older woman leaned over and whispered, "We don't get visitors here often. Especially not ones like you." The way she said that last part made my stomach twist. "Ones like me?" I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. She nodded slowly. "Ones who fit." I didn't know what she meant, and I didn't want to know. I pulled out a few bills and set them on the bar, keeping my movements slow and calm. "Thanks for the drink, but I really have to go." The bartender's smile faded just a little. His eyes narrowed, like he was calculating something. "Leaving already? That's a shame." I backed toward the door, every instinct in me screaming that I needed to get out of there. Just as my hand reached the handle, the door swung shut, locking itself. My pulse spiked. What's going on?" "Just relax," the bartender said, his voice smooth and calm. "No need to get worked up. You're safe here." The people around the tables began to stand up, slowly, almost in unison. They didn't say a word, just watched me, like they were waiting for something. "I said I have to go," I managed, trying to keep my voice steady. A man near the door shook his head, smiling that same awful smile. "You can't leave yet. We've been waiting a long time for you." That was when it hit me. They weren't joking. They were serious. Every one of them seemed to think I was meant to be here, like I'd been part of some plan they'd been hatching. The air felt thick, heavy, like it was pressing down on me, trapping me in that room. "Look, I don't know what this is, but I'm leaving," I said, louder this time. My voice echoed in the quiet. The bartender sighed, almost like he was disappointed. "It's not safe out there for someone like you, especially not tonight." The words were chilling, the way he said them. I felt a bead of sweat run down my neck. "I'll take my chances." I tried to pull the door open again, but it wouldn't budge. Then I heard the lock click. I turned and saw the bartender holding a set of keys, twirling them around his finger with that smug look on his face. "You're not going anywhere," he said. The people were getting closer now, moving in around me, blocking every possible way out. My mind raced, searching for some excuse, some way to get them to let me go. "Please, I just stopped in for a drink. I didn't mean to intrude." "Oh, you're not intruding," the older woman said, her voice almost sweet. "This is exactly where you're supposed to be." I took a step back, feeling my heartbeat hammer in my ears. "Why are you doing this?" "Like we said," the bartender replied, his smile never wavering. "We've been waiting." I could feel the walls closing in, every face watching me with that unblinking stare, as if they'd already made up their minds about something. My pulse was racing, my breathing shallow. I didn't care if they thought I was crazy or rude anymore. I had to get out of there. I turned, pushing through the small crowd, shoving anyone in my way. I didn't care about the looks, the gasps, the disapproving whispers. I just needed to get to that door. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps closing in, but I pushed harder, slamming my shoulder into the door with all the strength I had. Somehow, it gave way, just enough for me to slip out. I stumbled into the night, nearly tripping over my own feet as I sprinted to my car. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if they were following. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to unlock the door. I threw myself inside and locked it, jamming the key into the ignition. As the engine roared to life, I finally looked up at the pub. They were all standing there in the doorway, watching me, those same blank, expectant smiles on every face. The bartender raised his hand, giving me this slow, almost friendly wave, like he was saying goodbye to an old friend. I hit the gas and tore out of that parking lot, my heart still pounding even as I got back on the highway. I didn't look back. I kept driving, even when the headlights of the pub faded in the distance. Every so often, though, I thought I could see that place out of the corner of my eye, still standing there, waiting. I don't know what they wanted from me, and I don't think I ever will. But I know one thing, I'll never stop at another small-town bar again. I was working nights out at the old lighthouse on the coast, stationed there for a stretch to keep an eye on things, manage the lights, and make sure everything was in good order. It was just me, the waves, and the beam sweeping out into the dark. There wasn't much else around, a few distant houses along the cliffs and some fishing boats further out, but I rarely saw anyone, especially at night. I liked it, though. There was a calmness to it, a solitude I didn't get much anywhere else. The only sounds were the hum of the machinery, the ocean, and the occasional cry of a bird. A few weeks in, though, I started noticing something strange. There was this small boat that would show up every night, tied up at the dock at the base of the cliffs. At first, I thought maybe it was just someone stopping off to rest or fish in the dark, but there was never anyone around it. I'd go down to the dock sometimes, flashlight sweeping over the empty boat, but there were no signs of people. No fishing gear, no supplies. Just an empty, worn-down boat, bobbing on the water. I'd check around, call out, shine my light into the shadows along the shore, but nothing. Then in the morning, it would be gone, like it had never been there at all. It was odd, but I tried not to think much of it. Figured it was maybe some local playing a joke, tying their boat up in the middle of the night to mess with the lighthouse keeper. But then one night, I came up to check on the lantern room, and the boat was there again. Same spot, tied to the dock below. I went down to take a look, just in case I could catch whoever was playing this game with me. I shined my light around, called out, but no one responded. It was cold that night, the air sharp and damp. I stood there, looking out over the water for a while, trying to see if maybe someone was swimming nearby or hiding on the shore, but it was dead quiet. Just the sound of waves lapping at the boat. That night, I went back up to the lighthouse and locked the door behind me. I don't usually do that, but there was something about the quiet, the empty boat, it just felt wrong. I tried to shake it off, but I was jumpy, kept glancing out the window as I climbed the stairs back to the light. I didn't sleep much that night. When I finally dozed off in the small room below the lantern, I kept hearing things, like footsteps on the stairs, or creaking on the lower levels. I told myself it was the wind or my mind playing tricks on me. I stayed up the rest of the night, staring out the window, checking the dock every hour or so. But by morning, the boat was gone again. The next night, I almost expected it. And sure enough, there it was, docked in the exact same place, bobbing gently on the waves. I didn't go down this time. I just watched it from the window, trying to convince myself it was nothing, that I didn't need to make a big deal out of it. But then, as I watched, I thought I saw something, a shadow moving in the boat. I felt my skin go cold. I kept staring, waiting to see if it would move again. But whatever it was gone. I couldn't shake the feeling, though, that something had been there, watching me. I locked the door again that night, double-checking it this time. I went back up to my room, trying to focus on anything else. Around 3 in the morning, I heard something, a creak from down below, like someone stepping lightly on the stairs. I held my breath, listening, but it was silent again. Just as I was about to convince myself it was nothing, I heard another sound, this time closer. My skin prickled, and I sat up, trying to listen through the walls. It sounded like someone was walking up the stairs, moving slowly, carefully. I stayed still, my heart pounding, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped for a moment, then started again, closer. Whoever it was, they were coming up toward me. I checked the door to the lantern room and realized I hadn't locked it. I stood there for a moment, deciding what to do. Then I grabbed the small flashlight I kept with me and moved toward the door, trying to stay as quiet as I could. As I reached for the door, I heard a soft rustling behind it. Someone was standing just on the other side. I stood there, my hand frozen, heart hammering in my chest. Then, slowly, I opened the door a crack, just enough to peer through. In the darkness, I could make out a figure, hunched over, rifling through my things, my backpack, my coat, even my food supplies. I watched, hardly daring to breathe. Whoever it was, they were so focused on going through my things, they didn't even notice I was there. I couldn't see much of their face, but they were muttering something under their breath, talking to themselves as they dug through my stuff, like they were looking for something. I caught a few words here and there, things like should be here and need to find it, but none of it made any sense. I felt trapped, caught between wanting to confront them and knowing that was a bad idea. My legs felt like lead, rooted to the floor. All I could think about was getting out, putting some distance between me and whoever this was. I waited, hoping they'd get what they wanted and leave. After a while, they stopped, standing up straight. For a terrifying moment, they turned toward the door, and I saw their face clearly. There was something unsettling in their eyes, something vacant and focused all at once. They didn't look at me, though, just at the door itself, like they knew it was there but not what was behind it. I pulled back slowly, then crept down the stairs as quietly as I could. I didn't want them to hear me, didn't want to risk drawing any attention. I got to the base of the lighthouse and out the door before I even realized I was holding my breath. I didn't stop until I was down by the dock, and I kept my flashlight off, just crouched there, trying to calm down, trying to think. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw them leave. They came out of the lighthouse, walking slowly, almost casually, as if they hadn't just broken in and gone through my things. They moved toward the dock and got into the small boat, untying it and drifting off into the darkness, like they hadn't even seen me. I went back up to the lighthouse, locked everything up, and stayed awake until morning. I reported it to my supervisor the next day, told him everything, but they never found the guy or figured out who he was. The boat never showed up again after that. But every time I work a night shift now, I keep looking out at the dock, waiting to see that small boat, tied up in the dark, and wondering if he'll be back. I had always been drawn to the outdoors. Hiking, camping, and being surrounded by nature was my escape from the busy life back home. When I finally got the chance to visit Great Basin National Park, I felt like I was stepping into paradise. The vastness of the night sky and the rugged mountains were mesmerizing. I planned a night hike, wanting to experience the park under the stars. The sun set slowly, and I started my hike just as twilight settled in. I had a flashlight strapped to my waist, and the beam of light flickered against the trees, illuminating my path. As I walked, the sounds of the night surrounded me, the rustling of leaves, the distant chirping of crickets, and the occasional call of an owl. It felt peaceful, almost magical, but something in the air felt heavy, as if the night was holding its breath. After hiking for about an hour, I reached a clearing with a view of the stars. I stopped to take it all in, the vastness of the universe stretching above me. I pulled out my phone to take a picture when I noticed a movement on one of the nearby rock outcroppings. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but there it was again, a figure, waving at me. I squinted into the darkness, trying to see more clearly. The figure was standing on the rock, silhouetted against the night sky. They raised their arm again, a slow and deliberate wave, as if they were beckoning me over. My heart raced with excitement and curiosity. I had heard that it was common for hikers to encounter other people out in the wilderness, especially on popular trails like this one. I assumed this person might have a similar interest in the stars or was simply enjoying the solitude of the night. "Hello!" I called out, raising my hand in response. "Is everything okay?" The figure continued to wave, but I noticed something odd. They were not moving from that spot. No steps were taken toward me. The way they waved felt almost mechanical, like they were waiting for me to approach. A chill ran down my spine. Despite the unease creeping in, I felt compelled to investigate. I started walking towards the outcropping, careful with each step. The ground was rocky and uneven, and I felt a mix of excitement and dread. As I got closer, I called out again, "Hey, are you all right?" The figure was now barely visible. The moment I stepped onto the outcropping, I realized there was no one there. I stood frozen, scanning the area for any sign of movement. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, the thrill of the unknown turning into something darker. The air felt thicker, and I felt like I was being watched. Then I noticed the ground beneath me. The dirt was freshly disturbed, as if someone had been standing right there just moments before. There were footprints leading away from the rock, but they were erratic and scattered, like whoever had been there had moved quickly and in a panic. My breath quickened as I crouched down to examine the area more closely. The footprints were not from a hiker's boots. They were bare and left a clear imprint in the soil, leading deeper into the darkness. I glanced back at the path I had come from. It felt like a lifetime away, and the way back suddenly seemed daunting. I had always felt comfortable in nature, but now it felt like a trap. A cold wind swept through the trees, sending a shiver down my spine. I stood up, a deep sense of fear washing over me. I had to leave. I turned around, planning to retrace my steps, but I hesitated. I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. I quickly made my way back to the trail, glancing over my shoulder. The darkness felt alive, as if it were watching me. I moved faster, adrenaline pushing me forward, and I tried to rationalize what I had seen. Maybe it was just someone playing a prank, or perhaps a hiker who had lost their way. But something deep inside me knew that this was different. The shadows around me felt longer, darker. I picked up my pace, my breathing coming in sharp bursts as I hurried down the trail. Every rustle of the leaves and snap of a twig made me jump. The more I hurried, the more the fear grew. I wanted to believe I was just overreacting, but it felt too real. When I finally reached my car, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking. I glanced around, expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but the area was quiet. I threw my gear in the back seat and locked the doors as soon as I was inside. I sat there for a moment, heart racing, trying to calm myself. I looked back at the trail, the darkness swallowing it up, and I felt a sense of relief wash over me. As I drove away, I could not shake the feeling that I had escaped something sinister. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but I knew what I had seen. The figure waving, the disturbed earth, and the footprints leading into the night haunted me as I left the park. I would never forget the feeling of being watched, the quiet tension of the night, and the strange, unsettling encounter that pushed me to the edge. Great Basin National Park was meant to be a refuge, a place of beauty, but it turned into a nightmare I would carry with me long after I left. I promised myself I would never hike alone at night again, knowing that the wilderness can hold more than just nature. It can hold secrets that are best left undisturbed. I'd been planning that hike at Olympic National Park for months. I wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere out of the way. Just me, a long trail, and maybe a couple of nights alone with my thoughts. I'd done solo hikes before, but nothing this secluded, and that's why I picked it. No people, no crowds, just miles of forest. I started early in the morning, parked the car at the trailhead, double-checked my backpack, and set out. The trees were thick and tall, stretching overhead and casting shadows, even in the early light. The trail was winding, narrow, cutting through the thick underbrush. It was a little damp, too. Mist was hanging between the trees, so it felt like stepping into some other world. A few hours in, I stopped for a break. I'd barely seen any other footprints on the trail, which suited me just fine. Just trees and the smell of pine and moss, thick in the air. I sat down, drank some water, and listened to the wind in the branches, the occasional bird call. It was peaceful. I didn't want to leave, but after a few minutes, I got up and kept moving. That's when I noticed it. I heard the snap of a twig, far off, but close enough to be something solid. At first, I thought it might be a deer or some other animal, but I couldn't shake this odd feeling. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, telling myself it was nothing. Just the sound of the forest, right? But something about it felt wrong. I kept going, trying to ignore it. After another hour, the feeling got stronger. Every so often, I hear a crunch of leaves or the creak of a branch from somewhere behind me, just out of sight. I'd turn, and there'd be nothing. Maybe it was an animal, I told myself. Something was definitely back there. But there was no quick rustling of a rabbit, no big shuffle like a bear. It was careful. Almost too careful. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I stopped and turned around, staring down the path, waiting for any movement. I squinted into the distance, through the trees, trying to pick out any sign of something unusual. And that's when I saw him. He was standing a good distance away, leaning casually against a tree. He was wearing a dark jacket, a hat that shadowed his face. His arms were crossed, and he wasn't moving. Just watching. I felt this chill go through me, like the forest suddenly got colder. He didn't wave, didn't call out, nothing. He just stood there, too far away to make out any features, but close enough that I knew he was looking right at me. I tried to act calm, tried to ignore the weird feeling in my gut. Maybe he was another hiker. I hadn't seen any other cars at the trailhead, but it was possible someone else had come in later. I gave him a nod, kind of half-hearted, and turned back, picked up my pace. After a while, I glanced back again, just to see. He was closer. Not right behind me, but closer than before, walking slow, hands in his pockets. I felt my stomach drop. He was following me. There was no mistaking it now. I sped up, putting more distance between us, but every time I looked back, he'd be there, the same calm, steady walk, like he had all the time in the world. I told myself I'd just keep moving, that he'd lose interest eventually. But he didn't. I walked faster, almost a jog now, and he kept pace, that same slow, unhurried walk. I kept going, glancing back every few minutes. He was always there, like he knew exactly how fast to go so he wouldn't lose me. I couldn't take it anymore. I stopped and spun around, trying to sound firm, trying not to let my voice shake. "Hey!" I called out. "Can I help you with something?" He stopped too, standing still, and tilted his head, like he was thinking about it. Then he smiled. Not a big grin, not friendly, just a small, unsettling smile that didn't reach his eyes. He looked at me and said, "I was wondering when you'd notice." The way he said it, like he'd been waiting for me, like this whole thing had been some game to him, it made my blood run cold. He didn't move, just kept that smile, like he knew something I didn't. I forced myself to stay calm, told myself not to show any fear, but it was hard. My mind was racing, and all I could think was that I needed to get out of there. I turned around, picked up my pace again, almost breaking into a run. I didn't care about the trail or my gear or anything. I just needed to put distance between us. I thought about going off the trail, but the woods were thick, and I didn't want to risk getting lost. The only way out was forward. I kept glancing back, hoping he'd be gone, but every time, he was closer. That slow walk, always the same pace, but somehow, he kept getting nearer. I tried to keep calm, tried to tell myself he was just another hiker, maybe playing some weird joke. But I knew that wasn't it. He wasn't laughing, wasn't saying anything else. Just that same steady smile, like he was enjoying every second of this. Finally, I could see a break in the trees, the parking lot up ahead. Relief washed over me. I picked up speed, practically running now. I didn't dare look back. I just kept going, focusing on the lot, on my car, on getting out of there. When I reached the lot, I didn't waste any time. I fumbled with my keys, heart racing, throwing my stuff in the back, locking the doors as fast as I could. I looked up, scanning the trailhead, expecting to see him coming out of the trees. But he didn't. The trail was empty, just the quiet of the woods, the sun starting to set, casting long shadows. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting, half expecting him to come strolling out at any second. But he never did. I don't know how long I waited there, staring at the trailhead, expecting to see that same smile, that look in his eyes that said he'd already won. But after a while, the tension faded, and I pulled out of the lot, hands shaking on the wheel the whole way down. I haven't gone back to Olympic since. I remember that night clearly. I had been driving for hours, the headlights of my car cutting through the darkness on a stretch of road that felt endless. I needed to refuel, and the gas station I pulled into was small and dimly lit, a typical rural stop that seemed almost forgotten. It was late, the kind of late where the world feels empty, and the shadows stretch longer than usual. I parked my car at the pump, stepped out, and felt the cool air wrap around me. The station was quiet except for the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. I walked toward the entrance, my footsteps echoing against the pavement. As I pushed open the door, a little bell jingled, but it felt more like a warning than a welcome. The cashier was an older man, perhaps in his 60s. He stood behind the counter, his gaze fixed on me. He didn't look away, didn't even blink. The light from the overhead lamps made his skin look pale, almost waxy, and his eyes seemed unnaturally wide, like he was trying to absorb every detail of my presence. I felt a strange shiver run down my spine. "Just gas," I said, trying to break the silence. His stare didn't waver. It made me uncomfortable, like I was being scrutinized in a way I couldn't understand. I went to the cooler and grabbed a bottle of water, keeping my eyes on him as I moved. He still didn't speak. Just watched. I paid for the gas and the water. The transaction was quick, but it felt like it lasted much longer. As I stepped outside, the bell jingled again behind me, and I glanced back. The cashier remained behind the counter, his eyes locked onto me, his expression unreadable. I shrugged it off, thinking I was just tired and overly sensitive. I walked to the pump, unscrewed the gas cap, and started filling my tank. The quiet of the night was punctuated only by the soft click of the pump. I tried to focus on the task at hand, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. After a moment, I glanced up. My heart sank as I realized the cashier was now sitting in a car parked a few spaces away. It was an old sedan, the kind that looked like it had seen better days. The lights were off, but the car was facing my direction, and he was staring right at me through the windshield. I froze for a second. The look in his eyes was intense, almost predatory. I felt my breath hitch in my throat. I quickly turned back to the gas pump, trying to keep my composure, but my heart was racing. What was he doing out there? Why was he watching me? I finished pumping the gas, but my hands felt shaky as I put the nozzle back in place. I debated whether I should just get back in my car and drive away or confront him. The last thing I wanted was to provoke someone who seemed so fixated on me, but the thought of just leaving without knowing felt equally unsettling. As I made my decision to get in my car, I heard the sound of the driver's door opening. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest. The cashier was stepping out of his car, still watching me. There was something deeply unsettling about his calm demeanor, like he was moving in slow motion while my heart raced. He walked slowly toward me, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, and I could feel panic rising in me. I was half ready to jump into my car and lock the doors, but I didn't want to appear cowardly. I forced myself to take a step forward. "Is there a problem?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. I was met with silence as he continued to approach, not saying a word. My instinct screamed at me to get away, but I stood my ground. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and heavy. He stopped a few feet away, his gaze still locked on me. "You shouldn't be here at this hour," he finally said, his voice low and steady. The way he spoke felt loaded, as if he knew something I didn't. "It's not safe." My throat went dry. "I'm just filling up my tank. I'm about to leave." He nodded slowly, but his expression did not change. "You don't understand. You need to go." The urgency in his tone made my stomach drop. I looked around, half expecting someone else to appear, but the gas station remained desolate. "Why?" I asked, feeling more than a little foolish for engaging with him. "What do you mean?" He took a step closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. "People don't stop here for a reason. You don't belong here. You should go." I felt a rush of adrenaline surge through me. There was something deeply wrong about the entire situation. "I'm leaving," I said, backing up toward my car, hands instinctively reaching for my keys in my pocket. He suddenly raised a finger, pointing toward the road. "You need to leave now. Don't stop." His intensity was enough to push me into action. I turned and ran to my car, fumbling with the keys as I unlocked the door. I slid into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut and locking it. My heart raced as I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cashier stood where I had left him, still staring but now with a sense of urgency in his posture. I started the engine, my hands trembling as I put the car in gear. I didn't look back as I pulled away, the gas station fading into the darkness behind me. I drove fast, my heart pounding in my ears, the road ahead feeling both familiar and foreign. Eventually, I reached the main road, the lights of the town shining brightly in the distance. Relief washed over me, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled in my stomach. I glanced in the mirror again, half expecting to see the old sedan following me, but there was nothing behind me. Once I reached the safety of the town, I felt my tension slowly ease. The brightness of the lights and the familiarity of the streets calmed my nerves. I promised myself I would never stop at that gas station again, no matter how desperate I was. It was one of those nights that felt endless. The kind where the clock ticked away slowly, and all I wanted was to get home. I had been driving for hours, the road stretching out like a black ribbon beneath my car. I left the city behind, and now I was navigating through the dark, quiet countryside. As I approached a small gas station, the flickering lights illuminated the area, and I felt a small wave of relief. I pulled into the lot, glancing around. The place looked worn, but it was open. That was good enough for me. I stepped out of the car and noticed a figure standing in the window of the gas station. The attendant stared at me. His face was shadowed, but I could see he had a blank expression. I felt a chill run down my spine. It was late, and he was the only person there. I shook off the feeling and headed toward the pump. As I started pumping gas, I heard a crackling sound, and then a voice came through the intercom. It startled me. Nice night, isn't it? I glanced around, unsure if he was speaking to me. I replied cautiously, yes, it is. I could feel my heart rate increase. Something about his voice felt off, like he was trying too hard to sound friendly. Where are you headed? He asked. I hesitated. It was strange to be asked such a personal question by a stranger. Just heading home, I said, trying to keep my tone light. Home, he repeated. What a nice word. Do you live far from here? I felt uneasy, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I had learned to be cautious, especially at night and in unfamiliar places. Just a little bit away, I replied, keeping my answers vague. Are you alone? He continued, his voice dripping with curiosity. I swallowed hard. Yes, just me. I glanced back at my car, feeling a need to protect myself. I noticed the attendant was still watching me intently through the glass. Is your family waiting for you? He asked, and I felt a shiver. How did he know anything about my family? What about your parents? Are they excited to see you? I felt my stomach twist. They live far away, I said, my voice firmer now. I'm just going home. Just you, then. A woman alone at this hour. How brave, he said, almost mockingly. I finished pumping gas and stepped back from the pump, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling. I needed to pay and get out of there. I glanced at my watch, feeling the urge to hurry. Be careful on the road. Not everyone is as friendly as me, he said. His voice had turned darker, more threatening. I walked toward the station's entrance, keeping my eyes on the door. I need to pay, I said, my voice sharper now. Sure. Come on in. I'll be waiting, he said, his tone suddenly cheerful again. I pushed the door open, feeling a rush of anxiety. The fluorescent lights flickered inside, and I glanced at the attendant. He stood behind the counter, his hands resting on it. He smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. I felt trapped, as if the walls were closing in around me. Just need to pay for the gas, I said quickly, trying to keep my voice steady. Of course, he replied, his smile widening. How much did you pump? I told him the amount, and he rang it up slowly, as if savoring the moment. I could see him glancing at me, sizing me up. I fished my wallet out and handed him the cash, trying to avoid any further conversation. "Do you travel this way often?" he asked as he counted the bills. "Not really. Just passing through," I said. You know, it's strange to see a woman driving alone so late." "I hope you know how to protect yourself," he said, his eyes narrowing slightly. I took a step back, suddenly feeling very vulnerable. "I'll be fine," I said, forcing a smile. He handed me the change, still holding on a moment too long. "You should come back when the sun is up. It's a nice area during the day." "Lots to see," he said, leaning forward on the counter. I nodded, my heart racing. "Sure." "Thanks," I said, taking my change and backing away. "Drive safe." "I'll be here," he said, and I could hear the strange tone in his voice again. I hurried back to my car, my heart pounding in my chest. As I got inside, I locked the doors immediately. I glanced back at the gas station, half expecting to see him standing at the window watching me leave. But the glass was dark now, and I could not see him. I started the engine, and as I backed out, I felt an overwhelming urge to get away. I pulled out onto the road, feeling the weight of the night pressing down on me. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the gas station fading into the distance, but a flicker of movement caught my eye. The attendant was standing outside, watching me drive away. I pressed down on the accelerator, putting as much distance between us as I could. The road stretched out ahead of me, and I focused on the path, determined to shake off the fear that clung to me. I could still hear his voice in my mind, asking questions that felt too personal, too invasive. It made me uneasy, like I was being stalked even when I was away from him. I drove for what felt like an eternity, the darkness surrounding me. Every shadow seemed to move, every noise felt amplified. I turned on the radio, trying to drown out my thoughts, but I could not shake the feeling that I was not truly alone. Finally, I reached a more populated area, the lights of the town illuminating the road ahead. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but I knew I would never forget that encounter. It was a reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows, and how quickly a simple stop could turn into a nightmare. I promised myself to always be aware, to trust my instincts, and never let my guard down. The world could be a scary place, especially in the dark, and I had to stay vigilant. As I drove through the familiar streets, the comfort of home drew closer, but the memory of that night would stay with me long after the gas station lights faded from view. The office was quiet as I stayed late to finish some reports. The fluorescent lights hummed above me, casting a sterile glow on the desk cluttered with papers and a half-empty coffee cup. It was a Wednesday, and the rest of the staff had left hours ago. I preferred the silence, the calm that came with the absence of chatter and ringing phones. I was deeply focused on my work when I heard it. A sound came from the far end of the hallway, a soft thud followed by a rustling noise. I paused, straining to listen. Surely, I was the only one left in the building. I shook my head, convincing myself it was just my imagination. Maybe the building's settling or the wind against the windows. I returned to my reports, trying to ignore the unsettling feeling creeping in. Minutes passed, but the noise came again. This time, it sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate. My heart began to race. I pushed my chair back and stood, glancing toward the door. The hallway lay in shadow, the flickering lights barely illuminating the path. I took a deep breath and walked toward the sound, each step echoing in the stillness. As I reached the end of the hallway, I found an empty office with the door slightly ajar. I leaned against the frame, peering inside. The room was dark, save for the slivers of light cutting through the blinds. Nothing seemed out of place. I pushed the door open a bit more and stepped inside. The room was quiet. I looked around, half expecting someone to jump out from behind the desk or a chair. But it was empty. I turned back to leave, but something caught my eye. The window was wide open. I moved closer, peering out into the night. The view of the city was beautiful but unsettling. I felt exposed, standing there in the dark. I turned to leave when I noticed my purse was missing from my desk. I rushed back to my office, my pulse quickening. I searched the desk and the floor frantically. It was gone. I froze, panic washing over me. It had been right there. The realization hit me like a punch. Someone was in the building with me. I glanced back toward the empty office, the open window now seeming like an invitation to whoever had been lurking. I could not believe this was happening. I grabbed my phone and quickly dialed the security number for the building. "Security, how can I help you?" the voice on the other end said. "Hi, this is Lisa from the 4th floor. I think someone is in the building with me. I heard noises, and now my purse is missing." "Where are you now?" "I am in my office." "Stay there. I will send someone to check it out." "Please hurry," I whispered, glancing over my shoulder as I heard a creaking sound from the direction of the hallway. I waited, my hands trembling as I sat back down in my chair, phone still pressed to my ear. Each passing moment felt like an eternity. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. I tried to focus on the conversation with the security officer, but my mind raced with thoughts of who might be out there. "Are you still there?" he asked. "Yes," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "Can you hear anything?" I strained to listen. The sound of footsteps echoed again, but this time they were closer. "Yes, I think they are near," I said, my voice shaking. "Lock the door and stay quiet. Help is on the way." I hung up, locking the door and pushing a chair against it for extra security. I sat in the dark, my breath shallow and quick. I thought about my purse, the personal things inside. I felt so vulnerable, alone in this large building with a stranger who might have just been watching me. The footsteps grew louder, and I could hear the creaking of the floorboards. I fought the urge to look out the window. It was a stupid idea. I forced myself to remain still, to breathe slowly, reminding myself that help was coming. I heard the footsteps stop outside my door. My heart raced as I held my breath, listening intently. There was silence for a moment, then a quiet knock. My blood ran cold. "Lisa?" It was the security guard. "Is it you?" I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yes, it is me. I need you to open the door." I hesitated, uncertain. "Can you give me a sign?" "Turn on the lights outside the office," he instructed. I reached for the light switch and flipped it on. The hallway lit up, and I could see the guard standing there, looking concerned. I opened the door slowly, letting him in. He looked around the office, checking every corner. "You're all right." "I was just doing a sweep of the floor." "You're the only one here." "What about my purse?" I asked, feeling a mix of relief and fear. "I will check the cameras to see if anyone has been in or out," he said, pulling out a small device to review the footage. I watched him intently, my heart still racing. After a few moments, he looked up. There was someone. They came in about half an hour ago through the back entrance. "I'm checking the footage to see if we can catch a clearer view." I felt a chill run through me, Someone had been in the building, watching me while I worked. I didn't see anyone come in, I said. It is a large building. Sometimes people slip through unnoticed, he replied, focusing on the screen. He paused, his expression shifting. Wait. Here. He pointed to the screen. I leaned in closer. There, on the grainy footage, was a figure moving through the hallway, but it was too dark to make out any details. I felt a knot in my stomach. The security guard continued watching the video, his brow furrowed in concentration. I'll call the police and report this. Do you have any idea what was in your purse? I nodded, my mind racing. Just some money, my ID, and my keys. I will make sure to check the perimeter, he said, his voice steady. He moved quickly, speaking into his radio, but I felt frozen in place, my mind still grappling with the encounter. As he left the room, I took a deep breath. I had been lucky tonight. The situation could have turned out so much worse. I stood up, feeling a little more grounded now that I was not alone. Not long after, I heard the sound of sirens approaching in the distance. The police arrived, and the guard returned to brief them on the situation. They questioned me briefly, asking for a description of my purse and the contents. The atmosphere lightened when they assured me that they would increase security in the building and that they would review the footage further. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, knowing I was safe, at least for now. As I left the office building, the cool night air greeted me, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere inside. I knew I would never look at the quiet halls the same way again. The experience had shaken me, but it also reminded me to stay aware of my surroundings, even in places I had once considered safe. I drove home, feeling a sense of gratitude for my safety and the importance of vigilance. I would return to work, but I would always keep my guard up, no matter how quiet the world seemed. I was driving home late, a little after midnight. I'd taken a back road, one of those two-lane stretches that cuts through miles of empty fields and dark woods. I'd driven it before, and it's always quiet out there, barely a car in sight, but I like that. No traffic, no lights, just open road. That night, though, something felt different. It was too quiet, like the air was pressing down on everything. I'd been driving for a while when I saw a car pulled over on the shoulder up ahead, hazards flashing. It was an old, beat-up sedan, silver or maybe gray, hard to tell in the dark. I slowed down and looked around. No one else was out there, just me and that car, surrounded by nothing but trees and empty fields. The road was straight for a long way, and there wasn't a house or building in sight. I'm not the kind of guy to just drive past someone who looks stranded, so I slowed down and pulled over a little ahead of him. I figured I'd see if he needed a jump or something. As I parked, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw the driver still sitting in his car, staring straight ahead, not looking at me. I got out, leaving my car running with the headlights on, and started to walk back toward him. As I got closer, I noticed something strange. He hadn't turned his head at all. His hands were on the wheel, gripping it tight, and his face was stiff, almost like he was frozen in place. I got to his window and tapped on it, trying to get his attention. He didn't react. I leaned down and looked through the glass, waving my hand a bit, but he didn't move. He just kept staring straight ahead. I felt a little uneasy, but I thought maybe he was in shock or just really shaken up. "Hey, you okay?" I asked, raising my voice a bit so he could hear me through the glass. Nothing. Just that stare. I could see his face clearer now, and there was something off about it. His eyes were wide open, but they looked empty, glazed over. His mouth was slightly open, and he was breathing, but shallowly, like he was barely there. I knocked on the window again, harder this time, and tried the door handle. Locked. That's when he moved, just slightly, and looked at me through the rearview mirror. His eyes met mine, and he still didn't turn his head, just looked at me in the mirror with that blank expression. I raised my hands, trying to show I was just there to help, but he didn't respond. His gaze stayed locked on me, unblinking, like he was looking through me. A weird feeling crept over me, and I took a step back. I figured maybe he was drunk or on something, so I went back to my car to get my phone, thinking I'd call someone to come check on him. But when I opened my car door, I heard a loud click from behind me. I turned around, and he was still sitting there, staring at me, but he just locked his doors again, even though I hadn't tried to open them. I got into my car, and I could feel my heart pounding. Something about the whole thing felt wrong, like I'd interrupted something that wasn't meant for me to see. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a guy who didn't want help, maybe didn't trust a stranger out here at night. But as I started to put my car in drive, I saw him still watching me in his mirror, his head slightly tilted, his face still that same blank, empty stare. I took a deep breath and tried to get my mind back on the road, but then I saw his headlights turn off. He was still there, in the dark now, and all I could see was his silhouette in the driver's seat, still facing straight ahead. Something in my gut told me to just leave, but I sat there for a moment, watching him. I wanted to understand what was going on, wanted some kind of explanation for this weird feeling that was making the hair on my neck stand up. Just then, I saw movement. He'd shifted, ever so slightly, his head turning a bit toward me, like he was trying to get a better look. I couldn't see his eyes anymore, but I knew he was still watching me. I put my car into gear, ready to just get out of there, but before I could pull away, he turned his headlights on, flooding the inside of my car with light. I froze. He'd gone from ignoring me to watching me to practically blinding me with his headlights. It was like he was playing some kind of game, and I didn't understand the rules. My hands gripped the wheel, and I could feel sweat starting to bead on my forehead. I looked in my rearview mirror, and he was still there, lights blazing, face turned directly toward me now, his expression hidden in the bright glow. I thought about just speeding off, but then I saw his car move. He'd shifted into gear, too, and now he was creeping forward, inching closer to my car. I didn't know what he wanted, didn't understand why he was doing this, but every instinct I had was telling me to get out of there. So I did. I floored it, watching his lights fade in the mirror as I put as much distance between us as I could. After a mile or so, I started to calm down, started to feel a bit silly for freaking out. It was probably just some weirdo trying to scare me, I thought. But then I saw headlights again, coming up fast. I looked in the mirror, and it was him, his car speeding up behind me, lights flashing. My heart sank. He wasn't done. He was following me. I pressed down on the gas, pushing my car faster than I usually would on that winding road. The trees blurred past, and my focus narrowed to the road in front of me, the sharp curves and sudden drops. His lights kept up with me, close enough that I could see his car gaining on me, close enough that he could hit my bumper if he wanted to. I thought about pulling off to the side, but I didn't want to stop, didn't want to give him a chance to get any closer. I kept driving, my hands tight on the wheel, my eyes fixed on the road. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was just waiting for me to make a mistake, to slip up. I don't know how long I kept driving like that, but after a while, his headlights started to fall back. I dared a quick glance in the mirror and saw him slowing down, finally disappearing around a bend behind me. I didn't stop. I kept going until I reached the main road, and even then, I didn't feel safe. I kept expecting to see his car in my mirror again, his headlights coming up fast, but he didn't follow me out to the highway. When I got home, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing his face in my mind, that blank stare, the way he looked at me in the rearview mirror like he knew something I didn't. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, and part of me doesn't want to know. But sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night, I still check my mirror, half expecting to see those headlights again, creeping up behind me, with that face staring back. I was at the hospital waiting for my friend Sarah. She was in for a minor surgery, nothing too serious, but I promised to be there for her. It was late in the evening, and the waiting room was empty except for me. I'd been there for a while, just scrolling through my phone, trying to keep my mind off the ticking clock on the wall. That's when I noticed him. An older man, maybe in his 70s, was sitting across from me. I hadn't seen him come in. One minute I was alone, and then there he was, just sitting there, looking at me with this strange sort of focus. He wore an old gray suit, the kind people don't wear much anymore, and his face was lined, worn, like he'd seen a lot. At first, I thought maybe he was waiting for someone too, so I didn't pay him much attention. But he kept staring. After a while, I started to feel uneasy. I looked up, met his eyes, and he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile, though. It was a knowing smile, like he recognized me, like he had a secret he wanted to share. "You look just like her," he said, his voice soft, like he was talking more to himself than to me. I gave a small, polite smile, not wanting to engage, but he didn't seem to need an invitation. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" I asked, hoping he'd say no and go back to whatever he was doing. But he leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied my face. "Oh, you're her. I knew at the moment I saw you. You haven't changed a bit," he said, almost like he was accusing me. I tried to laugh it off. "I think you might have me confused with someone else," I said, hoping that would be the end of it. But he shook his head, his smile fading. No, it's you. It's really you," he said, his voice stronger this time. "After all these years, you've come back." There was something about the way he looked at me that made my skin crawl. His eyes were dark, too dark, like he was seeing something beyond me, something he wouldn't let me see. I looked around, hoping there was a nurse or someone nearby, but the waiting room was empty, and the hallway was dark. It was late, and most of the staff had gone home for the night. I thought about getting up, maybe finding somewhere else to sit, but he was blocking my way to the door. "Listen," I said, keeping my voice steady, "I really don't know you." He tilted his head, studying me, as if he was waiting for me to remember something. "Do you remember that night?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper now. "The dance, the music, the lights. You wore a blue dress. It was beautiful." My heart started racing. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the way he described it, the way he spoke to me, it felt like he was trying to pull me into some memory that didn't belong to me. "I think you've got the wrong person," I said again, more firmly this time, and I stood up, trying to keep calm as I looked for a way out. But he reached out, grabbed my wrist before I could move. His hand was cold, like he'd been standing in a freezer. "Don't leave," he said, his voice urgent now, almost pleading. "You left once. Don't leave me again." I pulled my hand back, hard, and he let go, but his eyes stayed on me, sharp, intense, filled with something I couldn't understand. I stumbled back, my heart pounding, and turned to go find a nurse, someone who could help me. As I moved toward the door, he called after me, his voice calm again, like he hadn't just grabbed me. "They won't help you," he said softly. "They never saw me then, either." I hurried out into the hallway, looking for anyone, but it was empty. The nurse's station was dark, and the halls were quiet. I spotted a single nurse down the hall and rushed over to her. "There's a man in the waiting room," I said, breathless. He keeps saying I'm someone he knows." He grabbed me. She looked at me with concern, but then she glanced past me, back toward the waiting room, and her expression changed. "There's no one there," she said, almost like she was reassuring herself. I turned to look, but the waiting room was empty. The man was gone, not a trace of him anywhere. I knew I hadn't imagined it. I could still feel the chill of his hand on my wrist, like an icy burn. He was there. Right there. An older man in a gray suit, I insisted, but the nurse shook her head. "I've been here all night," she said, looking at me like I might be a little off. I would have seen him. I tried to explain, to tell her how he'd spoken to me, how he seemed so certain I was someone he knew, but she just patted my arm and told me to take a seat, that maybe I was just tired from waiting. But as I walked back to the waiting room, my head was spinning. The man was gone, but I still felt his eyes on me, like he was there, somewhere, watching. I sat down, trying to calm myself, but the seat across from me felt like it still held his presence, as if he'd only just left. I wrapped my arms around myself, feeling colder than I should have, and checked my phone, willing time to pass faster, wanting Sarah to be done so I could leave. About an hour later, Sarah's doctor came out to tell me she was fine and recovering, and I nearly ran to her room, just to get away from that waiting area. She was groggy but awake, and I tried to play it off, telling her I just had a weird wait. But she noticed I was shaking and asked if everything was okay. "Just some guy," I said, trying to laugh it off, but my voice cracked. He thought I was someone else. Kept calling me by some other name, talking about things that never happened. Sarah looked at me, her eyes narrowing. "Was he old?" "Gray suit?" she asked, her voice quiet. My heart dropped. "Yeah." "How?" Her face went pale. "I saw him, too. I thought he was a janitor or something, just standing in the hall outside my room. He was looking at me, staring like he knew me. I tried to say hi, but he just kept staring, like he was waiting for me to remember him. I felt my skin go cold. She was in a different part of the hospital, nowhere near the waiting room, yet she'd seen him, too. He'd been watching both of us. I told her about everything, the things he said, how he grabbed my wrist, how the nurse didn't see him. She didn't say anything, just listened, her face getting paler with every word. The next day, Sarah was discharged, and we left the hospital as fast as we could. I didn't look back, didn't want to see that empty waiting room, didn't want to know if he'd be there, sitting on that chair, waiting for me to come back. It's been weeks, and I haven't gone back to that hospital, haven't talked to anyone about it since. But sometimes, I still feel his eyes on me, like he's waiting, somewhere just out of sight, thinking I'll remember him. I signed up for a tour of Mammoth Cave. I'd been to some small caves before, but Mammoth is something else entirely. It's huge. You walk for miles underground, twisting through dark corridors, with walls so tall that sometimes they're hard to even see. I'd heard stories about how people could get turned around down there, how you could feel lost with even one wrong turn, but I figured with the guided tour, there was no way that'd happen. They do this all the time, right? I trusted that I'd be fine. The tour group I was with had maybe 20 people in it, plus our guide, who kept a flashlight trained ahead of us as he led us down into the caverns. He'd stop every now and then to explain a feature, like a limestone formation or some old carving in the rock, and I tried to keep up, but I kept getting a little behind, stopping to look at things on my own. I didn't think much of it. I figured I'd catch up, or someone would notice if I strayed too far. There was one part where the path split in two directions, one side going up and the other down. Our guide pointed up, saying that was where we were going next, so everyone else started up the incline. I'd lagged a little again, but I was just about to follow when I noticed a narrow corridor to the side, just barely visible under the light. It wasn't part of the main path. It was almost hidden behind a large boulder, like it didn't want to be found. I don't know what possessed me, but I felt drawn to it. I don't know why I even thought it was worth exploring, but I took a few steps in, just to see. The rock walls were damp, and I could feel a chill creeping in the farther I went. I could barely see anything, just a sliver of light from where I'd come in, so after a few steps, I turned back, planning to rejoin the group. That's when I noticed the group was gone. No footsteps, no sounds, nothing. I hurried back, but there was no one at the top of the incline. Just me in the silence and the dark, stretching out in all directions. I tried to stay calm, but I felt this creeping panic in my chest. I told myself to follow the main path and I'd run into them soon enough. It was maybe 5 minutes later when I came to a dead end. That made no sense because the path was supposed to loop. I turned around, retracing my steps, but the whole way back looked different somehow. I walked faster, feeling that panic rise up in me again. I didn't know where I'd gone wrong or how I'd lost them so quickly. I took out my phone to try the flashlight, but I couldn't get a signal, and the battery was low. I told myself to keep moving, to focus. That's when I heard footsteps. They were soft but steady, getting closer. My first thought was that it was the guide, maybe someone coming back to find me. I felt this wave of relief, and I called out, my voice echoing against the walls. A figure came into view, a man. Not the guide, though. He was wearing a plain jacket, jeans, and he had this tired look on his face. "You lost?" he asked, his voice almost too casual. "Yeah, I got separated from the group," I said, hoping he was another lost tourist. "Do you know the way back?" He didn't answer right away. Just stood there, looking at me, like he was deciding something. "I can show you," he said finally. "It's easy to get turned around in here." I didn't have much of a choice. He was the only person I'd seen, and I didn't want to be alone anymore, so I nodded and followed him. We walked in silence for a while, his steps echoing ahead of mine. I kept waiting for him to lead me toward the main path, where I might hear voices again or see the light of the guide's flashlight. But the deeper we went, the darker it got. I asked him if he was part of the tour. He didn't answer, just kept walking, not looking back. I felt this creeping sense of dread, but I told myself it was fine. He knew the way, that's all that mattered. At some point, the air got colder. We were passing through narrower sections, some so tight I had to turn sideways to fit through. I kept thinking we'd get to a larger area soon, but it just kept getting tighter, more closed in. I felt the walls pressing in on either side, and I asked him again if we were going the right way. "Just a bit farther," he said, his voice low. But then he stopped, turned around, looking at me with this strange smile. "You really should stay close," he said, "or you'll get lost again." His eyes, they didn't match the smile. They were cold, like he wasn't really seeing me. I felt my pulse racing. I tried to step back, but there was nowhere to go. He watched me, not saying anything, just waiting. That was the worst part, the waiting. I kept thinking he was going to say something, to move, to tell me what we were doing there, but he just stood there. And I couldn't breathe. I felt the walls pressing in around me. Finally, he turned and started walking again, and I followed, because I didn't know what else to do. I kept close this time, close enough that I could hear his breathing, steady and calm. too calm." Then he stopped again, in a part of the cave so dark that I couldn't see past a few feet. He turned to me with that same strange smile. "You know, it's easy to disappear in a place like this," he said, almost like he was talking to himself. I felt my stomach drop. I was trapped. I couldn't run. I didn't even know which way to go. I forced myself to stay calm, to think. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a voice echo through the caves, the guide's voice, faint but unmistakable, calling out for me. I shouted back, louder than I'd ever shouted, my voice bouncing off the walls, filling the space. The man's face changed. The calm smile faded, and he looked annoyed, almost angry. I didn't wait to see what he'd do. I turned and ran back, towards the echoing voice, not caring about the darkness, not caring about anything except getting away. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps close, but I didn't stop. I kept running, the guide's voice getting louder. I burst out into a larger area, stumbling and nearly falling. There was the guide, with the rest of the group gathered around him, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. I ran up to them, out of breath, feeling the tears sting my eyes. When I turned back, the man was gone. I told the guide what happened, that there was a man in the caves, but they didn't find anyone. They checked every section, every twist and turn, but it was just me in the group. They said I must have imagined it, that the darkness and isolation can play tricks on you. But I know what I saw. I know he was real, that he was there. There was this park near my place where I'd walk my dog, Penny, every day. It was a small, quiet park, mostly locals, lots of people with their own dogs. I'd started going there because it felt safe, and Penny loved it. We had a little routine, a loop around the park that took maybe 20 minutes. She'd sniff around, I'd enjoy the fresh air, and we'd both get a break from being indoors. At first, it was like any other place, just people going about their day, some with kids, some with pets, some just out for a walk. But after a while, I started to notice this guy. He was always there, on the same bench, right off the main path. He didn't look out of place or anything, he was just sitting there, like anyone else. But after a few days, I realized he was always watching me. Not just in that casual way, either. He was focused, like he was waiting for me to come by. I told myself it was nothing. Lots of people sit on benches, right? Maybe he was there every day for some other reason, waiting for someone or just passing time. But as the days went by, I couldn't shake the feeling. Every time I came around the corner, I'd spot him in my peripheral vision, and his head would turn, following me and Penny as we walked by. I tried not to look at him directly, tried to pretend I didn't notice. But it was hard to ignore. The worst part was how he never seemed distracted. Most people at the park had a phone, a book, something to keep them busy, but not him. He was just there, sitting straight up, watching. He didn't have a phone, didn't check the time, didn't seem to be doing anything else. Just staring. And his face never changed. He didn't smile, didn't look away, just followed us with his eyes. After a week or so, it started to make me uncomfortable enough that I decided to change my route. I figured if I took Penny down the side path that led out of the park and cut around a couple of blocks, I'd avoid his line of sight. We'd still get our walk, just without passing that spot. So, the next day, that's what I did. Penny and I went down the side path instead of the main one. We made it halfway down before I looked over my shoulder and saw him again. He was standing at the edge of the path, a little ways behind us, staring. Somehow, he'd known to move to that spot, almost as if he'd been waiting for me to take the side path. I didn't know how long he'd been there, but his eyes were locked on me again, unblinking, just watching. I felt a tightness in my chest, and I didn't know what to do. I was in a public place, the middle of the day, so I told myself I was safe. But that didn't stop my hands from shaking. I grabbed Penny's leash tighter and walked faster, taking her out of the park and straight back home. For the next couple of days, I stopped going to the park. I thought maybe I was overreacting, that it was just some coincidence, and that I was making something out of nothing. But even as I tried to ignore it, I couldn't shake the feeling of his eyes on me. After a while, I figured I'd try again, but this time at a different park, a little further away. I'd never seen him outside that one spot, so I told myself it was just that place that made me uneasy, not him. I drove Penny to the new park the next morning, feeling a little better, hoping that a new location would help me relax. The new park was nice, and I felt better almost immediately. It was a larger space with more paths and more people around, so it felt safer. Penny seemed happy too, sniffing around and pulling me forward, as if she knew it was somewhere new and exciting. But not long into our walk, I felt it, the familiar prickle on the back of my neck. I turned my head slowly, just glancing back, and there he was. Standing a little ways back, watching me from the edge of the path, just like before. He was close enough that I could see his face clearly, and it was the same, blank expression, the same fixed stare. My heart started racing. I hadn't told anyone where I was going, hadn't mentioned I'd be switching parks. But there he was, like he'd known exactly where I'd be. My thoughts started racing, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was just bad luck, maybe he'd decided to come here too. But it didn't feel like that. He wasn't out for a walk or enjoying the park. He was just there, watching me, like he'd been waiting. I grabbed Penny's leash and started walking fast, heading straight for the exit. I didn't care if I looked scared or strange, I just wanted out. As we walked, I kept checking over my shoulder, and every time I looked back, he was still there, just close enough to be in sight. He never got closer, never made a move toward me, but he didn't leave either. Just kept his distance, watching me leave. By the time we got back to the car, I was nearly running. I got Penny in, locked the doors, and sped out of the parking lot, barely looking back. I didn't go back to the park for a week after that. I kept telling myself it was just some weird coincidence, but it didn't feel that way. It felt wrong, in a way I couldn't explain. After that, I started changing my routines. I didn't go to any park for a while. I took Penny on quick walks around the neighborhood, sticking close to home, always keeping my eyes open. But even then, I'd catch myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see him there, standing at the end of the street or lurking by a corner. And then, one night, I got a knock on my door. It was late, after dark, and I wasn't expecting anyone. My heart pounded as I went to look through the peephole, feeling that familiar prickle down my spine. I didn't see anyone at first, just the empty porch. But then I noticed something on the ground in front of the door, a single piece of paper. I waited, hardly daring to breathe, and watched through the peephole for a few more minutes, but no one came back. Finally, I opened the door, just enough to reach out and grab the paper, then shut it quickly behind me. I unfolded it slowly, my hands shaking. There were only 2 words written on it, in neat, tiny handwriting: "I'm waiting." I didn't sleep that night. I kept all the lights on, kept Penny close by, checking every window, every door. I didn't know what he wanted, didn't understand why he was watching me, but I knew I couldn't go back to the parks. I didn't want him knowing where I lived, where I walked, where I'd be. I had no idea if he'd ever come back, or if he'd just keep watching from a distance, waiting like he'd written. It's been weeks since then. I haven't seen him again, but I still feel his eyes on me every time I leave the house. I don't go back to any of the parks. I don't go anywhere predictable. I change my routes, vary the times I go out. I don't want to give him any chances. But even now, sometimes, I catch a glimpse of someone in the corner of my eye. A figure, standing just far enough away that I can't make out the face. And every time, my heart skips, thinking it's him, that he's still out there, still watching, still waiting. It was a chilly Saturday morning when I decided to visit a small-town thrift store I had heard about from a friend. The store was tucked away between a few other shops on a quiet street. I parked my car and stepped out, feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity. I had always loved thrift stores. There was something thrilling about sifting through someone else's discarded items, finding a hidden gem among the clutter. As I pushed open the door, a small bell jingled above me. The interior was dimly lit, filled with shelves of clothes, trinkets, and furniture. The smell of old wood and fabric hung in the air, and I immediately felt at home. I started browsing, running my fingers over the various fabrics, looking for something that caught my eye. After a few minutes, I wandered to the back of the store. There, I saw a rack of clothes that looked slightly more worn than the others. My gaze fell on a long, flowing dress with a floral pattern that seemed familiar. I picked it up, holding it up to the light. It was a beautiful piece, the kind I would have worn in my early 20s. I felt a strange chill run down my spine as memories flooded back. I could have sworn I had owned this dress years ago. "Can I help you with something?" a voice asked. I turned to see a middle-aged woman behind the counter, her eyes bright and watchful. She had a friendly smile, but there was something off about it that made me uneasy. "I found this dress," I said, still feeling the fabric between my fingers. "I think it belonged to me a long time ago." She stepped closer, her expression shifting from friendly to oddly intense. "That dress is a treasure. You should try it on." I think I will," I replied, feeling a little uncertain. Something in her tone made me hesitate, but I shrugged it off. I just wanted to check if it fit. The woman led me to the fitting room, which was a small, cramped space with a single mirror and barely enough room to turn around. She closed the door behind me, and I slipped on the dress. As I looked in the mirror, I felt a rush of nostalgia wash over me. The dress hugged my figure perfectly, just like I remembered. I twirled slightly, letting the fabric flow around me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. "Does it fit?" the woman called from outside. Her voice sounded closer than it had before. "Yes, it fits great," I replied, but something in her tone made me uneasy. "Why don't you come out and show me?" she suggested, almost too eagerly. I hesitated. "I just need a moment." "Come on, dear. I can help you with the price. It's a special piece. You will not regret it," she insisted, her voice taking on a more urgent note. I frowned. "I am just trying to decide if I want it." "Why don't you let me see how it looks on you?" she pushed, the insistence in her voice making me uncomfortable. I took a deep breath, trying to gather my thoughts. The dress felt strange against my skin, like it was more than just fabric. I pulled at the hem nervously. "I am not ready to come out yet," I said, my voice wavering slightly. The woman chuckled softly. "You should really come out. It would be a shame not to show it off." I felt a creeping dread crawl over me. Something about her insistence made my stomach turn. "I will come out when I am ready," I repeated, my voice firmer now. There was a pause, and then she spoke again, her tone suddenly colder. You do not want to miss this opportunity. That dress deserves to be worn by someone who appreciates it. I stepped back, heart racing. I just need a moment. I heard her footsteps shuffling outside the door, then silence. I felt trapped, cornered by her strange insistence. My mind raced. Why was she so eager for me to wear this dress? I was just a customer. Finally, I took a deep breath and opened the door a crack. I will think about it, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But she was right there, standing too close, her smile now wide and unnerving. You look stunning. I cannot believe you hesitated. You must wear it. I really need to think about it, I insisted, trying to back away, but she stepped forward, blocking my way. Let me show you how beautiful it truly is on you, she urged, stepping closer. I could smell her perfume, sickly sweet, and it made me feel nauseous. No, I need to go, I said, panic rising in my throat. Why not take it home? She asked, tilting her head slightly. You could give it a second life. It is meant to be yours. Excuse me, I said, my voice shaking. I think I will pass. Her expression darkened slightly, the warmth fading from her face. You do not understand, she said, her voice low. It is not something you can just walk away from. It was made for you. I pushed past her, forcing my way out of the fitting room. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I didn't look back as I hurried toward the exit. I could hear her voice rising behind me, her tone desperate, but I kept moving, wanting to escape the store and the strange woman inside. As I burst through the front door and into the fresh air, relief washed over me. I glanced back to see the woman standing in the doorway, watching me with an unsettling intensity. I hurried to my car, fumbling with my keys as I tried to unlock the door. My hands trembled, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. I got inside, locking the doors behind me, and took a moment to breathe. The thrift store faded into the background as I drove away, my heart still racing. I never returned to that small-town thrift store. I still think about that dress, the memories it stirred, but I know that some things are best left in the past. That experience taught me to trust my instincts, to listen to the warning bells that ring in my mind when something feels off. And that day, it was clear that some treasures are not worth the price. I had been driving for hours, the dark road stretching endlessly before me. It was late, and I was tired. The monotony of the highway had begun to blur into the night, the lines of the road becoming indistinguishable. I decided to stop at a rest area to stretch my legs and grab a quick coffee. It was a small place, with just a few dim lights flickering overhead and a couple of vending machines lining the walls. After I parked, I stepped out of my car, taking a deep breath of the cool night air. It felt refreshing against my skin. I glanced at the empty lot. Just me and a few other cars parked nearby. I walked to the small building housing the restrooms and vending machines. The flickering lights inside cast long shadows on the floor, making it feel even more empty. I got a coffee from the vending machine and stood there for a moment, sipping it slowly, trying to shake off the fatigue. There was something eerie about the silence. It felt too quiet. I finished my coffee and walked back to my car, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. As I approached, I noticed something strange. My heart dropped. Someone was sitting in the driver's seat. I froze, standing still in disbelief. The person was smiling, a wide, unsettling grin on their face, as if they belonged there. I could not see their features clearly, but the way they were looking at me sent a shiver down my spine. What the hell? I muttered to myself, confusion flooding my mind. I must have locked the car. I was certain of it. I stepped back cautiously, scanning the parking lot for anyone else. No one was around. The other cars sat silently, shadows in the dark. I tried to convince myself it was some kind of mistake, maybe a friend playing a prank. But deep down, I knew it was something more sinister. "Hey!" I shouted, trying to sound confident. "What are you doing in my car?" The person just kept smiling, their eyes fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. I felt a rush of adrenaline kick in, my instinct screaming at me to get away. I turned to head back toward the building, but something held me there. A mix of fear and curiosity pulled me back to the car. "Get out of my car!" I yelled again, taking a few cautious steps closer. My heart raced. I could not help but wonder how they had gotten in without me noticing. As I got closer, I tried to look through the tinted windows, searching for any hint of who this person was. They looked normal enough, dressed in a dark jacket and jeans, but the smile never wavered. It felt wrong. I grabbed my phone from my pocket, my hands trembling as I prepared to call for help. But before I could dial, the person suddenly leaned back in the seat, as if they were getting comfortable. "Why are you so worried?" they said, their voice smooth and calm, completely at odds with the situation. "I just wanted to talk." "Talk?" I echoed, my voice rising in disbelief. "You're in my car. Get out." The person tilted their head slightly, still smiling, as if they found the entire situation amusing. "You know, it's not very nice to keep me waiting." Something inside me snapped. I could not stand there any longer, waiting for something worse to happen. I took a few steps back, ready to sprint toward the building and get help. But just as I turned, the person's voice came again, sharper this time. "Don't you want to know who I am?" I hesitated, glancing back at them. "No, I want you to leave my car. Now!" In that moment, the smile vanished. The person's expression shifted into something darker. "You really shouldn't have parked here alone," they said, the calmness replaced by an edge that sent a wave of fear coursing through me. I turned and bolted toward the rest area, adrenaline fueling my legs. I could hear them get out of my car, the sound of the door slamming shut echoing in the stillness behind me. My heart pounded in my chest as I sprinted toward the entrance, desperate to put as much distance between us as possible. I pushed through the door, rushing inside and locking it behind me. I turned to look back through the glass, my breath coming in quick bursts. I watched as the figure stood there outside, illuminated by the flickering lights, staring at me with that same unnerving smile. I reached for my phone, dialing 911 as quickly as I could. "I need help," I said, my voice trembling as I explained the situation, my eyes glued to the figure outside. They stood there, unmoving, watching me. The operator assured me help was on the way, but I could not take my eyes off the person. I thought about running out the back, escaping out of sight, but I was paralyzed with fear. What if they followed me? What if they were waiting for me to make a move? I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, a reminder of how alive I felt, yet how close I was to danger. Minutes felt like hours, and as I stood there, waiting for help to arrive, the person outside began to walk closer. Each step felt like a hammer hitting my chest. My hand shook as I gripped my phone tightly, ready to fight if I had to. Finally, I heard the distant sound of sirens, breaking the tension in the air. Relief flooded me, but I could not let my guard down yet. The figure stopped just short of the entrance, still watching me, a twisted grin on their face. It was as if they knew help was coming but did not care. They just wanted to savor the moment. When the police arrived, they stepped out of their car, and I rushed to the door, flinging it open to tell them what happened. I pointed at the figure, my voice trembling. "That person is in my car." The officers moved quickly, two of them approaching the figure while the third stayed with me, asking questions. I watched as they confronted the person, who had finally stopped smiling. The conversation was short, the officers were firm, and I could see them searching the person before leading them away. I stayed inside, unable to look away. The officers walked the person to their car, and after some time, they finally came back to me. They assured me that the individual was just a hitchhiker who had mistakenly thought my car was unoccupied and was simply looking for a ride. "Still, you did the right thing by calling us," one officer said. "It is not safe to be out here alone at night." I nodded, still shaken. I could hardly process their words. I thought about how easily things could have turned out differently if I hadn't trusted my instincts. I felt grateful to have escaped, grateful that help had come in time. As I finally returned to my car, I glanced around the parking lot, relieved to see that the figure was gone. I got inside and locked the doors, taking a moment to breathe deeply. I was exhausted, but I felt a strange sense of peace wash over me. I drove away from that rest area, the dark road ahead no longer seeming so endless. I would not be stopping for late-night breaks again. I realized how quickly the night could turn from routine to terrifying, and I knew I would remember this experience for a long time. I was traveling back from a work trip, just waiting for my transfer at this train station a couple hours from home. My train wasn't due for another 40 minutes, so I was just killing time, wandering around, checking my phone now and then. At some point, I started feeling the coffee I'd had earlier catching up to me, so I went to find the restroom. The station itself was kind of run down, not dirty exactly, but worn. That restroom was empty when I went in, 3 stalls and a couple of urinals. No music, just the faint echo of a train announcement from outside. I went to the farthest stall and shut the door. I was sitting there, checking my phone to pass the time, when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. There was something poking out from under the stall door across from me. At first, I thought maybe someone had dropped something, but then I realized it was moving slightly, shifting up and down, as if adjusting. It took me a second to process, but then I saw what it was, the lens of a phone camera. Someone was recording me. I froze. My heart started racing, but I kept still, trying not to make any sudden movements. I didn't want them to know I'd noticed. I felt sick, but I stayed as calm as I could, breathing slow, waiting. After what felt like forever, the phone finally pulled back, just as silently as it had come. I waited a couple of seconds, then stood up as quietly as possible, barely touching the stall walls. I listened. I didn't hear footsteps or anything, just silence, and I thought maybe they were still there. I felt trapped, like if I opened the door, they'd be right on the other side. My mind was racing, going through every option. Should I open it fast, scare them? Or wait and see if they left first? I decided I couldn't stay in there. I took a deep breath and opened the door, stepping out. I glanced around quickly, looking at the other stalls. Nothing. Empty. Whoever it was had left. I didn't waste any time. I went straight out of there. Back in the main part of the station, it felt safer, but I was still on edge, looking over my shoulder every few steps. I tried to calm down, telling myself it was probably just some creep who'd gotten what he wanted and left. But even with all the people around, I didn't feel right. Then, my phone buzzed. I didn't think anything of it at first, figured it was just a work email or something, but then I looked and saw it was a text from an unknown number. All it said was, "Nice to see you." I stopped walking, my stomach turning. I thought maybe it was someone messing with me, but then my phone buzzed again. "Hope you're enjoying your trip." I didn't respond. I looked around, searching faces, but no one seemed to be looking at me. Everyone was just moving along, like nothing was wrong. I shoved my phone back in my pocket and walked faster toward the station exit, thinking maybe I'd just wait outside where there were more people around. But then another text came through. "Leaving already?" I couldn't believe it. My hands started shaking. I'd seen enough movies to know that this wasn't a coincidence, but I couldn't figure out how they could know I was leaving, let alone what they were getting at. I didn't know if I should respond, but another message came before I had the chance to decide. "You look a little nervous." It felt like a punch to the gut. That meant they were still watching. I took a breath and looked around, trying to act casual while scanning the station, but nothing. No one was paying me any special attention. I typed back, "Who's this?" I watched the screen, waiting, hoping they'd slip up and give me some hint. A few seconds later, the reply came through. "Don't worry about that. We're just having a little fun." I felt like I was going to be sick. I had this overwhelming feeling that whoever was doing this wasn't far away, maybe even close enough to see the expression on my face. I typed, "This isn't funny," and hit send. This time, there was a longer pause, and I thought maybe they'd finally given up. But just as I let out a breath, another message appeared. "Isn't it?" I didn't respond. Instead, I headed straight for the nearest security guard. He was standing by the main entrance, a big guy, older, looked like he'd seen a lot. I explained as quickly as I could, showing him the messages, telling him what happened in the restroom. He took my phone, scrolling through the texts, and frowned. "Have you tried calling this number?" he asked. I hadn't, so I pulled out my phone, dialed the number, and pressed call. It rang, but no one picked up. Just a normal ring, no busy signal, no weird noises. Just a regular, endless ring. The guard advised me to stay close to him, and he called in another security officer to help check the restroom in the station for anyone who might be acting suspicious. I stayed where I was, my back against the wall, watching them head toward the restroom while I kept looking around, nervous, but no one around me seemed unusual. Then, my phone buzzed again. I almost didn't want to look, but I did. The text said, "You really shouldn't have done that." I looked over at the guard, wanting to show him the message, but I was frozen, staring at the screen. Just then, one of the guards walked back over to me, shaking his head. "No one in there, and no sign of anything left behind," he said, looking around. I showed him the new text. He frowned, his face getting serious. He asked me to stay put, and then both guards left to check around the rest of the station, telling me they'd be right back. Alone, I felt completely vulnerable. I kept glancing around, gripping my phone tight, looking at every face that passed by, every figure in the distance. I tried to calm down, telling myself it was over, that the guards were on it. But my phone buzzed one last time. This time, it was a photo. A picture of me, taken just minutes before, standing in the same spot by the wall, looking as lost and scared as I felt. The message with it just said, "See you around." My stomach dropped. I looked around wildly, my head spinning, my breath caught in my throat. But I didn't see anyone holding up a phone, no one pointing a camera at me, no one acting like they were watching me. It felt like every single person in that station was in on it, every face a threat. When the guards came back, I told them about the picture, showed them the message, and one of them looked at the other, nodding slightly. They told me to wait right there, then they brought in another officer. I went through the whole story again, every detail, every text. They asked for my phone and took it to the back, saying they'd try to trace the number, find out where the messages were coming from. The next train home was announced over the loudspeakers, and they advised me to board, saying they'd follow up. I didn't argue. I just wanted to leave. I got on that train, found my seat, and just sat there, looking out the window. I didn't get any more messages on the ride home, and I barely slept that night. A couple of days later, I got a call from the station security. They told me they couldn't trace the number. It was from some throwaway line that disconnected as soon as I'd left the station. They checked the cameras, but the quality wasn't good enough to make out any faces clearly. No leads, they said. It's been months now, but every time I'm out, every time I get on a train, I feel that same prickling on the back of my neck. Like someone's watching. Like somewhere, someone has a picture of me, just waiting for the right moment. I decided to take a trip to Cuyahoga Valley National Park last summer. I needed some time away from everything, some solitude. I loved hiking, and the trails were beautiful. I parked my car at the entrance and picked a secluded trail that I thought would take me deep into the woods. The sun was bright, and the sounds of the forest were calming. I felt a sense of freedom as I walked, the smell of pine filling the air. After a few hours, I took a break. I found a nice spot by a small creek. I sat on a rock, dipped my hands in the cool water, and took a sip from my water bottle. As I relaxed, I heard footsteps approaching. I looked up, and my heart skipped a beat. It was Josh, my old friend from high school. I had not seen him in years. "Hey," he called, a broad smile on his face as he came closer. "Josh, is that you?" I asked, shocked. I could hardly believe it. We had lost touch after graduation, and I had no idea he was in the area. "Yeah, it's me." "I can't believe it." "What are you doing here?" he replied, looking as excited as I felt. We hugged, and I noticed he seemed different. His clothes were worn, and his beard was long and unkempt. There was a wild look in his eyes that made me uneasy, but I pushed it aside. "I just wanted to escape for a bit," I said. "I needed to get away from everything." "Same here," he said. "I have been living in the park for weeks. It is amazing out here. You wouldn't believe how beautiful it is if you stick to the main trails. Come with me. I can show you the real beauty of this place." I hesitated. There was something about the way he said it that sent a chill down my spine. But I remembered our old friendship and how adventurous we used to be. "Sure, why not?" I replied. As we walked, he talked about his life in the park. He claimed he had been sleeping under the stars and living off the land. I listened, but I started to notice his behavior becoming a bit odd. He spoke in a hurried tone, and there was a wildness in his gestures. He pointed out every bird and every rustle in the bushes as if it all held some great significance. "Look," he said suddenly, stopping dead in his tracks. He pointed to a tree, excitement glowing in his eyes. "This is a perfect spot. The view is incredible from here. You can see the valley stretching for miles." I looked around. It was nice, but it didn't seem special. It was just another spot in the woods. "It's beautiful," I said, trying to match his enthusiasm. "Not just beautiful. It is alive," he insisted, his voice rising. "You can feel the pulse of the earth here. You just have to know how to listen." I laughed, trying to lighten the mood. "Right. I guess I'm just not tuned in yet. He stared at me, his expression suddenly serious. You don't get it. You need to open your mind. You can't just walk the trails like everyone else. The air shifted, and I felt a wave of discomfort wash over me. Okay, Josh. Show me what you mean. He smiled, and for a moment, it felt like we were back to being old friends again. But as we continued walking, he kept glancing at me, studying me in a way that made me uneasy. We reached a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a small pond. The sunlight glistened on the water, and I felt a momentary sense of peace. I was ready to sit and enjoy the view, but Josh had other ideas. This is where I come to think, he said, his voice low. You should swim. Feel the connection. I don't know. It's a bit cold, I replied, looking at the water. Come on. You have to dive in, he urged, almost pleading. I stood there, the urge to leave gnawing at me. Maybe later, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Josh's expression changed. You don't trust me. It was a statement, not a question. No, it's not that, I said quickly. Just what? He interrupted, stepping closer, his voice rising again. You think I'm crazy, don't you? That I'm just some wild man living in the woods? No, that's not it. I raised my hands defensively. I'm just surprised to see you, that's all. His face softened for a moment, but it quickly turned back to anger. You don't get it. You need to see. You need to understand. I backed away slowly, the discomfort transforming into genuine fear. Josh, I think I need to head back. Back? He laughed, but there was no humor in it. You want to go back to that life? You can't go back. Why not? I asked, my voice trembling. He took a step towards me, his eyes wide and desperate. Because you are missing it. You don't see how beautiful it is here. The more he spoke, the more erratic his behavior became. He started pacing, talking to himself as if I was not even there. I was standing by the pond, my heart racing, feeling trapped. Josh, this isn't like you, I said, trying to reach him. We used to enjoy things together. Remember? He stopped pacing and stared at me, his expression shifting again. You don't understand the freedom. The beauty. You will never know if you go back. I need to go back, I said firmly, trying to sound brave. He lunged forward suddenly, grabbing my arm tightly. You can't leave. I need you to see. Panic surged through me, and I pulled away, breaking free from his grasp. Josh, let go of me. He hesitated, confusion flickering across his face. For a moment, I thought he might come back to reality. But then he stepped closer, eyes wild again. You are too far gone. I have to show you. I turned and ran. My feet pounded against the ground, adrenaline pushing me forward as I dashed through the trees, branches slapping against me. I didn't look back, but I could hear him behind me, calling my name, his voice echoing in the silence of the forest. I sprinted down the path, my heart racing, breath coming in gasps. I could hear him crashing through the brush behind me. I knew I had to keep moving. I felt the panic rising in my chest, but I refused to let it stop me. After what felt like an eternity, I spotted the trailhead ahead. I burst through the trees and onto the dirt path leading to my car. I could still hear him behind me, but I didn't stop to look. I fumbled for my keys, finally finding them in my pocket, and unlocked the door. I jumped inside, slamming the door shut, my heart pounding in my ears. I glanced out the window, and for a moment, I thought I saw him emerge from the trees, standing at the edge of the trail, watching me. His expression was a mix of anger and sadness, and I felt a twist of guilt. But I couldn't stay. I started the engine and drove away, my hands shaking on the wheel. As I left the park, I felt the weight of what had just happened settle on my shoulders. I had lost a friend that day, and I could only hope he would find his way back to himself. I drove for hours, the sun setting behind me, casting long shadows on the road. I knew I had to be more careful, to trust my instincts more than I ever had before. The wilderness was not just a place of beauty, it could also hide darkness that could consume a person. I had been working the night shift at a 24-hour laundromat for about 6 months. It was a simple job, really, just me and the machines humming softly in the dark. I liked the quiet hours, the rhythm of the washers and dryers, and the way the fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows across the floor. Most nights were uneventful, with just the occasional customer popping in. But there was one man who changed everything. He first walked in one Tuesday night, just as I was finishing up my shift. He was tall, dressed in a long coat, and had this odd way of moving, like he was gliding more than walking. He went straight to the back, where the industrial washers were, and sat down in one of the plastic chairs. At first, I thought he was waiting for a load of laundry. But he didn't bring in any clothes. Instead, he just sat there, staring at me. I tried to ignore him, focusing on the tasks I had to finish. I wiped down the counters, cleaned the lint traps, and kept glancing in his direction. He was still there, his eyes fixed on me, and it felt uncomfortable, like I was under a microscope. I could not shake off the feeling that he was watching my every move. When I finished my work and went to close up for the night, he was still there, just sitting quietly. The next night, he returned. Again, no laundry, just him sitting in the same spot, watching me. It was strange how he came back night after night without ever doing anything. I thought about calling the police, but he hadn't done anything wrong. Just sitting there, it felt like a violation, but I had no right to confront him. As the days passed, I noticed he had a routine. He always arrived around the same time, usually just after midnight, and left before I finished closing. It became a pattern, and I started to dread the moment the door would chime as he entered. He didn't speak, and I didn't ask. I just kept working, trying to convince myself he was harmless. But his presence made the air feel heavy, like I was trapped in some twisted version of my life. One night, I decided I could not take it anymore. I was scrubbing down the machines when I felt his eyes on me again, heavy and insistent. I put down my cloth and walked over to him. The fluorescent lights flickered as I approached, casting a sickly glow on his face. "Excuse me," I said, trying to sound calm. "You can't just sit here without doing laundry. I need to ask you to leave." He looked up at me, his expression blank. Then he smiled, and that smile sent a chill through my spine. "I know where you live," he said simply, his voice smooth and quiet. I felt the blood drain from my face. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Your address," he replied, leaning back in his chair. "I know it very well." Panic surged through me. "How do you know that?" I demanded, my heart racing. I wanted to turn and run, but my legs felt rooted to the ground. He didn't answer right away. He just continued to look at me, that same unnerving smile never leaving his face. I could hear the hum of the machines behind me, louder now, drowning out my thoughts. I wanted to scream for help, but there was no one around. "You live in that little house on Maple Street," he said, his tone casual. "The one with the blue shutters. You have a cat, right? A gray one. I see it sometimes when you come home from work. My breath caught in my throat. The way he spoke, so calmly, as if this was a normal conversation, made my skin crawl. I had never mentioned my cat or my address to anyone at work. I felt exposed, like I was standing in front of him completely naked. "Please," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "You need to leave. This isn't okay." He tilted his head, still smiling. "I just like to watch you. You work hard. It is fascinating." "Fascinating?" I echoed, incredulous. I took a step back, wanting to put distance between us. "That is creepy. You cannot just sit here and watch me work every night. It is not normal." "Normal is a matter of perspective," he replied, leaning forward slightly. "You should be careful. There are worse people than me out there." I turned to leave, every nerve screaming at me to run, but I didn't want to turn my back on him. I reached for the phone on the counter, my hands shaking. "I will call the police if you do not leave." "Go ahead," he said, unfazed. "I'll be here when you get back." I hurried to the back office, my heart pounding, and dialed 911. I explained the situation, my voice shaky as I tried to describe the man. They told me they would send someone, but it would take time. I didn't know if I could stay there alone until they arrived. I took a deep breath and decided I couldn't wait. I needed to get out. I glanced back at the man, who was still sitting there, still watching me, and I felt a rush of anger and fear. I grabbed my things, ready to leave, when I heard the door chime again. The man's eyes shifted to the entrance, and I turned as well. Another customer had come in, a young woman, probably in her 20s. She looked surprised to see me in such a panic, and I quickly waved to her. "I need to go. Can you please stay with him until the police arrive?" She nodded, looking concerned, and I dashed out the back door, my heart racing as I stepped into the cool night air. I didn't stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, desperate to lock the door behind me. I could still feel his eyes on me, the memory of that smile haunting me. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him standing at the laundromat door, watching me leave. But there was nothing. Just the darkened windows of the laundromat and the night stretching out in front of me. The police called later that night to tell me they had found the man, but he had given them a false name and disappeared before they could get any real information. I never returned to that laundromat. I quit my job the next day, taking a position at a place with daytime hours. I thought about him often, that smile and those unsettling words. I never learned who he really was or why he had chosen to fixate on me. But I took every precaution when I got home, double-checking the locks and peering out the windows before settling in for the night. The memory of his voice still lingered, a reminder that sometimes the darkest things are not found in shadows or nightmares, but in the very real world around us. I worked a graveyard shift at a 24-hour convenience store, just me, the buzzing lights, and that ticking clock. It was the kind of job where nothing really happened, just quiet hours with the occasional late-night shopper. People would shuffle in, grab a drink or snack, maybe some smokes, then leave. And I was fine with that. I liked the quiet. But then he started showing up. It was sometime in early September. I remember that night because the air felt heavy, like it might rain. He was just standing across the street, right by the old lamppost that flickered on and off. I noticed him, thought maybe he was waiting for a ride or something, but he just stayed there. No movement, no one else around. At first, I tried not to think too much of it. I kept myself busy, stocked the shelves, cleaned the counter, anything to pass the time. But every time I looked up, he was still there, just staring. It's like he was waiting for something. The next night, he was there again, in the same spot, same stance, arms crossed. He was tall, maybe in his late 30s or 40s, with a bit of a scruffy look. He wore a dark jacket and jeans, nothing that really stood out, but the way he watched, it wasn't normal. I could feel it, that prickle on the back of my neck. I kept telling myself maybe he was just some guy who lived nearby, maybe waiting for someone. But he never crossed the street, never came inside. He didn't come every night, just enough that I started to expect it. Sometimes it'd be 2 nights in a row, then he'd skip a day, then back again. It made me uneasy, but I couldn't really do anything about it. He wasn't breaking any laws by just standing there. Then, one night, about a week later, he finally came inside. It was around 2 in the morning. The store was empty, like usual, just me and the hum of the freezers in the back. I was restocking the drink fridge when I heard the bell over the door. I looked up, and there he was, stepping in. He didn't look at me right away, just walked down the first aisle, his hands tucked in his jacket pockets. I tried to act normal, just went back to stocking the shelves, but I could feel him watching me from the corner of his eye as he walked slowly through the store. He wasn't looking at the products or grabbing anything, just lingering, one aisle at a time. I kept telling myself not to freak out, that maybe he was finally here to buy something, that it was all just in my head. But then he turned down my aisle, just a few feet away, and stopped. He looked at me, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. His gaze was intense, like he was looking right through me. "Hi, Claire," he said. I froze. I hadn't told him my name. I was sure of that. I didn't wear a name tag or anything. There was no way he could have known. My mind raced, trying to think if I'd slipped up somehow, but I knew I hadn't. I forced a smile, tried to play it cool. "Can I help you with something?" He didn't answer right away, just kept staring. Then he tilted his head, almost like he was sizing me up. "You're here alone, aren't you?" he said, like he was making small talk, but his voice was low, calm. Too calm. Something about the way he said it made my stomach twist. I didn't want him to know I was alone. I cleared my throat, shrugged. "Not always," I said, hoping it sounded believable. "My manager comes in around 3. He just smiled, a thin, tight smile. "I know you're here alone, Claire," he said, his voice steady, almost amused. I wanted to scream or run, but I forced myself to stay calm. I was in my own store, with cameras watching. I kept my voice even, trying to sound unfazed. "Look, if you don't need anything, I'm going to have to ask you to leave." He took a step closer, too close for comfort, and I could feel my heart racing. "You shouldn't be working here by yourself," he said, like he was giving me advice, like he was concerned for me. "It's dangerous, especially at night." I backed up a little, moving towards the counter where I had a phone under the register. I glanced over at it, hoping he didn't notice, but he did. I could see it in his eyes. He knew exactly what I was thinking. "Don't worry," he said, a bit of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I'm not here to hurt you. Just wanted to see you up close." His words made my skin crawl. I tried to think of what to say, something that would get him to leave, but my mind was blank. All I could do was stare at him, my throat dry, my hands shaking. Finally, he stepped back, giving me a little space, but he didn't turn to leave. "I'll see you around, Claire," he said, like he was making a promise. Then he walked out, as calm as he'd come in, and disappeared into the night. I stood there for a long time, heart pounding, trying to process what had just happened. I didn't know what to do. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That a man came into the store and acted strange? They wouldn't take me seriously. After that, I kept an eye out for him every night, just waiting for him to come back. And he did. Sometimes he'd just stand outside, watching. Other nights, he'd come in, wander around without buying anything, then leave. And every time he'd call me by name, I started dreading my shifts. I didn't feel safe anymore. I tried telling my boss, but he just shrugged it off, said I was overreacting. People are weird sometimes, he told me, like that was supposed to make me feel better. One night, when I couldn't take it anymore, I confronted him. He'd come in, lingered around as usual, and I just snapped. "Why do you keep coming here?" I asked, my voice shaking. "What do you want?" He looked at me, that same unsettling smile on his face. "I just like seeing you," he said, his voice soft. "I feel like we know each other." "We don't," I said, my voice firm. "Stop coming here." His smile faded, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something else in his eyes. Anger, maybe. He took a step closer, and I could feel the tension in the air. "Careful, Claire," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "You don't want to make me angry." I didn't know what to say, so I just stayed silent, watching as he finally turned and left. That was the last time I saw him. I don't know why he stopped coming after that. Maybe he found someone else to follow, someone else to watch. I quit the job not long after that. I couldn't stay there, not knowing if he'd show up again. Even now, I still look over my shoulder, still feel like he's out there somewhere, watching. I don't think I'll ever feel safe again. I worked a graveyard shift at a toll booth on a deserted stretch of highway. It was mostly empty, a couple of cars passing through every hour, but for the most part, it was dead quiet. That's how I liked it. I'd been at this job for years, sitting alone in my little booth, tucked away from the rest of the world. I never really had trouble with anyone. People would pay, nod, maybe mutter a thank you and go on their way. It was a night like any other. Dark and cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. It was just me, a couple of headlights every so often, and the hum of the fluorescent light overhead. Around 2 in the morning, I noticed a car approaching slowly from a distance. I could see the headlights getting closer, but they were dim, like the car was crawling along. When it finally reached the booth, it came to a complete stop just a little bit behind the gate, but the driver didn't roll down the window. I couldn't see much of the person inside, just a vague shadow. The headlights cut out, leaving us both in near darkness, save for the dim light from the booth. I waited, figuring he was getting his money or card ready. But he didn't move. I tapped the side of the booth to try and get his attention, but nothing. I leaned a little closer to the glass to see better, trying to make out who it was, but the windows were too dark. Just a shadowy shape behind the wheel. I don't know why, but something about it made me uneasy. I told myself he'd move in a second, that maybe he was just tired or trying to stretch out before continuing on his way. So I waited, tapping my fingers on the counter, just listening to the silence. A few minutes went by. It felt like he was staring at me through the darkened window. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them on me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I pressed the button to lift the gate, hoping he'd just drive through. But he didn't budge. The gate went up, the green light blinked, and he just sat there. After a minute, I finally stepped out of the booth, shivering as the cold air hit me. "Hey, you all right?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. The window didn't roll down. No response. I stepped closer, my boots crunching on the gravel, but still, no reaction from him. Just that dark figure sitting there, watching. I backed up, went back inside the booth, and lowered the gate. Maybe he was drunk or something. Maybe he just needed a few minutes to sober up. I decided to wait it out, figuring he'd eventually leave. But he didn't. 30 minutes passed, then an hour. I kept glancing over at the car, hoping he'd just turn on his lights, pay the toll, and drive away. But he sat there, motionless. My eyes kept darting to the clock, counting down until my shift would end, but I still had hours to go. Every time I looked up, he was there, still staring. After a while, I started to feel trapped. There was nowhere for me to go, really. The booth was small, and I couldn't exactly leave my post. I tried to ignore him, tried to just look at my phone, read something, anything to distract myself, but every few minutes I'd glance up, and he'd still be there, watching me. I thought about calling someone, maybe my boss or the police. But I didn't want to look paranoid or like I couldn't handle my job. I figured he'd get bored eventually, that he'd drive off if I just ignored him. But he didn't. It was nearly 4 in the morning when he finally moved. I glanced up, and I saw the door open. I froze, my heart racing. I watched as he stepped out of the car, slowly, like he had all the time in the world. He was tall, with a thin frame, dressed all in black. He didn't say a word, didn't call out to me. He just stood by his car, staring straight at the booth. My pulse was pounding in my ears. I tried to look calm, but I knew he could see my hands shaking. He took a step closer, then another. He moved slow, deliberate, never breaking eye contact. I hit the button to lower the gate, hoping he'd take the hint, but he just kept coming. Step by step, he walked up to the booth until he was right outside, only the thin glass between us. He stood there, inches away, his face barely visible in the shadows. "Can I help you?" I forced out, trying to keep my voice steady, but it came out barely louder than a whisper. He didn't respond. Just stared, his eyes hidden in the dark, but I could feel them on me, cold and unblinking. He leaned forward, pressing his hand against the glass. I could see the outline of his fingers, the smudges his hand left behind. For a second, I thought he was going to break it, just shatter the glass and reach in. But he didn't. He just stayed there, pressing against the window. I stepped back, my mind racing. I tried to remember if I had locked the door to the booth, if there was anything nearby I could use as a weapon, just in case. But there was nothing. Just me, him, and the glass between us. And then, as quickly as he had appeared, he stepped back. He tilted his head slightly, like he was studying me, like he was amused. A small, twisted smile spread across his face, and he turned and walked back to his car. He got in, shut the door, and turned on the headlights, flooding the booth with bright light. I shielded my eyes, watching as he reversed, pulling back a few yards. I thought he was finally leaving, but he just parked there, his headlights pointed straight at me. I could see him through the windshield, just a silhouette, but I knew he was watching. The hours dragged by. I didn't move, barely breathed, just kept my eyes on him, waiting for him to leave. But he stayed there, his car idling, headlights blazing. I didn't dare look away, didn't want to lose sight of him for even a second. Finally, as dawn started to break, he put the car in gear and pulled away, disappearing down the highway. I sat there, numb, watching as his taillights faded into the distance. When my shift ended, I reported it to my supervisor, gave a description of the car and the man. They promised to look into it, said they'd keep an eye out. But I knew they wouldn't find him. He hadn't done anything illegal. He just watched. It was just past midnight, and I'd been driving for hours, pushing through the dark stretches of highway with only my headlights lighting the way. I'd seen barely any other cars for miles. It felt like I was alone out there, just me and the road. I was getting tired, so I decided to stop at a rest area I saw coming up on a sign. There was a certain stillness to it, like the place had been abandoned a long time ago, but I told myself it was fine, that I'd be quick. I pulled in, and there wasn't another car in the lot, except for one parked near the far end. It looked old and beat up, something that hadn't been moved in a while. The door was wide open, hanging there in the silence. I figured maybe someone had left it open by mistake, though it seemed odd. I got out of my car and looked around. The place was dead quiet, nothing but the hum of bugs and the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I could feel the chill creeping up on me, like something wasn't right, but I tried to shake it off. I started to walk toward the bathrooms, just planning to go in and get back on the road. As I walked past the open car, I felt something pull me to look inside. The seats were covered in dirt, and the dashboard was smeared with dust, like nobody had touched it in months. There was this faint smell too, like stale air mixed with something else I couldn't place. It made my stomach turn a little, but I looked away and kept walking. I was halfway to the building when I heard something, footsteps. I turned, and there was a man standing next to the open car door, watching me. He must have come out of nowhere, because I hadn't seen him when I first looked in that direction. He was tall, skinny, with scruffy hair and a coat that looked 2 sizes too big for him. His face was pale, and he had this strange, blank look in his eyes, like he was barely there. He didn't say anything at first, just stood there staring at me. I felt my throat tighten, every part of me screaming to get out of there, but I couldn't move. I managed to stammer out a quiet, "Hello," hoping he'd just ignore me or maybe explain what he was doing. He tilted his head a little, like he was thinking something over. Then he smiled, this slow, uncomfortable smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I was waiting," he said, his voice low and almost too calm. My heart was pounding, and I took a small step back, glancing toward my car. "Waiting for what?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. His eyes followed mine to my car, and he took a step closer, his hand resting on the open door of the beat-up car. "Waiting for someone just like you to come along." His voice was steady, but there was something in it that chilled me to the bone. The way he said "just like you" made it feel like he'd been expecting me, specifically me, even though that didn't make any sense. I took another step back. I don't know what you're talking about," I said, trying to keep calm, even though I could feel the panic rising. The man just kept looking at me, that smile still plastered on his face. "You're the one, all right," he murmured. "I knew you'd be here tonight. They always come by eventually." It felt like my skin was crawling, every nerve in my body telling me to turn and run, but I couldn't stop staring at him. "Look, I don't know what you're talking about, but I need to go." He tilted his head again, like he was considering something. "You think you can just drive away?" he asked, his tone almost playful. "But you stopped. You chose to stop here. Doesn't that mean something to you?" I shook my head, stepping back further, but he moved with me, closing the distance. I could feel the handle of my car behind me, my fingers curling around it, trying to stay calm. "Please, leave me alone," I said, my voice coming out smaller than I wanted. The man took one more step, close enough now that I could see the lines on his face, the way his eyes seemed to sink into his skull. "Oh, but I can't leave you alone." "Not now." "You're here." I yanked the car door open, but he reached out, his hand landing on the edge of the door, stopping me from closing it. "Where are you going to go?" he asked, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Out there in the dark. You don't know what's waiting for you out there." I could barely breathe, his face inches from mine. My hand was shaking as I tried to pull the door shut, but he was stronger than he looked, his grip iron tight. "Please," I managed to say, barely holding back tears. The man leaned in closer, his voice soft but cold. "You know you're not getting away from this, right? You're here for a reason." I finally found the strength to push back, using every ounce of force I had. He stumbled back just enough for me to slam the door shut, and I locked it instantly, my hands fumbling as I scrambled to start the car. I didn't look at him again, didn't dare make eye contact, just kept my eyes on the steering wheel as I fumbled with the keys. As the engine roared to life, I glanced up, and he was standing there, right in front of my car, watching me with that same unsettling smile. I threw the car into reverse, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I backed up and turned, the tires screeching as I sped out of the rest area. In the rearview mirror, I could still see him standing there, watching me, his figure growing smaller as I got farther and farther away. Even after I'd been driving for miles, I kept checking, half expecting to see him following me down the empty road. I didn't stop again that night. I didn't stop for hours, just kept driving, my hands shaking the whole time. Every time I thought of his face, that awful smile, I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I don't know who he was, or what he wanted, but I know that if I hadn't left when I did, I might not have made it out of there. I still don't understand what he meant by waiting for someone like me. I don't think I ever want to know. I've been working the night shift at a 24-hour laundromat for a while now. It's one of those places that's always open, no matter the time, no matter the day. It's quiet, mostly. The occasional person comes in to do their laundry late at night, but for the most part, it's just me cleaning and watching the clock crawl toward the end of my shift. I didn't mind it at first. The hours were long, but the job was easy enough. Just sweep the floors, wipe down the machines, and make sure everything was stocked and tidy for the next day. But after a few weeks, I started noticing him. The man who came in every single night, right around the same time. He wasn't like the usual customers who came in to actually do laundry. He'd walk in, look around like he was deciding which machine to use, but never put anything in. Not even a bag. He'd just sit in the back, near the corner by the vending machines, and stare at me. Just stare. At first, I thought it was a coincidence. I didn't want to jump to conclusions or make assumptions about anyone. Maybe he was just waiting for a friend. Maybe he was just passing through. But night after night, the same thing happened. He'd walk in, look around like he was deciding, then take a seat in that same corner, and just watch me. I'd be busy cleaning, pretending I didn't notice, but I could feel his eyes on me the entire time. The silence in the laundromat felt heavier with him there. The hum of the washers and dryers was louder than usual, like it was amplifying the tension. One night, around 2 in the morning, I decided enough was enough. I couldn't keep pretending everything was fine. I had to say something to him. I couldn't just keep looking over my shoulder and pretending I wasn't scared. He had been coming in for nearly a month, and I was starting to feel trapped. I walked over to him, trying to keep my voice steady. "Excuse me, sir," I said. "You can't just sit here. If you're not going to do laundry, I'll have to ask you to leave." He didn't even look at me right away. He just kept staring ahead, like I wasn't even there. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I stood there, waiting for him to respond. After a few long moments, he slowly turned his head to look at me. His eyes were dark, almost hollow. There was something unsettling about the way he looked at me, like he was seeing through me. "I know you," he said, his voice soft but clear. "I know where you live." I froze. The words hit me like a punch to the stomach. I'd heard of people getting harassed before, but I never thought it would happen to me. I didn't know what to say. How could he know where I lived? I hadn't told anyone where I lived, not even my coworkers. I kept everything private, kept to myself. My heart started racing. My mind was going a million miles a minute, trying to figure out how he could have possibly known that. "How do you know where I live?" I finally managed to ask, my voice trembling despite myself. He smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was thin, almost like a smirk. He leaned back in his seat, the flickering light from the vending machines casting strange shadows across his face. "I've been watching you," he said, almost casually. "Every night. I know your routine. I know when you come in, and I know when you leave." I felt my stomach drop. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what he was saying. "You've been watching me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "For how long?" "Long enough," he replied, his smile widening. "Long enough to know everything about you." I took a step back, feeling the panic start to rise. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a mistake. Maybe he was just trying to mess with me, get a reaction. But something in his eyes, something in the way he said those words, made it feel all too real. The walls of the laundromat felt like they were closing in around me. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to run. I wanted to call the police, but I was frozen, stuck in place. The silence between us stretched on, thick and suffocating. He didn't say anything else, but he didn't need to. His eyes told me everything. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying the fear he was causing. After what felt like an eternity, I finally found my voice again. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice shaky but determined. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he just stared at me, his gaze never wavering. Then, after what felt like 1,000 years, he slowly stood up. I took a step back, instinctively trying to put some distance between us. "I don't want anything," he said, his voice calm, almost too calm. "I just like watching you. I like knowing where you are, where you'll be." The way he said it made my blood run cold. It was like he was savoring the moment, relishing the fear that was written all over my face. I don't know how long we stood there, just staring at each other. I could hear the hum of the machines, the distant sound of traffic outside, but it felt like everything had gone still, like time itself had stopped. Finally, he turned and walked toward the door, his footsteps slow and deliberate. I watched him, too afraid to move, too afraid to take my eyes off of him. He reached the door and paused, looking over his shoulder one last time. "I'll see you tomorrow night," he said. And then, without another word, he stepped outside and disappeared into the darkness. I don't know how long I stood there after he left. I think I just stared at the door, too scared to do anything else. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto the broom I had picked up at some point during the encounter. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I should call the police, or if I should leave and never come back. But I stayed. I had to stay. I couldn't just leave, not without finishing my shift. So, I locked the door behind me, double-checked the security cameras, and kept working, trying to convince myself everything was fine. but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, watching, waiting. The next night, he came back. Right on time, like always. This time, I didn't say anything. I didn't even look at him. I just kept my head down and tried to keep my hands from shaking. And every night after that, he came back. Sometimes he'd just sit there, not saying a word, just watching. Other times, he'd say something small, something that made my heart race. But I never confronted him again. I couldn't. I didn't know what he would do if I did. Eventually, I stopped showing up for the night shifts. I couldn't handle it anymore. I didn't want to be alone with him in that laundromat, with him knowing where I lived, watching me. I told my boss I had found another job, and that was that. I still don't know who he was, or why he chose me. But every time I close my eyes, I can see his face, and I hear his voice. I'll see you tomorrow night. I had been working the night shift at the rural bus depot for almost a year. The hours were long and quiet, filled mostly with the soft hum of the vending machine and the occasional radio chatter from the buses out on the routes. Most nights, I had the place to myself, save for the few drivers coming in for their breaks or dropping off paperwork. I got used to the silence and darkness that enveloped the depot after hours. It all started about a month ago. I noticed something odd one evening when I went to get into my car after my shift. It was parked under the flickering light by the entrance. I saw handprints smudged across the windshield and the driver's side window. They were small and dirty, too small to be from an adult, and I felt an uneasy chill run down my spine. At first, I thought maybe a kid had been playing around, but the thought didn't sit well with me. I wiped the glass clean, shrugged it off, and drove home. The next night, the handprints were back. They were in the same places as before. I was more alert this time, checking my surroundings, but I didn't see anyone. I looked around the empty lot, the shadows stretching in odd directions, but I still found nothing. I told myself that it was probably just a prank. Maybe some kids had found their way into the lot during the day and left the prints there. I convinced myself not to worry. But then, it kept happening. Each night, I would find those same handprints waiting for me. Each time, I felt a creeping sense of dread wash over me, but I would clean them off and try to forget it. On the nights when the prints were there, I was more on edge than usual, listening for sounds in the quiet, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. About 2 weeks in, I decided to report it to my boss. I didn't want to sound paranoid, but I felt like I should mention it. He brushed it off, said it was probably just some kids messing around. He assured me that it was nothing to worry about. I wanted to believe him, but the next night the handprints were back again, and now they were smudged even worse, as if someone had been pressing their whole face against the glass, looking in. I began to dread my shifts. My nerves were frayed, and I couldn't concentrate on my work. I felt like I was being stalked by something unseen. I started double-checking the locks on the office doors, making sure the security cameras were working, even though I felt ridiculous. It was just me, the depot, and the darkness. Then came that night, the night everything changed. It was late, around 2 in the morning. I had just finished a call for a bus that was running late. I looked out the window, and everything was still. The lot was empty, the buses quiet, shadows stretching in the pale moonlight. I took a moment to breathe, trying to shake off the anxiety that had become my constant companion. I decided to step outside for some fresh air, hoping it would calm my nerves. I walked to my car, feeling uneasy but determined to find some peace. As I reached for the door handle, I glanced at the bus parked next to mine. It was one of the older models, the kind that made a lot of noise when they rolled down the street. The door was slightly ajar, and I saw a dim light flickering inside. My heart raced. I walked closer, peering into the bus. The seats were empty, but then I noticed a figure in the back, partially hidden in the shadows. It was hard to see clearly, but I could make out the outline of a man. He was just sitting there, perfectly still, facing away from me. I called out, trying to sound confident. "Hey, is someone in there?" There was no response. I felt my throat tighten. I stepped back, preparing to turn and run if I needed to. "Hello?" I tried again, a bit louder. The figure shifted slightly but did not turn around. I felt a surge of panic. I knew I should call the police or at least go back inside the office, but my feet were frozen. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, drowning out the silence around me. I took a step back, still keeping my eyes on the bus, when suddenly the figure turned to face me. I caught a glimpse of his face, pale and gaunt, eyes wide and hollow. I could feel fear seeping into my bones as I backed away, stumbling a little as I did. I quickly turned and ran back to the office, my heart racing like a drum. Once inside, I locked the door behind me and fumbled for my phone. My hands were shaking as I dialed the police. I could still feel the weight of that stare, as if he was watching me, waiting. I waited for the dispatcher to answer, and I tried to explain what had happened, but it all came out in a jumble. "Please send someone," I finally said, my voice trembling. "There's a man in the bus. I think he's watching me." I glanced outside, but the bus was dark again, the light inside extinguished. I couldn't see the figure anymore, and the silence felt oppressive. The police arrived shortly after. I led them to the bus, but when they searched it, they found nothing. No man, no signs of anyone. I felt like a fool, explaining my fears, but the officers were kind, assuring me that they would patrol the area. They left, and I stayed locked in the office, waiting for dawn to break. When the sun finally rose, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I didn't find any handprints that day, and for a moment, I thought maybe I was imagining things. I took a deep breath, feeling foolish for letting my imagination get the best of me. But that evening, I saw it again. As I approached my car after my shift, there they were, new handprints, fresh and dirty on my windows. I felt the blood drain from my face as I stood there, the realization washing over me that I wasn't imagining anything. Someone was watching me. The next morning, I put in for a transfer to a different shift, a different location. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, still waiting. I didn't want to work nights anymore. The thought of those handprints, that figure in the bus, kept me awake at night. I hoped that if I changed my schedule, I could finally find some peace. I left the depot behind, but I would never forget the feeling of being watched, of knowing that someone had been there, waiting in the dark. I'd been planning the solo trip for a while. Redwood National Park is one of those places you hear about, with trees so tall and thick it feels like stepping into a different world. I'd been hiking solo for years and thought I'd be fine. I'd mapped out a couple of trails I wanted to follow, some less common ones that wound deeper into the trees. I wanted a quiet, peaceful experience, just me in the forest. Everything was fine for the first couple of hours. The air was cool, the trees stood like silent giants around me, and there wasn't another person in sight. I'd kept my map tucked in the outer pocket of my pack, pulling it out every now and then to make sure I was on track. I didn't have any cell service out there, so the map was all I had. After stopping for a quick break, I reached back to grab the map and it was gone. I was sure I'd put it back, and I hadn't felt anything fall out, but the pocket was empty. I retraced my steps for a few hundred feet, figuring I'd just dropped it somewhere along the trail, but it was nowhere to be seen. I started to get this strange feeling in my gut, a mix of frustration and something else. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a lost map, nothing more. I kept going, hoping maybe someone else on the trail would have seen it. After maybe another hour, I stopped at a clearing and sat down, deciding I'd take a breather and figure out what to do next. That's when I heard someone coming up the trail behind me. I turned and saw a man walking toward me, holding something in his hand. "Hey," he called out as he got closer, holding up my map. "This yours?" I nodded, relieved and a little confused. I hadn't seen anyone pass by, so I had no idea how he'd found it. "Yeah, thanks. I thought I'd lost it back there," I said, reaching for the map. He handed it over, but didn't move away. Just stood there, watching me with this odd look. He was smiling, but it didn't reach his eyes. They were dark, and there was something off about the way he held himself, just a little too still. "Saw it lying around," he said, shrugging. "Figured I'd bring it to you." I thanked him again, trying to keep it casual, but something about him was making me uneasy. I couldn't quite place it. He was just there, not looking away, not really blinking. After a few awkward seconds, he nodded and continued down the trail without another word. I watched him go until he disappeared around the bend, feeling my shoulders relax once he was out of sight. Then I looked down at the map, planning to check where I was. That's when I noticed the marks. They hadn't been there before. Small, faint symbols and lines, scribbled in what looked like pencil. They were messy, just a few lines and dots in odd places, leading off the main trail into areas I hadn't planned to explore. It was like someone had traced a different path, a winding route that I didn't recognize. A chill ran down my spine. I didn't remember seeing these marks when I'd first opened the map. I knew that map while I'd spent hours studying it before the trip. These markings were new. I tried to brush it off, telling myself maybe I'd missed them, or maybe it was something left over from whoever had used it before me. But as I traced the route with my finger, a strange feeling started to creep over me. It was leading deeper into the park, off the main paths, away from where I'd planned to go. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow it. I don't know why, maybe it was curiosity, maybe something else. But as I walked, that sense of unease grew stronger. The trees seemed closer together, the shadows darker. The air felt heavier, thicker, like it was pressing down on me. After about half an hour, I noticed the silence. No birds, no wind, just the sound of my own footsteps on the trail. I'd never felt so alone, so isolated. I stopped, looked around, and realized I wasn't on any recognizable trail anymore. Just a thin path winding between the trees, barely wide enough to walk through. I pulled out the map again, checking the markings. They led further in, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. The deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to close in around me. My skin started to crawl, like I was being watched. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone there, but there was no one. Then I heard a faint rustling, like footsteps behind me. I whipped around, but the path was empty. The sound stopped as soon as I turned, but my heart was pounding. I took a deep breath, tried to calm myself down, and kept going. A few minutes later, I heard it again. Closer this time. Footsteps, slow and steady, matching my pace. I turned again, and again there was no one there. Just the empty trail behind me, winding through the trees. I picked up my pace, gripping the map tightly. I didn't want to look at it anymore, didn't want to see those strange markings, but I couldn't let go of it either. It felt like the only thing keeping me grounded, even though it was the thing that had led me here. The footsteps kept following, always just behind me, stopping whenever I stopped, getting closer each time. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, just the sound of my own footsteps echoing in the silence, but deep down, I knew I wasn't alone. After what felt like hours, I stumbled into another clearing, breathless and on edge. I looked around, hoping to see a familiar landmark, something that would tell me I was close to getting back. But there was nothing, just more trees, stretching endlessly in every direction. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. I turned, heart racing, and saw the man from earlier, standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me. He wasn't smiling this time. He was just staring, his eyes cold and unblinking. "How did you get here?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. He didn't answer. Just kept staring, his head tilted slightly, like he was studying me. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I wanted to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. Slowly, he lifted his hand and pointed down at the map in my hand, his finger tracing the same strange route I'd followed to get here. "You're not supposed to be here," he said, his voice low and flat. I turned and ran, not looking back. I didn't care where I was going, didn't care if I was following the path anymore. I just needed to get away. The forest blurred around me as I ran, branches scratching at my arms, roots catching at my feet. The footsteps were right behind me now, fast and relentless, keeping pace with every step. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, I burst out onto a familiar trail, gasping for breath. I didn't stop, didn't look back until I reached the trailhead, where my car was parked. Only then did I turn around, half expecting to see him standing there, watching me. But there was no one. Just the empty trail stretching back into the trees, as if nothing had happened. I climbed into my car, threw the map onto the passenger seat, and drove away as fast as I could. I didn't look at it again until I got home. When I finally unfolded it, the strange markings were gone, vanished without a trace. I often sought solace in the great outdoors. Hiking alone allowed me to escape the stresses of daily life and connect with nature. There was a particular trail I loved, one that wound through a forest, leading to breathtaking vistas. It was one of those days when the air was crisp and the sky clear. I felt invigorated as I set off early in the morning, eager for the adventure that lay ahead. The hike was uneventful at first, just the sounds of birds chirping and the rustle of leaves beneath my boots. I had been on the trail for a couple of hours when I decided to stray off the beaten path. I often enjoyed exploring areas less traveled. My instincts told me to be cautious, but the thrill of discovery tugged at me. As I moved deeper into the woods, I noticed something unusual in the distance. A structure caught my eye, partially obscured by the underbrush. My curiosity piqued. I approached it carefully, stepping over branches and ducking under low-hanging tree limbs. As I got closer, I realized it was a small, man-made shelter. It looked weathered, constructed from logs and covered with moss. I could not recall seeing anything like this on my previous hikes. I hesitated for a moment, feeling a strange sense of unease. Who would build a shelter out here? And why? Nonetheless, I stepped closer to inspect it. The door was slightly ajar, and I could see inside. The interior was dark, but I could make out some old gear and supplies strewn about. It looked like it had been used recently, but I couldn't tell by whom. I peered in, my heart racing with a mix of excitement and anxiety. I wanted to know more, but as I stepped closer, I heard voices in the distance. My pulse quickened as I realized that someone was coming. I looked around, trying to decide what to do. Panic began to set in. Should I run? Should I hide? The shelter was too small for me to conceal myself, and I could not go back the way I came without being seen. I opted to leave quietly, hoping to blend into the woods and escape unnoticed. I moved swiftly, trying to make as little noise as possible, but the leaves crunched beneath my feet. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. I glanced back at the shelter just as two figures emerged from the trees. They were dressed in rugged outdoor clothing, carrying backpacks and gear. I ducked behind a large tree, hoping they wouldn't spot me. The two men began chatting animatedly as they approached the shelter, completely unaware of my presence. I strained to hear their conversation, but I could only make out bits and pieces. They spoke in low tones, their laughter echoing in the stillness. It felt oddly intimate, like I was intruding on a private moment. My heart raced as I realized that they were getting closer to where I was hiding. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, when one of the men abruptly stopped. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice sharp. The other man looked at him, puzzled. "Hear what?" "I don't know." "It sounded like footsteps," he said, glancing around. My blood ran cold. They could not have possibly heard me, could they? I remained frozen, pressing myself against the tree. The first man stepped closer to the tree where I hid, scanning the area. "It was probably nothing," the other man said dismissively. "Let's just check the shelter." The first man took a few more steps toward me. I held my breath, hoping he would move on. My mind raced, considering my options. I could wait for them to go inside and make a run for it, or I could risk confronting them. The first man took another step forward. My heart pounded in my chest, and I instinctively backed away from the tree, trying to make my escape. But as I turned, I lost my footing on the uneven ground and stumbled. "Hey! Over here!" the first man shouted, pointing in my direction. I cursed under my breath and took off running deeper into the woods. I could hear their voices behind me, calling out, but I didn't dare look back. I focused on putting one foot in front of the other, adrenaline surging through my veins. I heard the sound of branches snapping and footsteps crashing through the underbrush. They were right behind me. I had to think fast. I glanced around, searching for a place to hide. There was a thicket to my left, dense enough to conceal me if I could make it there. I veered toward it, pushing through the brambles and thorns. Once inside the thicket, I crouched down and tried to control my breathing. I could hear the men's voices growing closer, and my heart felt like it might burst out of my chest. They were searching for me, and I had to stay quiet. "Where did he go?" one of them called out, sounding frustrated. "He couldn't have just vanished." "Check around the shelter again," the other replied. "He might have doubled back." I listened intently, straining to hear their footsteps as they moved past me. I felt a sense of dread wash over me. What did they want? Why were they out here in the middle of nowhere? I stayed hidden, barely daring to breathe, as they moved around me. Their voices faded as they got farther away, and I slowly felt my panic begin to subside. After what felt like an eternity, I peered out from the thicket to see if it was safe. The men were nowhere in sight. I took a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. I knew I could not stay there forever. I needed to get back to the trail, back to safety. I waited a few more moments before making my move. Carefully, I pushed through the underbrush and emerged on the other side. I felt exposed but knew I had to keep moving. I picked a direction and started walking, my heart still racing. As I followed the trail, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. I quickened my pace, my eyes darting around, but there was no sign of them. The trees closed in around me, and I felt the weight of the forest pressing down. Finally, I reached the main path, relief flooding through me. I took a moment to collect myself before heading back to the parking area. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the trail. I felt a sense of urgency, knowing that I needed to get to my car before darkness set in completely. When I finally reached the parking lot, I jumped into my car, locking the doors behind me. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the men lurking behind me, but I saw nothing. The air was still, and the only sound was the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. I drove away, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. The encounter haunted me for days. I had always loved the solitude of the woods, but now that love was tainted with fear. I couldn't shake the image of the shelter from my mind. What had I stumbled upon? I never returned to that trail again. The memory of that day lingered, a reminder of how quickly tranquility could turn into terror. I learned to respect the woods, but more importantly, I learned to trust my instincts. Sometimes, the wilderness holds secrets best left undiscovered. I'd planned this trip to Yellowstone for months. I was going alone, just me, my tent, and the open air for a couple of nights. I liked it that way, the peace and quiet, and I'd never had any issues camping solo before. This time, I'd set up my tent a little deeper in the forest, far enough from the main campsite so I could have a true wilderness experience. No noise, no people around. Or so I thought. The first day went perfectly. I hiked a good bit, took some photos, had a light dinner, and turned in early. The forest around me was quiet, and it felt like the kind of calm I was looking for, just trees and sky and open space. I zipped up my tent and fell asleep right away. But when I woke up, things felt wrong almost immediately. The first thing I noticed was that my tent was zipped halfway open. I always closed it completely to keep out bugs or small animals, but it was sitting there wide open, like someone had just been standing there, watching. I looked around, groggy, half convinced I was still dreaming. The tent flaps swayed slightly, but the forest was silent, still. I crawled out and immediately noticed more odd things. My stuff, it wasn't where I'd left it. My backpack was carefully propped against a tree, about 3 feet away from where I'd set it down the night before. My sleeping bag was rolled up and placed neatly on a stump, almost like someone was tidying up after me. Even my boots were side by side, laces perfectly aligned, set on a rock nearby. At first, I thought I must have done it myself. Maybe I'd gotten up in the night, half asleep, and moved things around without realizing. But that didn't sit right. I'd never done anything like that before. I'm a heavy sleeper, and once I'm out until morning. And even if I had gotten up, this was too organized, too deliberate. I felt uneasy, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe some park staff came by for safety reasons, even though I hadn't seen anyone else since I'd arrived. Still, it felt off, like I was missing something important. I went about my morning, tried to ignore the uneasiness that was creeping in. I made coffee, packed up a light lunch, and set off for a trail I'd planned to hike. As I walked, I kept looking over my shoulder. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I thought I'd hear footsteps behind me or catch a glimpse of someone darting behind a tree, but every time I looked, the forest was empty. After a couple of hours, I decided to head back to camp. The whole hike, I'd been fighting this crawling feeling, like eyes were on me, just out of view. When I got back, my campsite looked different again. This time, I knew I hadn't moved anything. But now my stuff was rearranged again. My food bag was open, but nothing was missing. Everything was laid out in neat little rows, like someone had been inspecting it. Even my water bottle was unscrewed, left half open beside my sleeping bag. My flashlight, which I'd left in my tent, was now outside, balanced perfectly on top of my rolled-up jacket. I looked around, heart racing. There were no footprints, no signs of animals. Everything was perfectly still, as if whoever or whatever had done this was still nearby, watching. The thought made my skin crawl, and I scanned the trees, looking for anything unusual. And that's when I saw him. About 50 feet away, just past a cluster of pines, there was a man. He was standing perfectly still, just watching me. He didn't move or wave, just stood there, his face half hidden in the shadows of the trees. I couldn't make out any details, but I could see that he was smiling. Not in a friendly way, but more appreciative, like he was proud of what he'd done. I shouted, "Hello? Can I help you?" My voice came out shaky, not as confident as I wanted it to sound. But he didn't respond. He just kept standing there, that strange, fixed smile on his face, nodding slowly. I took a step toward him, and that's when he finally moved. He turned, almost casually, and walked away, disappearing into the trees. I felt a shiver run through me, and I stood there for a while, just listening, trying to hear his footsteps. But there was nothing. He was gone, like he'd never been there at all. But that nod, that smile, it left a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I tried to brush it off, told myself he was just some strange hiker passing through. Maybe he hadn't meant to scare me, maybe he was just curious. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been watching me for a lot longer than I'd realized. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept the flashlight on and listened for any sound, any rustle or snap of a twig. I half decided to leave first thing in the morning, to just cut my trip short and get out of there. But the next day, things were quiet. No sign of the man, no more rearranged items. I started to think maybe I'd imagined it, maybe it was all just some kind of weird fluke. But that night, I woke up again to find my tent open, wider this time, the cool night air slipping inside. I scrambled to sit up, and the first thing I saw was a new arrangement of my stuff, laid out in even lines. My jacket, my food bag, my flashlight. Everything lined up, neat and careful, like someone was making sure I'd notice. And just outside my tent, barely visible in the faint light, was another note. It was a scrap of paper, a piece torn from what looked like an old map. And written on it, in careful block letters, was a single word. Tomorrow. I froze, staring at the note, my heart pounding. There was no question now. Someone was out there, someone who'd been watching me this whole time, waiting for something. That note felt like a warning, or a promise. Either way, it was enough for me. I didn't waste any time. I threw everything into my bag, barely stopping to make sure I had everything. I didn't even take down the tent, I just grabbed my essentials and left. I didn't care if I had to walk all night. I just needed to get away from that place, to put as much distance between myself and that man as possible. As I walked, every sound felt amplified, every rustle in the trees sending a jolt of fear through me. I kept looking back, half expecting to see him following, but the trail was empty. Still, I felt him out there, watching, that approving smile seared into my mind. It took me most of the night, but I finally made it back to a busier part of the park, close to the ranger station. I waited there until morning, not caring about the curious looks from the few other hikers who passed by. When I finally got back to my car, I felt like I could breathe again. I drove out of there as fast as I could, glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that man's face staring back at me. I don't know what he wanted or why he did any of it. I was hiking in Sequoia National Park on a solo trip, just a few days to get away from everything. I'd gone out there before, so I thought I knew the trails pretty well. The plan was to do a loop that would take me back to my campsite by sundown. Nothing out of the ordinary. I'd been walking for hours, taking in the sights, the quiet. It was just me, the trees, and the path. Around midday, I noticed another hiker coming up behind me. Middle-aged guy, a bit older than me, probably in his late 40s, thin and tall. He wore an old flannel shirt and cargo pants, and he had this wide-brimmed hat that shaded his face. He seemed friendly enough, and he called out, saying it was nice to see another person on the trail. I nodded back, not wanting to be rude, but I wasn't looking for company. We got to talking as we walked, though. He told me his name was Dan. Said he'd been out here for days and knew the place pretty well. He seemed experienced, and I thought he might have been coming here for years. He kept glancing at me as he spoke, his eyes sharp under the hat, like he was sizing me up. I told myself not to overthink it. After a while, he mentioned he knew a shortcut that could get me back to my camp faster. He said it would take me through a hidden path, one only a few people knew about. He looked me dead in the eye when he said it, and something about his tone felt strange. I should have trusted my gut then. But he looked confident, and I figured maybe he was one of those local hikers who knew all the back trails. We kept going, and I followed him off the main trail. At first, the shortcut looked well worn, with patches of dirt cleared from where other people had walked. But after a while, it became clear we were veering farther from anything that looked familiar. The trees grew closer together, and the sunlight barely broke through the branches. My instincts were telling me to turn back, but Dan kept saying, "It's just a little further." I tried making small talk, asking him about his hikes here, but his answers grew short, more focused on the trail than me. He had this unsettling smile, too, the kind that didn't quite reach his eyes. He just kept his pace, looking back every few minutes to make sure I was still following. After another hour or so, I didn't recognize anything. We were deep in, and I started to feel uneasy, but Dan didn't seem worried. I asked him if he was sure we were going in the right direction. He stopped, turned to face me, and just stared, as if he didn't understand the question. Then he gave this low chuckle and said, "I've been here plenty of times. Trust me." It was getting later than I'd planned, and I told him I should probably turn back. He just shrugged and said, "If that's what you want." But he didn't offer any advice on how to get back, just looked around at the trees, almost like he was waiting for me to ask him to keep guiding me. I felt this pressure, like he wanted me to give up and keep following him. Against my better judgment, I went with him a bit longer, hoping I'd see some familiar landmark. But as we walked, I felt more and more like we were going nowhere. It was as if the whole forest was closing in on us, no sign of the open paths I was used to. Dan kept glancing back with that strange look, watching my every move. Finally, I told him I was turning around. I felt trapped, and I wasn't going to go any further. When I said that, he stopped dead in his tracks. He didn't look at me right away, just kept staring at the ground like he was considering something. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I couldn't explain why. He finally looked up, his face blank, and said, "If you really think you know the way back alone." I didn't respond, just turned and started heading in the direction we came. My heart was pounding as I tried to remember the way, but everything looked different. I could hear Dan's footsteps behind me, slow and steady. He didn't say anything, just kept following me. I told him he didn't need to come with me, but he ignored that, just kept walking, matching my pace. I didn't know what to do, so I just kept moving, hoping I'd find my way out. The forest felt wrong. Every tree looked the same, and I couldn't see any familiar markers. I sped up, trying to put some distance between us, but Dan just walked faster, always a few steps behind. It felt like he was breathing down my neck. Then, out of nowhere, he spoke again, voice low. "You should have just stayed on the main trail." I didn't respond, just kept walking. My hands were shaking, and I could feel my throat tighten. I thought about running, but we were in the middle of nowhere, and I didn't know the terrain. If I tripped, I'd be helpless. Dan was close enough that I could almost feel his gaze on the back of my head. After what felt like hours, I spotted something familiar, a large rock formation I'd passed earlier. I took a deep breath, feeling some relief, and started toward it. But then Dan stepped in front of me, blocking my path. He just stared at me, silent, with this cold look in his eyes. "You really don't know your way, do you?" he said, and there was no warmth in his voice anymore, just this flat tone that made my stomach twist. I forced myself to look calm, told him I'd be fine on my own, but he didn't move. He just stood there, looking at me like he was studying me, deciding something. I took a step back, and his eyes narrowed. He didn't move, didn't say a word, but his whole posture was tense, like he was daring me to try and get past him. My heart was racing, and I could barely breathe, but I knew I couldn't let him see that. Finally, I turned and started walking away, heading in a different direction, even though I wasn't sure where it would lead. I heard his footsteps behind me again, steady, never too close but always there. It felt like he was toying with me, letting me think I could get away but never really leaving me alone. As the sky started to darken, I finally saw an opening through the trees. I walked faster, hoping it would lead to a main trail. Dan stayed back, just out of sight, but I could still feel him watching me. When I reached the clearing, I recognized the area and broke into a run, not looking back. I kept running until I reached the parking area near the ranger station. Only then did I stop and look back, but he was gone. No sign of him, no footsteps, nothing. It was like he'd vanished into the trees. I went straight to the ranger and reported what had happened, but there wasn't much they could do with so little information. They said they'd keep an eye out, but I could tell they didn't think it was serious. I drove out of the park that night, not stopping until I was miles away. I haven't been back to Sequoia since, and I don't think I ever will. The way he looked at me, the way he followed me, it was like he'd done it before. Like he'd been waiting for someone like me to come along, someone who'd trust a stranger in the woods. I had been working as a campus security guard for a few months. The job felt good. It kept me active and gave me a sense of purpose. My hours were mostly quiet, with just a few students wandering about at night and a few buildings to check on. I would drive around, keeping an eye on things, listening to the radio and enjoying the peace that settled over the campus after dark. It started with a note. One night, after I finished my rounds, I walked back to my car parked near the student center. I noticed a small piece of paper tucked under the windshield wiper. At first, I thought it was some kind of prank or a flyer, but when I pulled it out, I felt my heart drop. The note read, "I hope your daughter is doing well in school. She is so bright. I see her every day." I froze. How did someone know I had a daughter? I was careful about sharing personal information, especially with students. I glanced around, expecting to see someone watching me, but the campus was empty, the only sound coming from the distant trees rustling in the wind. I shoved the note into my pocket, uneasy but trying to shake it off. The next night, I found another note on my car. Your wife must be proud of how hard you work. I can tell you love your family. It was unsettling. I did not understand how this person knew about my family. I started to feel paranoid. I began looking around while I did my rounds, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement, but I never saw anything. Days passed, and the notes kept coming. Each one revealed more personal details. Your daughter loves to play soccer. I see her practicing. She is really good. I saw you at the grocery store last week. You should try the apples. They look good. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. It was like someone was following me, watching me, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. I told my supervisor about the notes, but he brushed it off. It is probably just some kid messing around. Don't let it get to you. I wanted to believe that, but it was hard when the notes became more frequent, arriving almost every shift. I started taking different routes when I left my car, making sure to check my surroundings, looking for any sign of someone lurking in the shadows. It became a routine, and each night felt heavier than the last. My sleep was disturbed by anxiety, and I started to dread my shifts. The campus that once felt safe now felt like a trap. One night, while I was making my rounds, I noticed a student lingering near the library. He was dressed in a hoodie, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. He kept glancing in my direction, and I felt an uneasy chill run down my spine. I approached him, trying to act casual. You should head back to your dorm. It is late, I said, trying to gauge his reaction. He looked up, and for a moment, our eyes met. There was something unsettling in the way he stared at me. He nodded, but his expression did not change. As I turned to walk away, I felt his gaze bore into my back. The hairs on my neck stood up. That night, I found another note waiting for me on the windshield of my car. I saw you talking to that boy. You should be careful. Not everyone is as nice as you. My hand shook as I crumpled the paper. It felt like a threat now, like this person was trying to scare me. I decided enough was enough. I went to the police station nearby and reported everything. I showed them the notes and explained how I felt. They listened, but I could tell they did not take it seriously. They promised to keep an eye on the campus and said they would increase patrols, but it did not ease my mind. After that, I became hypervigilant. I stayed alert, scanning the area wherever I went. I took mental notes of who was around me, which students were near the buildings, and what time they left. Each night, I felt more like a prisoner to my own fears. I would check the parking lot twice before getting into my car, convinced that someone would jump out at me. One evening, as I was leaving for my shift, I spotted the same student from before. He was sitting on a bench near the student union, staring into the distance. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of my next steps. I decided to confront him. "What are you doing here?" I asked, keeping my tone steady. He looked at me, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of something. Fear? Guilt? He stood up slowly. "I am just sitting. I like to watch the stars," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Is that why you keep following me?" I pressed. "I do not follow you," he insisted, but his eyes darted away. The tension in the air was thick. "I know you have been leaving notes on my car." "You need to stop," I said, my voice firm. He blinked, surprised, but then something shifted in his demeanor. A smirk crept onto his face, and he took a step closer. "You should be careful. You never know who is watching you." That was enough for me. I took a step back, my instinct screaming at me to get away. I turned and walked quickly to my car, not looking back. I was scared, but I knew I had to act. I drove straight to the police station. I needed them to take this seriously. I told them everything, the notes, the student, the confrontation. This time, they listened. An officer agreed to accompany me back to the campus to see if we could find the student. We drove around, and after some time, we spotted him walking on the path near the library. The officer got out and approached him while I stayed in the car, watching. I felt my heart pounding as I waited. I wanted to scream, to shout at the officer to be careful. After a few moments, the officer returned, his expression serious. "We need to talk to you," he said to the student, who seemed to deflate at the confrontation. It turned out that he was indeed the one leaving the notes. The officer searched his belongings and found several crumpled pieces of paper with details about my life, notes that echoed the messages I had received. The student was taken away by the police, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. After that night, I felt a heavy weight lift. The notes stopped, and the campus returned to a sense of normalcy. I still kept my guard up for a while, but the feeling of being watched faded with time. I learned to appreciate the quiet moments again, to enjoy the peace of my shifts without that gnawing sense of dread. Life slowly returned to normal, but I never forgot that feeling of being hunted. The campus, once a safe haven, now held memories of fear. But I also learned to be vigilant, to trust my instincts, and never to dismiss the signs when something felt off. I worked at a late-night customer service center. My job involved answering calls from customers who needed help with their accounts. It was mostly uneventful, just me and the glow of the computer screen and the hum of the phones. My shift started at 11 o'clock and ended at 7 in the morning. The hours were quiet, aside from the occasional call from a confused customer. At first, the routine felt comforting. I had my cup of coffee, the sound of typing as I entered data, and the stillness of the night surrounding me. I could always hear the other operators in the background, their voices blending into the soft buzz of the room. But then, things started to change. It began with a call that came in around midnight. The voice on the other end was deep and grating. He asked me a question about his account, but it was the way he spoke that set off alarms in my head. There was something off, something that made my skin crawl. "You sound tired," he said, as if he had been watching me. "Working all night again?" I felt a chill run through me. I had not shared my schedule with anyone outside of work. I brushed it off, thinking it was just a prank. I answered his questions, and when he hung up, I felt relief wash over me. But that relief was short-lived. The calls kept coming. Every time I answered, it was the same voice. He would ask about random things, always knowing when I was alone and when I had my coworkers nearby. "Did you see that new desk they set up in the break room?" he asked one night. "It looks comfortable. You should sit there more often." I felt the blood drain from my face. How could he know these details? At first, I considered the possibility that it might be one of my coworkers playing a prank. I laughed it off, but the laughter died in my throat when he continued to call. "What time does Brenda leave? I heard she might be gone for good." I hung up, my heart racing. I hadn't mentioned anything about Brenda to anyone, let alone to a stranger on the phone. The next week, it escalated. I was alone in the office when the phone rang. I glanced at the clock. It was 2:30 a.m. I picked up. "How are you, Sarah?" he asked. My breath caught in my throat. "Who is this?" I demanded. Why do you keep calling me? He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. I just wanted to know if you liked the sandwich from the deli around the corner. I dropped the phone into my lap, heart pounding. How did he know I had gone there on my break? It was the only place open that late. I felt trapped, exposed, as if he had eyes everywhere. The next night, I decided I would not let him scare me. I told my coworkers about the calls, thinking it would help to have someone know. They laughed it off, saying it was just a prank, that I should ignore it. But it was hard to ignore when he called me at the same time every night, each time with a new detail about my life that made me question my safety. How did you like the new hair color? He asked one night, catching me completely off guard. I had dyed my hair only a couple of days before. I felt paranoid. I started looking over my shoulder, listening intently to every sound in the office. I stopped taking my breaks outside. I would sit in the break room, staring at my phone, hoping it would not ring. My coworkers noticed I was on edge, and they asked what was wrong, but I did not want to scare them. I thought maybe I was being dramatic. One night, the atmosphere shifted. It was just after 3 a.m., and I was the only one in the office. My heart raced as I answered yet another call from him. I see you, he said, his voice smooth and low. You're all alone, aren't you? I slammed the phone down, my hands trembling. I wanted to scream, to run out of the office, but I was paralyzed by fear. I glanced around the darkened office, the shadows playing tricks on my mind. My eyes darted to the windows, the hallway leading to the exit, and back to my computer screen. The air felt thick, heavy with dread. I could hear my heartbeat thundering in my ears. I sat frozen, the thought of leaving filling me with terror. Then, the phone rang again. My hands shook as I reached for it. I'm coming to see you, he said. The line went dead before I could respond. I sprang into action, grabbing my bag and bolting for the exit. I glanced back at the empty office, the phone silent now, my heart racing as I pushed through the door. I rushed to my car, my breath coming in quick gasps. I glanced around the parking lot, my heart pounding. What if he was watching? As I fumbled with my keys, I heard footsteps behind me. I spun around, ready to scream, but it was just a passing car, its headlights cutting through the darkness. I breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. I jumped into my car, locked the doors, and drove away, not looking back. I called my boss the next day and told him everything. I asked him to check the security footage from the night before. He agreed and told me to stay home until he figured it out. When I returned to work days later, my boss pulled me aside. We didn't see anyone, he said. No one came in. It looks like you were alone. I felt a shiver run through me. Are you sure? He nodded. We will keep a closer watch on the cameras. You just need to let us know if it happens again. I tried to breathe, to calm my nerves. But the sense of dread never truly left me. After a week, I resumed my shifts. The calls stopped coming. I didn't know if he had moved on or if he was just waiting for the right moment. Each night I worked, I kept my guard up, my heart racing at the slightest noise. I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see him lurking in the shadows. The fear faded slowly, replaced by a tentative sense of normalcy. I learned to keep my phone close, to be aware of my surroundings. I never felt completely safe, but I kept working, hoping the worst was over. Then, one night, I heard a familiar voice. It was the same deep, grating tone. Sarah, it called softly. I froze, feeling ice fill my veins. I glanced at the phone, terror gripping me. My heart pounded in my chest as I fought the urge to answer. I decided then that I would not let fear control my life. I picked up the phone. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice steady. But there was silence on the other end, and the call dropped. My hand shook as I set the phone down. I had stood my ground, but the fight was far from over. I would keep my eyes open, keep my heart ready. I would not let him win. It started as something small. I have this little garden gnome, nothing special, just a cheap thing I bought a few years back. I kept him out by the edge of my flower bed, mostly as a joke. But one night, coming home from work, I noticed he was closer to my front door. Just a couple of feet closer, but definitely not where I'd left him. I thought maybe I'd moved him myself, or a stray animal had bumped him. It was odd, sure, but I didn't think much of it. The next morning, he was back in his usual spot, by the flowers. That's what threw me. I knew he'd been closer the night before. I don't have neighbors who'd mess with me, at least not that I'd ever noticed, and nobody else has a key to my place. It bothered me, but I tried to brush it off. Then it happened again. This time, he was almost at the steps leading up to the door. It was late, after 10, when I got home, and it was just there, a bit too close for comfort. The thing is, it was still the same gnome, same hat, same dumb little smile, but seeing it there in the dark, closer to the house, it made me uneasy. I picked it up, brought it back to the flower bed, and went inside, locking the door behind me. The third night, I came home, and he was halfway up the steps. It was like he was moving closer, slowly, but definitely closer. I just stood there for a moment, staring at it, that same unsettling feeling creeping up my spine. This wasn't random. Someone was moving it. I couldn't shake that feeling. I looked around, even called out, "Hello?" But there was nothing, just the usual quiet of my neighborhood. I put the gnome back by the flower bed and went inside, more irritated than anything. I decided I'd set up my phone to record out front the next night. I was going to catch whoever was doing this and put an end to it. The next day was long, and by the time I got home, I was more tired than anything. But I remembered my plan, so I set my phone on the windowsill, facing the front porch. I didn't expect much, but it was something. I locked up, double-checked the windows, and tried to forget about it as I went to bed. Around 3 in the morning, I heard something. A soft, scratching sound, like someone or something outside. I lay there, listening, my heart pounding, waiting to hear it again. Then, nothing. Just silence. I told myself it was the wind or maybe a stray animal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. In the morning, I checked my phone. It had recorded for hours, but there was nothing unusual until about 2:58 a.m. The screen went blurry, the angle shifting just a bit, but I could see the porch clearly enough. At 3:01 a.m., something moved on the left side of the frame. It was hard to see, but it looked like a hand. Just a glimpse of fingers curling around the corner of the porch, and then the gnome was there, closer to the steps again. I watched it 3 times, my heart sinking each time. I wasn't imagining this. Someone was out there, moving the gnome. And now, they were getting bolder, creeping around my house in the middle of the night. It wasn't just a prank or a joke anymore. It felt like something else, something darker. I moved the gnome back to the flower bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching. The next night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, listening to every sound, waiting to hear that scratching noise again. But the night passed quietly, and by morning, the gnome was still in the flower bed. I felt almost relieved, like maybe whoever it was had finally gotten bored and moved on. But the night after, I came home to find the gnome right by the door, just sitting there on the mat, staring up at me with that same dumb smile. It sent a chill through me. Whoever was doing this wasn't just messing around anymore. They were trying to scare me. And it was working. I grabbed the gnome, threw it in the back of my car, and drove to the other side of town. I tossed it in a dumpster behind a gas station, feeling a bit ridiculous but also relieved. I figured that would be the end of it. No more gnome, no more creepy midnight visits. That night, I slept better, feeling like I'd finally gotten rid of whatever had been bothering me. But the next morning, I opened my front door, and there it was. The same gnome, right on my doorstep. It looked dirtier, a little scuffed, but it was the same one. I felt a jolt of fear, like ice water running through my veins. This wasn't random. Whoever was doing this knew what they were doing, knew how to get under my skin. I felt trapped, like someone was watching, waiting. I took the gnome and threw it out again, this time in a trash bin right in my building's parking lot, hoping that would finally end it. That night, I heard something outside again, but this time it was different. A shuffling, closer, like someone was right outside my window. I lay there, holding my breath, listening. It went on for what felt like an eternity, and then I heard it, a soft chuckle, barely audible, like someone was laughing to themselves. I stayed frozen, too scared to move, until the sound finally stopped. In the morning, I went out to the porch, and the gnome was there again. And this time, there was something else. A footprint, faint, right next to the doormat. Whoever was doing this had been close, right outside my door. I called the police, told them about everything. They took a report, looked around, but they didn't find anything. They said it was probably a prank, told me to get some cameras installed. But I could tell they didn't take it seriously. They left, and I was alone again. That night, I stayed up, watching out the window, waiting for something to happen. Around midnight, I saw movement near the bushes by my porch. A shadow, shifting, just out of sight. My heart was pounding, but I stayed still, watching. And then, I saw him. A man, crouched down in the bushes, just watching my house. He was tall, thin, with a scruffy beard and dark clothes. He was holding something in his hand, maybe a piece of paper, I couldn't tell. I felt a wave of fear, but I forced myself to keep watching, not wanting to make any noise. After a few minutes, he crept closer to the porch, holding the gnome in his hand. He set it down by the steps, like he'd done before, and then he just stood there, staring at my door, like he was waiting for me to come out. I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing, hoping he wouldn't notice me watching. After what felt like forever, he finally turned and disappeared back into the bushes. I waited until I couldn't hear him anymore, then grabbed my phone and called the police again. They came out, searched the area, but again, they didn't find anything. They told me to keep my doors locked and get some cameras. I ordered some that night, but it didn't help me feel any safer. The next morning, the gnome was gone. I thought maybe the man had finally taken it, maybe he was done with his game. But every time I left the house after that, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that he was still out there somewhere, waiting for the right moment. It's been weeks now, and I haven't seen the gnome or the man again. But I still feel uneasy, like he's watching, waiting for the next time he can come back. I've got the cameras up now. I keep my doors locked, but that feeling hasn't gone away. And I don't think it ever will. I had planned the camping trip for weeks, set to unwind by the lake, away from everything. There was a nice spot, a little tucked back from the main campsite area, right along the shore. It was quiet, just a small strip of beach and trees beyond, and I hadn't seen anyone else since I got there. Perfect, I thought. Just me, my tent, and the water. The first day passed easily enough. I spent most of it by the fire, then swam a little, had some food, and finally settled in my chair to read as the sun started to dip. The lake was calm, almost glassy, and the air was so still I could hear every crack of a branch and ripple on the water. Peaceful, just like I wanted. Then I noticed movement in the water, just as the last light was starting to fade. My first thought was maybe it was some animal, a deer or something, coming for a drink. But as I squinted, I saw it wasn't an animal at all. There was a person in the water, swimming along the shore, not far from where I'd set up. It was weird, because I hadn't seen or heard anyone else for hours. I tried to ignore it, hoping they'd just pass by and not notice me. But as I watched, the swimmer turned and started heading toward the shore, straight for my spot. The light was low enough that I couldn't see his face clearly, just the shape of him, tall and thin, as he stood up out of the water and started walking in my direction. He had a big grin on his face as he came up the beach, dripping wet, not even wearing a shirt. I tried to play it off, not look too rattled, but I was already on edge. He didn't seem to notice my discomfort, though. He strolled right up to me, like we were old friends. "Evening," he said, his voice overly cheerful. "Didn't know anyone else was out here." He looked around in my tent and chair, nodding to himself like he was checking it all out. I forced a polite smile. "Yeah, just me here," I said, keeping my responses short. I hoped he'd take the hint and move along. But he didn't. He just stood there, staring at me, his eyes kind of narrowing as he looked at my setup. "Nice spot," he said slowly, like he was trying to make conversation. "You here alone?" I hesitated. I didn't want to give him any real answer. Something about him just felt off. "Yeah," I said finally, keeping it vague. I glanced down at my book, hoping he'd get the hint and leave, but he didn't move. He took a few steps closer, like he was looking for somewhere to sit, even though there wasn't anywhere but my chair. He gave me another one of those wide smiles, too wide, like he was trying to put me at ease, but it had the opposite effect. "So, what brings you out here all alone?" I shrugged, forcing myself to stay calm. "Just some time away. Enjoying the quiet." He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't really listening. His gaze kept flicking from my face to my camp gear, like he was sizing everything up. The silence stretched out, and I could feel my pulse starting to quicken. I wanted him to leave, but he seemed to have no intention of going anywhere. "So," he said, leaning a little closer, "how long you planning on staying out here?" "A couple of days, maybe," I replied, even though I knew I was probably leaving in the morning if he didn't back off. His smile faded a bit, and he tilted his head, watching me like he was studying my reaction. "A couple of days, huh?" He repeated it slowly, like he was trying to make me uncomfortable. And he was. I could feel my skin crawling, a prickling feeling up my neck. I shifted in my chair, clearing my throat, but he just kept staring. "Well, I'll let you get back to it," I said, hoping he'd take it as a polite way to end the conversation. But instead of leaving, he crouched down, his hands resting on his knees, so close now I could feel his presence pressing in on me. He laughed, a low chuckle, shaking his head. "Not very talkative, are you?" he said, his tone changing, growing more irritated. His eyes didn't leave my face, and his stare was unblinking. It was like he was waiting for something, some response that would satisfy him. I shook my head, trying to act casual. "Just not really into chatting much, that's all." His face tightened, and for a second, I thought I saw something darker flash behind his grin. He leaned in closer. You know, people aren't always who they say they are, he said in a low voice, his eyes locked on mine. Out here, anyone could pretend to be anything. My stomach turned. I didn't know what he was implying, but I didn't want to find out. I kept my face as neutral as I could, but my mind was racing. You need something? I asked, trying to keep my tone steady. He just chuckled again, that strange, hollow sound, and shrugged. Just making conversation. You seem like the type who could use some company. I'm fine, I said, a little sharper this time. My hand was gripping the arm of my chair so tightly my knuckles were white. He stared at me a little longer, his gaze hardening, and then he finally stood up. But he didn't walk away. Instead, he just stood there, towering over me, looking down like he was deciding something. My heart was hammering now, and I could feel the cold sweat on my palms. All right, he said finally, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. Guess I'll leave you to it, then. He gave me a little wave, but there was nothing friendly about it. His eyes stayed on mine as he started to back up, and I could feel him watching me, even as he turned and started walking back toward the water. I sat there, frozen, until he was out of sight. Even then, I didn't move, barely even breathed, until I was sure he was gone. When I finally stood up, my legs felt like jelly. I quickly packed up my things, barely able to keep my hands from shaking. Every shadow, every sound from the trees, felt like him, like he was still watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I left that campsite within minutes, barely even looking back. I didn't care that it was getting dark, or that I'd have to drive down that winding, narrow road at night. All I knew was I wasn't staying out there, not with him. I got back to my car and drove as fast as I could, putting miles between me and that lake, that stranger who'd come out of nowhere with his too-wide grin and his empty eyes. Even now, I can't shake the feeling that he was more than just a stranger passing through. I don't know what he wanted, but I know it wasn't anything good. I was out fishing by the lake late one night. I liked the quiet, especially on weekdays when no one else really came out that way. The lake was a bit out of the way, and it was mostly locals who knew about it, but most of them didn't come around after dark. I didn't mind, though. I had my flashlight, my tackle box, and I was fine with just a couple hours out there by myself, casting out into the calm water. It was peaceful. The moon was almost full, so I could see pretty well even without the flashlight. It was quiet, just the sound of the water lapping up against the shore, crickets buzzing off in the trees. I cast out a line, settled into my folding chair, and let myself just relax for a bit. I wasn't expecting much to bite that night, but that didn't really matter to me. After a little while, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, down the shore. Just a dark shape at first, not really close, but close enough that I could tell someone else was out there. Another fisherman, it looked like. He didn't have a light on him, which was a bit strange, especially at night, but I figured maybe he was just real comfortable out here in the dark. I didn't pay him too much mind at first, just focused on my own line. Every so often, I'd look over and see him standing there, just a dark outline against the trees. I couldn't see much of him, just that he was tall and sort of hunched over, maybe leaning down to check his line or his tackle. He didn't seem to move much. I thought maybe he was just waiting for a bite, the same as I was. About half an hour went by like that. I'd look up every now and then, and he'd still be there, standing near the edge of the water. He seemed to have moved a little closer, but it was hard to tell for sure in the dark. I shrugged it off, figured he was just walking along the shore to get to a better spot. But then, the next time I looked, he was definitely closer. maybe only about 30 or 40 feet away now, standing still, facing my direction. It felt strange. Normally, people would call out, make a little conversation, but he was just watching. Or at least, it felt like he was. I couldn't make out his face, couldn't even see if he had any gear on him, but he was standing there like he was waiting for something. I thought about calling out to him, just to break the silence, but something about it made me hesitate. I couldn't put my finger on why, but I felt this knot in my stomach, like something wasn't right. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that he was just another guy out fishing, but that feeling wouldn't go away. Then, after a few minutes, he moved again. Just a few steps closer. It was almost like he thought I wouldn't notice if he inched forward slowly enough. Now he was only about 20 feet away, standing right at the water's edge. I could just barely make out his features. He was tall, with a sort of thin, bony build, his clothes looking a bit too loose on him, like they didn't quite fit. His face was shadowed, but I could see his eyes glinting a bit in the moonlight, just watching me. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I tried to focus on my line, tried to ignore him, but it was impossible. I could feel his gaze on me, just waiting. Then, he took another step forward, his shoes making a quiet crunch on the rocks by the shore. I glanced up, hoping he'd maybe say something, explain what he was doing, but he was silent. Just staring. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I cleared my throat, my voice coming out a bit shaky, more than I wanted it to. You here for the night too? He didn't answer right away. He just stood there, looking at me. Then, after a long pause, he said, "How long are you planning to stay out here?" His voice was low, almost a whisper, like he didn't want to disturb the quiet around us. But there was something off about it. It felt flat, empty, like he was just saying the words without any real feeling behind them. The way he said it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Not too long," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just until I get a bite or two." He nodded slowly, his gaze never leaving me. "It's a good night for fishing," he said, his voice still that strange, empty tone. "Not too many people out." "Yeah," I replied, feeling more uncomfortable by the second. "That's why I like it out here." He didn't respond. He just kept watching me, his head tilted slightly, like he was studying me. Then, without warning, he took another step forward, then another, until he was only about 10 feet away. I gripped my fishing rod tighter, my mind racing. I didn't know what he wanted, but the way he was moving, the way he was just staring, it didn't feel right. I forced myself to stand up, trying to look more confident than I felt. "I think I'm gonna pack up," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. "Got an early morning tomorrow." He didn't move. Just kept staring at me with those glinting eyes, his face still mostly hidden in shadow. "Leaving so soon?" he asked, almost like he was disappointed. "Yeah," I said, forcing a laugh that sounded hollow even to me. "Didn't catch anything anyway." I started gathering my things, moving as quickly as I could without making it obvious I was rushing. But as I was bending down to grab my tackle box, I heard him take another step forward. I glanced up, and he was even closer now, only about 5 feet away. I could see his face more clearly in the moonlight, his eyes wide, too wide, with a strange intensity that made my stomach twist. "You should stay," he said, his voice softer now, almost like a suggestion. "It's a good night." I swallowed hard, my hands shaking as I shoved my gear into my bag. "Maybe some other time," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He just watched me, a slight smile creeping onto his face, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was like he knew something I didn't, like he was waiting for me to make a mistake. I could feel his eyes on me as I finished packing up, his gaze never leaving me. I slung my bag over my shoulder, trying to act casual as I turned to head back toward the path that led to my car. But as I started walking, I heard his footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, matching my pace. I didn't want to look back, didn't want to see that look in his eyes again, but I couldn't help myself. I glanced over my shoulder, and he was right there, following me, that same strange smile on his face. I quickened my pace, hoping he'd take the hint and stay behind, but he just matched my speed, staying close enough that I could hear his breathing, shallow and steady, right behind me. Finally, I reached the path and broke into a fast walk, almost a jog, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps crunching on the gravel, never slowing, never speeding up, just keeping that same, steady pace. When I reached the parking lot, I practically ran to my car, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. I got in, slammed the door shut, and locked it, my breath coming in short gasps. I looked up, and he was standing just a few feet away, staring at me through the windshield, that same unsettling smile on his face. He didn't move, didn't say a word. He just watched me, his eyes wide and unblinking, like he was memorizing my face. I started the engine, my hands still shaking, and pulled out of the lot as fast as I could. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, and he was still standing there, watching me, that same strange smile on his face, his figure fading into the darkness as I sped down the road. I didn't look back again. I didn't want to see if he was still there. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, until the lake and that strange man were nothing but a memory in my rearview mirror. I was working the night shift at a small animal clinic, just me and the animals for hours on end. It was always dead quiet after 10 p.m., just the hum of the fluorescent lights and the occasional rustle from one of the kennels in the back. I didn't mind, though. I'd get paperwork done, prep for surgeries, make sure everything was stocked for the morning. Sometimes I'd even bring a book to pass the time if it was really slow. But then the calls started coming. It was late one night, just after midnight, and the clinic's phone rang. That wasn't unusual. We sometimes got emergency calls from people who didn't know where else to go. I picked up and said the usual, "This is Valley Animal Clinic, how can I help you?" But there was silence on the other end. Just dead air. I could hear faint breathing, or maybe it was static, I couldn't tell. I repeated myself, waited a few seconds, but then the call just ended. I figured maybe it was a prank or a wrong number. I let it go and went back to what I was doing. But then it happened again the next night. This time, though, I could hear a man's voice. He sounded strange, like he was out of breath, or maybe just tired. He said something about his dog, how it was hurt, needed help. I asked him to bring the dog in, told him I'd be waiting. There was a pause, like he was deciding what to do, and then he hung up without another word. I waited that night, but no one came. I stayed at the front desk for another hour, just in case, but there was nothing. No one came, and no one called back. The next night, it happened again. This time, he sounded more desperate. Said his dog was bleeding, that it was bad, that he needed help. I kept calm, told him to bring the dog in right away, that I'd be ready. I gave him directions, repeated them, but he didn't seem to hear me. He kept saying he was coming, that he was on his way. But just like before, he never showed. The calls kept coming every night, usually around the same time. The stories would change. Sometimes it was a cat, sometimes it was a rabbit. Once he even said he had an injured bird. I was starting to get frustrated. I told my manager, but she just brushed it off, said it was probably some lonely person who just wanted someone to talk to. I almost believed her, but something didn't sit right. The man's voice, the way he'd talk about these animals, it was like he was holding back, like there was something he wasn't telling me. Then, one night, the call came again, but this time, he said he was already outside. I felt a chill run down my spine. I went to the front door and looked out into the parking lot. At first, I didn't see anyone, but then I caught a figure standing by the streetlight, holding a small cage. He didn't move, just stood there, staring straight at me through the glass door. I waited a second, then opened the door a crack and called out to him, asking if he needed help. He didn't answer right away, just stood there like he hadn't even heard me. I was about to call out again when he finally stepped forward, carrying the cage in both hands like it was something precious. As he got closer, I could see his face better. He looked tired, bags under his eyes, skin pale under the harsh lights. He handed me the cage without saying anything, just shoved it into my hands. I looked down, expecting to see an animal inside, but the cage was empty. I looked back at him, confused, and asked him where the animal was. He didn't answer, just kept staring at me with this strange look, like he was waiting for me to do something. I asked him again, a bit firmer this time, where the animal was, if he brought it in another cage or maybe left it in his car. He shook his head slowly, like he didn't understand the question. Finally, he muttered something about how I wasn't supposed to see it yet, whatever that meant. I told him I couldn't help him if there was no animal, that he'd need to go home and bring it in. He didn't seem to hear me, though. He just kept looking at the cage, then at me, then back at the cage, like he was waiting for something to happen. Finally, I put the cage down and told him he needed to leave, that I couldn't help him. He didn't react, just stared at me, unblinking. I was about to call for backup, but then he turned and walked away, leaving the empty cage on the counter. I locked the door behind him and watched as he disappeared into the darkness. The cage was still sitting there, empty and cold, like some strange reminder of what had just happened. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that cage, the way he'd handed it to me, the look in his eyes. The next morning, I told my manager again, told her everything this time. She said she'd look into it, maybe call the cops if he showed up again. But days went by, and I didn't hear anything more. No calls, no strange men at the door, nothing. I thought maybe it was over, that he finally decided to leave me alone. But then, a week later, I came in for my shift, and the cage was back, sitting on the counter, right where he'd left it. This time, though, there was something inside, a single scrap of paper, folded up and tucked into the corner. I picked it up, unfolded it, and there, in messy handwriting, was my name. I worked at this small, old theater. It wasn't a chain or anything fancy, just one of those quiet places in town that people forget about. They kept me on night shifts, alone most of the time since not many folks came in that late. It was pretty peaceful, just me and the projector, the seats, the quiet hall. It started one Wednesday, a night like any other. We had only one show scheduled, and when it finished, the last people trickled out, and I started the routine cleanup. I was sweeping the aisles, picking up popcorn and empty cups, when I spotted a ticket on one of the seats. That wasn't unusual, people left them all the time. But as I leaned down to grab it, I noticed my name printed on it. No mistake. My first name and last, plain as day, along with a seat number in the corner, H7. My first thought was that it was just some weird mix-up. Maybe someone with the same name, or maybe someone in the printer room thought it would be funny to use my name. I shook my head, slipped the ticket in my pocket, and got back to cleaning. The next night, I found another one, this time on seat D4. Same thing, my full name, clear as day. Now I was curious and a bit on edge. I hadn't mentioned it to anyone, but I was thinking someone was pulling a prank on me, leaving tickets to mess with me. Maybe another worker had seen me, and this was their way of playing around. When I found the third one 2 nights later, my skin started crawling. I was already feeling a little weird about being alone in the theater, and this ticket wasn't helping. This one was in J10. No matter how many times I checked the seating chart, those seats didn't match up with anything we were running that night. In fact, I realized these tickets weren't even for real shows. At this point, I was just keeping my head down and trying to finish my shift without letting the tickets get to me. I made sure to lock up the place tight, checked every corner, every room, feeling like I was walking around waiting for something to jump out. Then, on Friday night, I was sweeping between the seats in the dark theater when I saw him. Sitting in J10, the same seat on the last ticket. He was just there, slouched in his seat, facing the blank screen. I stared for a good 10 seconds, trying to get my brain to understand what I was seeing. We hadn't sold any tickets for this show, and I was the only one on duty that night. I cleared my throat, trying to break the silence, but he didn't move. I called out, "Sir, we're closed. You need to leave." No response. I took a step closer, feeling my heart race. He was just a shadow in the dim light, but I could see his hands clasped in his lap, and his head was tilted slightly, like he was waiting for something to start on the screen. I took another step, this time close enough to see that his eyes were open, staring straight ahead. "Sir, I need you to leave." I tried again, but nothing. Not a word, not even a blink. My stomach tightened, and something told me not to get any closer. I backed out of the theater and shut the door behind me, locking it up. I wasn't sure what to do, so I went back to the front desk and dialed my manager. I waited for what felt like ages until he finally picked up. I told him there was a guy who wouldn't leave and that he wasn't responding, and I couldn't handle it alone. He said he'd head over, told me to wait out in the lobby until he got there, and not to go back in the theater. I hung up and tried to distract myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling of those eyes in the dark. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting him to suddenly be standing behind me, watching. I kept telling myself he was just some guy who had passed out or something, but it didn't feel right. There was something wrong about him, something off that I couldn't explain. When my manager got there, I walked with him back to the theater. I was half hoping the guy would be gone, that maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But no, he was still there, sitting perfectly still, eyes fixed on the blank screen. My manager called out to him, louder than I had, but there was no reaction. He finally walked down the aisle, closer to the guy than I dared to get. He leaned in, and that's when I saw it. The man's lips were moving, barely, whispering something. My manager must have heard him too, because he went still, just staring at the guy. Then he backed up slowly, his face pale, and motioned for me to follow him out. "Let's just leave him. I'll call someone to deal with it," he muttered as we walked out of the theater, locking the door behind us. He didn't explain any further, just said it was best if we left. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the scene over and over in my head. The guy, sitting there like he was waiting for something that would never come. The way he whispered, like he was speaking to someone that wasn't there. The next day, I came back to work, half dreading what I'd find. My manager told me the guy was gone by the time someone came to check. But that wasn't all. There was a ticket on the desk when I came in, my name printed on it, just like before. Only this time, there was a new seat number, B5. It happened last fall. I remember the night because I was running late for work, and I just made the decision to take a shortcut. I had just gotten off the bus, and my office was still a 10-minute walk ahead, but I knew there was a construction site in the middle of the block, and if I cut through, I could save at least 5 minutes. I had walked through that site many times before. It was quiet after hours, and there was never anyone around. It was dark, but I wasn't worried about that. There were streetlights lining the street and enough ambient light that I could see the path ahead of me. Still, I had the unsettling feeling of being alone, like everything around me was too still, but I shook it off. I just needed to get to work, so I walked toward the site. As I approached the entrance, I could hear the usual noises, tools and materials piled up, the remnants of the day's work. The path was pretty simple, just a wide space between piles of metal rods and construction debris, but the area was dim. I could barely make out the edges of the sidewalk, so I had to watch where I was stepping. But nothing seemed off. I just kept walking, trying to hurry up a little since I had about 10 minutes before I was supposed to be at my desk. After a few steps, I heard something. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, a sound that I couldn't ignore. Footsteps. I stopped and listened. For a second, I thought I had imagined it, but then I heard them again. Slow, heavy steps, echoing off the steel beams and concrete walls. My heart jumped in my chest, and I turned around. I didn't see anyone, but the footsteps were still there, faint but undeniably close. I didn't panic at first. It was just a construction worker. Maybe they had stayed late, or maybe someone else was taking the shortcut, too. I didn't see anyone else, but the sound was unmistakable. Someone was following me. I picked up the pace. My mind was racing, but I tried to keep my footsteps calm. I didn't want to look like I was running from nothing. I glanced back once more, but the only thing I saw was the stretch of concrete ahead. Nothing. But the footsteps kept coming, matching my pace. That's when I started to feel the real weight of it. Something about the sound, the fact that it was getting closer, made my stomach churn. I quickened my step, trying to move faster through the narrow alley between construction crates and abandoned machinery. But the footsteps, still slow at first, sped up too. Whoever was behind me wasn't keeping their distance anymore. They were getting closer, following my every move. I looked ahead, saw nothing but dark shadows cast by the scattered light from the street behind me. There was no clear exit. The site stretched on, just a long series of twists and turns with walls and debris blocking the way. I tried to stay calm, tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was just a person walking at the same pace, but no, something about the sound felt deliberate, almost like whoever was behind me was pacing me, waiting for the moment I would speed up. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears now, and the footsteps kept getting closer. I was definitely not imagining it anymore. They were right behind me, close enough that I could almost hear breathing. I broke into a jog. I didn't think. I just did it. I needed to get out. I needed to get away from whatever was following me. The area was still quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. The sound of those footsteps was relentless, echoing in the darkness. As I ran, I heard the footsteps pick up speed too, gaining on me. The sound was louder, closer, but I couldn't bring myself to look back. I had no idea what kind of person I was dealing with, and I wasn't about to find out. My mind raced as I tried to figure out where I could go. My feet hit the cracked pavement as I turned a corner. There was a small alleyway ahead, and I thought if I could make it there, I could at least break the line of sight. But I didn't make it. The sound of footsteps behind me shifted, and for a split second, I thought I'd lost whoever was following. But then I heard them turn the corner. They were still there. They were still following me. I could feel them gaining on me. I pushed myself harder, my body screaming from the effort, my breath coming out in sharp bursts. The alley was just ahead, but I wasn't sure I could make it. The chase was on now, and I could hear the person's footsteps just a few steps behind me, growing closer, echoing louder in the dark. Every breath felt sharp, and my legs were starting to give out. I saw the alleys opening up ahead and pushed myself harder. Finally, I made it to the corner, turned it, and broke into the next part of the site. I wasn't sure where I was anymore, but I was still moving. I thought I could make it to the exit just a little farther down the road, but I wasn't sure how much longer I could run like this. I felt the cold in my chest, the fear sinking in deeper with every step. Just as I thought I might be in the clear, I heard a voice. "Hey!" It was low, but it rang clear in the night air. I didn't look back, but I felt my whole body go cold. That voice. It wasn't just someone trying to get my attention. It was threatening. It was saying my name. I couldn't hear any more footsteps now, just a voice, followed by more sounds, footsteps shifting closer, faster. I was running on adrenaline now, my chest tight, my eyes scanning the darkness. And then, finally, just as I reached what I thought was the exit, I heard the sound I was dreading, the screech of metal against concrete. I spun around, my heart racing as I saw the figure in the distance, running toward me now, faster than before. I didn't want to look, didn't want to believe it was happening. I had to get away. I had to find help. I heard a shout, a harsh, demanding voice yelling after me. But I didn't stop. I pushed through the gate and sprinted onto the street. My eyes darted back and forth, searching for anything, anyone. Cars, lights, people, anything. I wasn't going to stop until I saw someone. My breath came in ragged bursts, but I didn't care. I wasn't going to let this person get any closer. I wasn't going to let them catch me. When I finally reached a streetlight, I stopped. My chest heaved with exhaustion, my mind still racing. The chase had ended. No one was behind me anymore. I hadn't heard those footsteps for a while. I kept walking, faster now, until I reached a corner where there was a busy street. I didn't see anyone follow me. I didn't hear any more footsteps. I felt like I could finally breathe again. When I finally made it to work, I told my boss I was late, but I didn't go into detail. They would never believe me, not about the footsteps, not about the chase. But I couldn't shake the feeling. It wasn't over. And I knew I couldn't take that shortcut again. I never walked that route again, and to this day, I haven't. That fear, the feeling of being followed, still lingers in the back of my mind. Something about that night still feels like it's waiting for me, just around the corner. I never thought a simple trip to the grocery store could lead to something so unsettling. It was a Tuesday, one of those gray afternoons when the sky looked like it might rain but didn't. I needed some essentials, just milk, bread, and a few other things. The store was small, the kind of place where you see familiar faces and nod at strangers. As I pushed my cart through the narrow aisles, I noticed a man standing a few feet away. He was middle-aged, with a scruffy beard and a worn-out jacket. At first, I thought nothing of it. He looked like someone who had just come in for a quick stop. But as I reached for a box of cereal, I caught him staring at me. It was odd, the way he held my gaze, as if he were trying to memorize my face. I turned away quickly, a bit uncomfortable. I finished my shopping, kept my head down, and paid at the register. When I walked out, I thought maybe it was just my imagination. People stare sometimes. It does not always mean something. The air felt heavy outside. I shrugged it off and headed to my car, parked a little further down the lot. As I slid into the driver's seat, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw him again, standing by the entrance of the store. He was still watching. My heart raced a little, and I quickly turned the key in the ignition. Driving home, I tried to shake off the feeling. I kept glancing in my mirrors, half expecting him to appear behind me. The streets were mostly empty, and I felt silly for being anxious over some guy. Still, I took the long way home, turning onto side streets and avoiding my usual route. Once home, I busied myself with dinner, but I couldn't shake the unease. I tried to tell myself I was overreacting. Yet, the image of his eyes fixed on me lingered in the back of my mind, a shadow creeping into my thoughts. I closed the curtains early that night, almost instinctively. The next day, I decided to put it behind me. I went to work and focused on my tasks. But as I stepped out for lunch, I spotted him again, across the street. I froze. There he was, standing near a lamppost, just staring. My stomach dropped. I hurried into the deli, hoping he wouldn't follow. I took my meal to go and left through a side exit, but my heart sank when I saw him again, now even closer, just watching. I thought of calling someone, maybe a friend, but I didn't want to sound paranoid. I decided to avoid the area for a while. I went home, thinking that if I didn't go out, I wouldn't have to deal with him. The days went by, and I avoided going out as much as I could. I had groceries delivered, worked from home, and even skipped my regular jogs. It felt like a prison, but I convinced myself it was safer. Yet, every time I looked out the window, I expected to see him standing there, just outside my view, waiting. One afternoon, I had to venture out for some fresh air. I told myself I would only walk around the block. I stayed alert, scanning my surroundings. The street was quiet, the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. I felt a little better until I rounded a corner and saw him again, this time leaning against a wall, arms crossed. He looked different, more menacing, as if he had been waiting for me. I turned and walked fast, heart pounding. I did not want to show fear, but I could feel him behind me. I quickened my pace. I was almost running now, not daring to look back. I heard footsteps, matching mine, echoing down the empty street. I darted into a nearby cafe, hoping he would pass by. I sat at a table in the back, my breath shallow, trying to calm myself. I sipped my water, watching the door. Minutes felt like hours. I was trapped in that cafe, just waiting. The barista glanced at me, probably sensing something was off. I wanted to ask if I could use their phone, but I didn't know how to explain. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw him through the window, pacing outside. He looked angry, scanning the street. I could not stay there. I needed to leave, but I also knew I had to be smart about it. I waited until he walked away down the street. When I slipped out the back door, I kept my head down and hurried in the opposite direction. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. I turned into a side alley, hoping to lose him. I emerged onto a busier street, relieved to see more people around. For the next few days, I stayed inside, my anxiety building like a storm. I barely went to work. I called in sick, something I had never done before. I stayed glued to the window, always watching, always waiting for him to appear again. But he never did. Days turned into weeks, and slowly, I began to feel normal again. I forced myself to go out, trying to reclaim my routine. One afternoon, as I walked through a park, I thought I spotted him in the distance. My heart raced, but I told myself it was just a trick of the light. Time passed, and the fear gradually faded. I began to think I had imagined the whole thing, that maybe he had just been another odd character in a small town. But deep down, I knew that fear could linger, even when it was gone. I never saw him again. I resumed my life, although I still glanced over my shoulder more often than not. I learned to appreciate the small moments of safety, the mundane normalcy. I had escaped something that could have turned much darker. And for that, I was grateful. I had always wanted to escape the city for a while, just to breathe and find some quiet. So, when I discovered a quaint cottage for rent in the countryside, I booked it without hesitation. The pictures looked idyllic, with rolling hills and a small stream nearby. I imagined peaceful mornings with coffee and afternoons spent wandering. I was excited to finally take a break. When I arrived, the cottage was even more charming than I had expected. It had wooden beams and a fireplace that looked like it belonged in a fairy tale. The owner met me to hand over the keys. He was a friendly older man, his face lined with years of sun and smiles. He told me to make myself at home, that I could explore the grounds, and even showed me a little garden behind the cottage. Everything felt perfect. The first night was serene. I cooked dinner and sat by the fire, listening to the sounds of nature outside. I fell asleep easily, wrapped in the warmth of the blanket and the quiet around me. The next day was much the same, filled with light and the fragrance of wildflowers. I went for a long walk, enjoying the stillness, taking pictures of everything that caught my eye. As the sun dipped low in the sky, I settled down again, feeling completely at peace. That night, however, things began to change. I woke up to an odd sound, a scratching noise coming from somewhere above. It was faint, but it pulled me from my sleep. I listened closely, trying to determine what it was. It sounded like something was moving, shifting, or perhaps even scraping against wood. My heart began to race. I told myself it was just the old house settling. But the sounds continued. They came and went, like whispers in the night. I tried to ignore it, turning over and burying my head in the pillow. Yet, the scratching persisted, and I could feel a knot tightening in my stomach. I looked at the clock. It was almost 3 in the morning. I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next morning, I hesitated before getting out of bed. The scratching had stopped, but I still felt uneasy. I decided I needed to ask the owner about it. Maybe there was some explanation. I drove to the small shop in the village where he worked. He was behind the counter, sorting through items. "Hello again," he said, smiling as I approached. "How was your first night?" I smiled back but could not hide the concern in my voice. "I heard some strange noises coming from the attic last night. Is there a way to check?" He frowned. "Attic? There is no attic in that cottage. Just the main floor and a small basement." I stared at him, puzzled. "No attic? But I heard something up there." It sounded like something was moving. He shrugged, a slight laugh escaping his lips. "Old houses make noises. It is probably just the wind or some critter outside. Do not worry about it." I wanted to feel reassured, but I did not. I thanked him and left the shop, feeling the unease grow inside me. That evening, I returned to the cottage. I tried to relax, reminding myself of the beauty of the countryside and the reason I had come. I cooked a simple meal and settled in front of the fire, but I could not shake the feeling of being watched. As night fell, I heard the sounds again. The scratching, the scuffling. It felt closer this time. I wrapped a shawl around my shoulders, trying to summon courage. I moved from the living room toward the staircase, every creak of the floorboards echoing in the stillness. The sound seemed to come from above, more insistent now, almost angry. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, staring into the darkness. "Hello?" I called, my voice barely above a whisper. No answer came, just the persistent scratching. I took a deep breath and ascended the steps slowly. Each step creaked under my weight, the sound amplifying my anxiety. When I reached the top, I found myself in a small hallway. There were 2 doors, one leading to a bedroom and the other to a bathroom. The scratching was louder now, coming from behind the door to the bedroom. I hesitated, my heart racing. I had to know. I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The room was dark, the window covered with thick curtains. I flicked on the light and scanned the space. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. The bed was neatly made, a small dresser against the wall. The scratching stopped. I stepped inside, feeling foolish. I was ready to convince myself it was just my imagination when I noticed something on the floor. A small trapdoor, barely noticeable, was hidden beneath the edge of the bed. My pulse quickened again. Crouching down, I gripped the handle and pulled. It creaked open, revealing a dark space below. The air that escaped was cool and stale. I hesitated, wondering if I should look inside. The sounds had stopped, but a part of me urged caution. I could feel something deep inside telling me not to go further. Instead, I decided to leave it alone and went back to the living room. I tried to watch television, but my mind kept drifting back to that trapdoor. What was down there? My curiosity gnawed at me, but fear held me back. I finally decided to sleep with the lights on, hoping for a peaceful rest. That night was different. I slept fitfully, constantly waking up to listen for any sounds. As morning light broke through the curtains, I felt a sense of relief. The scratching had not returned, but I still felt on edge. I packed my bags and decided to leave early. Before driving away, I stopped at the shop again. The owner was still there, sorting through items. I took a breath, gathering my thoughts. I heard strange noises last night. It felt like something was in the cottage. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. "You really must be imagining things." "I promise, there is nothing to worry about." I nodded, forcing a smile. I felt like I was the only one who had experienced this. I drove away, glancing back at the cottage one last time. The unease still lingered, but I was relieved to be leaving. When I reached home, I could finally relax. I promised myself I would never book a cottage again without thoroughly checking it out. As days passed, I put the experience behind me. Yet, late one night, while settling into bed, I heard a faint scratching noise outside my window. I sat straight up, heart racing. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just a branch against the glass. I looked outside, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shadow move. I turned on the light, breathing deeply. I had escaped the cottage, but something about that weekend stayed with me. I never forgot the trapdoor or the scratching. I realized that sometimes, it is better not to know what lies beneath the surface. I picked up my son from daycare every day at the same time. It had become a routine, one that I cherished. I loved seeing his little face light up when he spotted me through the playroom window. But one Tuesday afternoon, everything changed. As I approached the daycare, I noticed a man standing near the entrance. He was wearing a dark hoodie, and his hands were tucked deep into his pockets. At first, I thought he might be waiting for someone, but as I got closer, I felt a shiver run down my spine. He was staring at the children. They were all playing on the small jungle gym, laughing and climbing. But this man stood there, unmoving, his eyes fixed on them. I felt a wave of unease wash over me. I wanted to look away, to pretend I had not seen him, but I could not. There was something unsettling about the way he watched, as if he was waiting for something. I walked into the daycare, trying to shake off the feeling. The cheerful sounds of children filled the air, but I couldn't concentrate on anything else. After I signed in, I approached the receptionist. "Excuse me," I said, my voice a bit shaky. "There is a man outside by the entrance. He looks odd. Shouldn't someone say something?" The receptionist looked up from her desk, her brow furrowing slightly. "A man? Are you sure? There shouldn't be anyone like that here." I pointed to the window. "He is right there. He has been watching the kids for a while now. It makes me uncomfortable." She stood up and went to the window, peering out. After a moment, she turned back to me, her expression unconvincing. "I don't see anyone. Maybe he was just passing by. I will keep an eye out." I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. "Can you check with someone? It does not feel right." She nodded and walked toward the back office, leaving me standing by the entrance. I looked out again. The man was still there, but as I watched, he slowly turned his head to look directly at me. Our eyes met for a brief second. I felt my heart race. I quickly averted my gaze, focusing on the cheerful chatter of the children. Moments later, the daycare director joined the receptionist. They both stepped outside to confront the man. I could not hear what was said, but they were talking animatedly, pointing toward him. I felt a little relieved, but still anxious. After a minute or two, the director walked back in, her face calm. "He is gone," she said, glancing at me. "We spoke to him. He is just a passerby. Nothing to worry about." My unease only grew. He was staring at the kids. It did not feel normal. "I assure you," she replied, trying to sound comforting. "Everything is fine. We take the safety of our children very seriously." I wanted to believe her, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was wrong. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I could see my son through the window, blissfully unaware of the world outside. After a few more minutes, the bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Parents began to arrive, and soon my son came bounding toward me, his little face lit with excitement. I scooped him up into my arms, trying to mask my worry. As we walked toward the parking lot, I kept glancing around. The man had disappeared, but I felt as though he could appear at any moment. I helped my son into his car seat, locking the doors as soon as I climbed into the driver's seat. The drive home was tense. I could not shake the image of that man watching the children. My son chattered about his day, but my mind was elsewhere. I tried to reassure myself that I was being paranoid, but the feeling lingered. Once we got home, I decided to call my husband. I needed to share what had happened. As I recounted the events, I could hear the concern in his voice. "You did the right thing by saying something. It is better to be safe," he told me. That night, I put my son to bed, reading him a story as I always did. But even as I tucked him in, I couldn't help but peek out the window, half expecting to see that man lurking in the shadows. I made sure all the doors were locked and the windows secured. Days passed, and I tried to put the incident behind me. But I found myself more alert when picking up my son. I kept an eye on the entrance, always looking for any sign of that man. One afternoon, I arrived a little early. I sat in the parking lot, scanning the area, waiting for the daycare to open. I felt a bit silly, but I could not shake the fear. When the doors finally opened, I walked inside, but this time I did not see that man. I felt a strange mix of relief and lingering fear. Maybe it was over. Maybe I had just imagined the whole thing. But as I signed in, I noticed the receptionist watching me closely. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yes, I had a strange encounter a few days ago. I worry sometimes." She nodded, but her eyes seemed distant. "It happens, I suppose. Just keep an eye out, okay?" I promised her I would, but my instincts were still on high alert. That weekend, I decided to take a different route home. I felt I needed a break from that place. As I drove, I took the long way through familiar neighborhoods. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the houses. I felt slightly more at ease. Then, as I turned onto a quieter street, my heart dropped. There, standing on the corner, was the man. He was just standing there, looking down the street. My breath caught in my throat. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my mind racing. Should I call the police? Should I drive past? My instinct screamed at me to get away. I drove slowly, trying to keep my eyes on the road, praying he wouldn't look my way. As I passed him, I felt a sense of dread wash over me. I glanced over just as he lifted his head, his eyes locking onto mine. There was no mistaking it. It was him. I drove faster, my heart racing, until I reached the main road. I could feel my pulse in my throat. I finally took a deep breath, willing myself to calm down. I told my husband about it that night. "We will be more careful," he assured me. We discussed the possibility of finding a new daycare. I hoped that this would be the end of it. That man could not keep watching. I felt like I was finally regaining control. But I still kept looking over my shoulder, waiting for the day when I would not have to feel afraid anymore. As the days turned into weeks, I remained vigilant. I was not going to let fear take over my life. My son was safe, and I would do everything in my power to keep it that way. When I moved into the farmhouse, I thought it would be a fresh start. It was an old place, isolated in the middle of fields and woods, exactly what I was looking for. I'd been living in the city for too long and needed the quiet. The house was a bit run down, but that didn't bother me. I figured I could fix it up over time. At first, everything was fine. The air was fresh, the land stretched out in every direction, and there wasn't a sound except for the occasional rustling of trees or birds. The nearest town was about 20 miles away, and I liked the idea of being on my own for a while, with no one around to bother me. Just me and the house. It was maybe a week after I'd moved in when I met him. The farmer. I was out in the yard, fixing a fence that had fallen apart, when I saw him coming up the dirt road. He was tall, probably in his 60s, wearing overalls and a weathered old hat. He waved as he approached, and I waved back, assuming he was just being friendly. "You the new owner?" he asked, stopping a few feet away from me. His voice was rough, like he'd been smoking all his life. "Yeah, I just moved in," I said. He nodded, looking around like he was taking in the place for the first time, though I could tell he was familiar with it. "This place been empty a long time," he said. "Not many people come out this way." I didn't think much of it at the time, just figured he was a local, curious about the new guy. We talked for a few minutes, mostly him asking about where I was from, what I planned to do with the house. His questions were a bit more personal than I expected, but I chalked it up to small-town friendliness. Before he left, he said. "If you need anything, I'm just down the road." "Name's Harris." I thanked him and watched as he walked back down the road, disappearing around the bend. It seemed like a harmless visit, but there was something about the way he looked at me, the way his eyes stayed on me a little too long, that made me uneasy. But I pushed the feeling aside. Over the next few days, I kept busy fixing up the house. The place was old, creaky, but I liked it. It was quiet, and the silence was good for me. Then, about 4 days after that first visit, Harris showed up again. This time, he didn't wave or smile when he approached. "You been keeping busy?" he asked, without any greeting. "Yeah," I said, wiping the sweat from my forehead. "Plenty to do around here." He nodded, looking around again, his eyes scanning the house, the fields, like he was inspecting it. "You seen anything strange around here?" he asked suddenly. I frowned, caught off guard by the question. "Strange? Like what?" "Just strange things," he said, his voice low, like he didn't want anyone else to hear, but we were alone. "This land's been here a long time. Lot of history." I didn't know what to say, so I just shook my head. "No, nothing strange. It's pretty quiet." He didn't say anything for a moment, just stared at me with those dark eyes. Then he nodded again and turned to leave. "You take care now," he said over his shoulder. The visits became more frequent after that. Every couple of days, Harris would show up, asking the same sort of questions: what I was doing, if I'd seen anything unusual, if I heard anything during the night. I always told him no, but each time he came, I felt more uneasy. His questions got more personal, too. He started asking about my family, if anyone would be visiting, if I ever went into town. "Why are you so interested?" I asked one day, trying to keep my voice casual, but I was getting frustrated. He was coming by too often, asking too many questions. "Just looking out for you," he said with a smile, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. One evening, about a month after I'd moved in, I came home from a trip to the nearest town. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the yard, and as I pulled up to the house, I saw something on the doorstep. It was a small, rusty padlock sitting on top of a folded piece of paper. I picked it up, my heart pounding in my chest. The note was scrawled in shaky handwriting: "You might need this soon." I looked around, but the road was empty, no sign of anyone. I knew it was Harris. I hadn't seen him that day, but I could feel it. I stuffed the note in my pocket, locked the door behind me, and checked all the windows. I didn't know why, but I felt like I had to. Like I wasn't safe anymore. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound made me jump: the creak of the house settling, the wind rustling the trees. Around midnight, I thought I heard footsteps outside, soft but deliberate. I lay in bed, listening, too scared to move. The sound circled the house, like someone was walking slowly around the perimeter, checking the windows, the doors. I held my breath, waiting for the footsteps to stop, but they didn't. Finally, after what felt like hours, the sound faded. I got up, my legs shaking, and checked the windows again. There was nothing outside, just the empty yard and the trees beyond. But I knew someone had been there. The next morning, I found more footprints in the dirt around the house. They weren't mine. They were too big, and they led from the front door to the back, then around the side, as if someone had been casing the place. I drove into town that day, thinking I could get some advice, maybe talk to the sheriff. But when I got to the station, the man behind the desk just shrugged. "Harris is an old-timer," he said. "He's been around here forever. Probably just bored, trying to make conversation." It didn't feel like that to me. It felt like something else. That night, the footsteps came again. louder this time. Closer. I locked the doors, barricaded the windows, but I could still hear them, circling the house like they were waiting for me to come out. I knew it was Harris. It had to be. He'd been watching me, waiting for something. But for what? The next day, I found another note, this one pinned to the front door with a rusty nail. Lock up. It's coming. I didn't know what to do. I felt trapped in the house, like the walls were closing in on me. I didn't want to stay, but I didn't know where else to go. I'd moved out here for peace, and now I was living in fear. That evening, as the sun set, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I packed a bag, threw it in the car, and drove. I didn't care where I was going, as long as I got away from that place. As I drove down the dirt road, I saw him. Harris. Standing by the side of the road, watching me, that same eerie smile on his face. I sped up, not daring to look back. But I could feel his eyes on me, all the way down the road, until I was far enough away to breathe again. I haven't been back to that farmhouse since. I don't plan to. Something wasn't right about Harris, about that place. I don't know what he meant by it's coming, but I don't want to find out.